I opened my eyes. The whole room was so dark I couldn't see my own hand. I wasn't dead. I bolted upright and pressed my palm against the brick bed. Cold. A faint sliver of moonlight came through the window, falling on the portrait of the great leader hanging on the mud brick wall. Then a flood of memories rushed into my head all at once. I understood. I had been reborn, sent back 50 years. It was 1970, at the foot of the Scumbag Mountains, in a village called Songyuan. There was movement in the outer room. A heavily pregnant woman crept in carefully, standing at the edge of the bed, looking at me with timid eyes. I recognized her. Zhang Hongyan, my wife. Delicate features, fair skin. Even carrying our second child, she was still beautiful. I recognized her because all the memories from my previous life had come back. In my last life, I was addicted to gambling and drinking. It was on this very night that I woke up, furious over the money I had lost, and beat my pregnant wife until she miscarried. She bled all through the night, but I didn't care. I dug out the last half sack of cornmeal we had, traded it for money, and went off to gamble. Our 4-year-old daughter ran out in the middle of the night to find a doctor, and she was dragged off by wolves. By the time I came back, my wife had already stopped breathing. That debt weighed on me for most of my life. And now, heaven had pushed this very day back into my hands. Hongyan, light the lamp. Okay. She fumbled anxiously for the matches, and the kerosene lamp flickered to life. Where's Hua? My voice trembled a little. In the yard. She was more confused than ever. I was so unlike my usual self. Hua. From behind the broken wooden door, a little girl, thin to the point of looking deformed, peeked out along the door frame. Her eyes were full of fear. My chest ached as if it were being carved with a knife. Hua, come here. I forced a smile, though it was probably uglier than crying. She flinched, frowned her tiny brow, shook her head hard, and shrank back. What terrible things had I done in my past life to frighten my own daughter into a state like this? Tears welled up all at once. Zhang Hongyan's face went pale. Her father, you. Then, with a thud, she dropped to her knees. Her father, you can't sell Hua. Hua also threw herself at me and wrapped her arms around my leg, sobbing so hard she could barely breathe. Daddy, don't sell me. I'll be good, I can work. I'll never say I'm hungry again. In that instant, I understood everything. In my last life, at the slightest provocation, I would threaten to drag the children out and sell them for money. My wife and daughter had been terrorized. My mind buzzed. Smack. I slapped myself across the face. I'm a monster. Smack. I'm not even human. I knelt on the ground, facing the two of them, slapping myself harder and harder with each blow. The color drained from Zhang Hongyan's face. She probably thought I had gambled away everything and already found a buyer, and that was why I was torturing myself like this. She gritted her teeth and suddenly slammed her head against the edge of the bed. Bang! Her face was covered in blood, and she passed out on the spot. My mind exploded. Why did she suddenly ram her own head? Frantic and panicked, I raised my hand to slap myself again. Hua clung desperately to my arm. Daddy, stop hitting yourself. Hua is willing to be sold. Daddy, stop hitting yourself. As she spoke, she pressed her little mouth against my cheek and blew on it. Gently, again and again. Tears streamed down my face, and I pulled her into my arms. Hua, listen to Daddy. Daddy won't sell you. Daddy loves you. The little girl reacted faster than I did. The moment she heard she wouldn't be sold, she immediately pointed at her mother on the floor. Daddy, hurry, save Mommy. I quickly lifted the unconscious Hongyan onto the bed, ran outside, dipped a towel in cold water, and pressed it to her forehead. Our home was dirt poor. There was no medicine to stop bleeding, and there was no time to find the barefoot doctor. Luckily, though her skin had broken and a big bruise had swollen up, she seemed to be in no serious danger. All I could do was watch over her, keep the towel on her, and silently pray she hadn't knocked herself senseless. A soft moan. She slowly came to, and the moment she opened her eyes and looked at me, her gaze was full of hatred. This time I learned my lesson and said the most important thing first. Hongyan, I won't sell Hua. Don't worry. She shot upright. Aside from the big bump on her forehead, she really was fine. You really won't sell Hua? She stared at me hard, and from her posture, if I said one wrong word, she was ready to ram her head into something again. I won't. Absolutely not. I wanted to raise my hand and slap myself, to curse myself as a beast, but the moment I saw the bruise on her forehead, my hand froze in midair and I quickly lowered it. Hongyan, I regret how badly I treated you all before. I really wasn't going to sell our daughter. I swear. I meant to swear an oath, to say what should happen to me if I ever did it again, but at the sight of that bruise, I swallowed the words back down and paused. That is, I want to turn over a new leaf. From now on, I'll be good to you. To you and Hua Hua. I reached out and gently touched her belly. And to this little one of ours too. She flinched warily but, in the end, didn't pull away. Really, if I'm lying, may heaven strike me down. This time I meant it from the heart. She threw herself into my arms, clenched her fists, pounded on my chest, and wailed. Growling, growling. As I held her and cried, both our stomachs growled at the same time. We were hungry. I gently pushed her away. We still have some grain at home, right? I'll go make food. Her eyes flashed with wariness again. I understood. In my last life, I had more than once stolen the last of the family's grain to trade for money. She was afraid I was up to some new trick. I smiled bitterly inside. I really had been a beast to drive my wife to this point. Hong Yan, don't worry. I've truly changed. Where's the grain hidden? She stared at my face, her expression like she was watching that old enemy soldier who tricked the common folk in the movie The Landmine War. The mention of grain worried her. In my past life, I had been a good-for-nothing. When the production team went to work the fields, I barely lifted a finger. After the autumn harvest, my share of work points was pitifully small. The family survived entirely on the work points she earned as a woman. Now carrying our second child, she could only do the lightest tasks, so her points were even fewer. The little grain we had now was only because my mother couldn't stand to watch us starve and secretly had my sister-in-law bring some over. But my elder brother's family was struggling too. That grain had been scraped out from between their own teeth. If I was playing games again, the whole family would be left with nothing but the north wind to drink. She braced her lower back and slid off the bed. Before going out, she still didn't trust me and turned to glare. Don't come over. Wait here. I sat at the edge of the bed, shaking my head with a bitter smile. My character had a long, hard road to repair. Daddy won't trade the grain for money. Hua Hua believes Daddy. Hua Hua leaned against me, adapting much faster than her mother. After a while, Hong Yan came back, one hand on her waist, the other holding half a scoop of cornmeal. I quickly took it from her. Go rest on the bed. I've got this. She watched me until I went into the kitchen before returning to the room, half believing me. The kitchen was pitch dark. I fumbled around for ages and couldn't even find the lamp. Then a light appeared at the door. Hong Yan came in holding the kerosene lamp, with Hua Hua following behind. This room has no lamp, and it wastes oil for the two of us to sit in the big room. We came to help you. I turned up the wick and lit the stove. Hua Hua obediently crouched by the stove mouth and fanned the fire. I lifted the lid of the water jar. It was nearly empty. Hong Yan looked a little embarrassed. The water's almost gone. My mother-in-law had Big Brother carry this in yesterday morning. I'm pregnant, so she won't let me haul it. Again, I felt ashamed. These were things I had never once taken to heart. I scooped up water to pour into the pot, but the moment I moved, Hong Yan snatched it away. The pot's cracked. You have to set it at a tilt. With that one broken pot, I boiled half a pot of water, dropped in the cornmeal, and simmered half a pot of porridge. This was the family's dinner. A few mouthfuls of porridge went down, and my heart felt heavy. This was no way for a person to live. But when I saw the little bit of contentment on their faces, I felt even worse. Her father, it seems like something's on your mind? Hong Yan was still full of worry. No wonder. When a good-for-nothing suddenly acts strange, anyone would be on guard. Yeah, I've been thinking. We can't go on living like this. We have to make things better. I didn't hide it. Her feelings were complicated. Our family was the poorest in the whole village, but who was there to blame for that? It was already after the autumn harvest. The production team's work was finished, and there wasn't even a chance to earn work points anymore. Her father, it's already after the harvest. I know. I'm not planning to rely on work points. How much money can those earn? I looked down on work points. In my past life, I later got into college and became a forestry expert, and I knew all about wilderness survival. This was 1970. These Chongbai Mountains were full of hunting grounds nobody had ever developed. With my skills, living a good life would be all too easy. But I spoke with too much confidence, and Hong Yan grew uneasy again. Why? Because she knew the old me too well. In my eyes, other than gambling, nothing was worth a second look. Hearing me talk about making big money made her heart pound with dread. Her father, Can we really change? She asked timidly. She had been beaten into fear, weighing every word. Seeing her like this, I understood. The pit of my ruined character still had a lot to fill. Hong Yan, I'm not going to gamble. I'm going to hunt. Hunt. Her head buzzed and nearly split open. What kind of luck was this? If it wasn't gambling, it was hunting. Was hunting something a good-for-nothing like him could do? As dense as he was, his chances of coming back alive were even worse than gambling. Her father, maybe, maybe you should just go gamble instead. She made this painful decision. Why? I was stunned. Well, last year in our village, there was a man just like you. He went into the mountains to hunt. Guess what happened? What happened? He went in whole. When his family found him, all that was left was half a body. Well, I was thinking, gambling at least wouldn't leave you as half a body, right? Worst case, if we've got no money, we just don't gamble. I almost laughed at the logic. So you mean hunting doesn't even leave a whole corpse, but gambling at worst still leaves a whole corpse? Is that it? Her father, that's not what I mean. You don't understand hunting. It's a matter of life and death. I didn't explain further. Reasoning with her was useless. Only facts would work. I had to show some real skill before this conversation could go anywhere. Fine, let's not argue about the rest. Tonight, I'll bring something back for you all. Hearing this, she panicked even more. Her father, I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just worried. Don't worry. I'm confident. The darker the night, the more my skills would shine. I made up my mind to open her eyes tonight. I patted Hua Hua's head. Daddy's going to let you eat meat tonight. The little girl's eyes lit up, her face full of disbelief. Really, Daddy? Absolutely. With that, I pushed open the door and went out. Behind me, Han Yen looked at the coarse bowls on the bed, still slick from the porridge, and muttered to herself. He didn't even drink any liquor today. One bowl of porridge, and how did he get this drunk? I tightened the hemp rope around my waist, secured my machete, and left the village under the faint moonlight, heading north. The wild land was hard to cross on an autumn night, each step landing deep or shallow. Fortunately, I had grown up in this area since childhood. I could find my way even with my eyes closed. Song Yuan village bordered the dense forests of the greater Xing'an range. Stretches of virgin forest lay undeveloped, and inside were treasures of every kind. Following this small path north, less than 5 miles away, there was a huge pond the locals called the Wild Duck Marsh. Right now was the season when wild ducks paired up and laid their eggs before wintering. You could catch whole nests at once, and with luck, even scoop up ducklings. The wild ducks were fattest this time of year. Their meat could be eaten, and you could render a whole jar of duck fat from them, delicious for stir-frying, mixing with rice, or tossing with noodles. In these times, fat and oil were what people lacked most. Such rich rewards were not something the locals failed to covet. But the marsh was a vast swamp, a tangle of cattails, reeds, weeds, and shrubs, with treacherous terrain. Over the past couple of years, several people had gone in and never come out, so no one dared come here anymore. To others, it was the gate of death. To me, it was a private source of income. The path beneath my feet gradually disappeared. When I reached the edge of the marsh, all trace of humans was long gone. Under the moonlight, a vast expanse of swamp loomed in shadow. The dark masses were weeds as tall as a man. The glinting surfaces were water, and between them stood the shrubs. It wasn't one continuous stretch of water, but wetlands crisscrossed with pools large and small, a paradise for wild ducks. Tonight, I was after the wild ducks. First, because they were easiest to catch right now, and second, because aside from this machete, I had no tools at all. I walked along the edge for a stretch, then climbed a tree. Looking down from above, I locked onto a direction. Over there, the shrubs and weeds were thick, and several connected pools held plenty of fish. The wild ducks would surely love to nest there, easy hunting with plenty of cover. To get there, I couldn't go in a straight line. I had to skirt around a complex stretch of water in the middle. Safety first. I had no intention of getting myself killed on the very first trip. Hua Hua and Han Yen were still waiting at home, and besides, if I stumbled on my first attempt, where would I put my face? Whether tonight succeeded also determined how much weight my words would carry in front of my wife from now on. Half an hour in, my liberation shoes, with the toes poking out, were filled with mud and water, each step squishing. Along the way, I cut a straight tree branch, sharpened one end, and left a fork on the other to use as a hook. It was both a weapon and a walking stick, and could pull me out if I sank into the swamp. This place looked free of great danger, but a swamp is not something you can fully trust. There was no telling where a hidden deep pit might lie. Taking full precautions is the basic skill of hunting. Just ahead was the target area, but a stretch of swamp whose depth I couldn't gauge blocked the way. There was no going around it. I could only cross straight through. I probed and picked a section a little over 20 meters wide. I untied the rope from my waist, fastened it to the walking stick, tied a suitable stone to it, aimed at a clump of shrubs on the far side, and hurled it with all my strength. The stone carried the stick and, with a crack, lodged into the shrubs. I lowered the rope and gave it a shake, pulling gradually. It caught and held, meaning the stick was firmly wedged. With this safety line, I moved forward at ease. Sure enough, just before reaching the shore, my feet sank and I dropped down. I didn't panic. I flattened my body and pulled myself forward using the rope, breaking free of the swamp's suction and safely reaching the shore. Good thing I knew how to do this. Otherwise, on tonight's trip, forget a whole corpse, there wouldn't have been a hair left of me. Once inside the target area, I used the stick to part the layers of weeds and searched slowly. Soon I found a duck trail. This was a trick I had worked out from the habits of wild ducks. During the egg-laying season, wild ducks kept to a small range, tramping out a fixed path in one spot as they went back and forth. This path had its telltale signs. It ran a short distance from the dry grass to the water pools, with good cover along the way, and it was dotted with duck droppings and scattered feathers. The trail in front of me matched all of it. In the patch of weeds ahead, there was surely something. I carefully parted the grass. 2 fat wild ducks were sound asleep, completely unaware of me. I lunged forward and threw my worn army green jacket down over them, bagging them all. So fat. A pair, 2 of them. There was also a nest of duck eggs in the grass. Under the moonlight, the shells gave off a faint green glow. I counted them. Exactly 10. For my first outing, I wasn't greedy. I would quit while I was ahead. I tied the feet of the 2 mallards and hung them upside down at my waist. The 10 eggs I cushioned with the dry grass and feathers from the nest, afraid they'd break along the way, then wrapped them in my jacket and carried them. Before long, I was out of the marsh. The moonlight was bright and clear. My steps were light, and I even started to hum. We march along the great road. Spirited and high, our fighting will strong. It was deep into the night by the time I got back to the village. The moment there was movement in the yard, the light in the inner room flicked on. The 2 of them hadn't slept at all. They'd been waiting for me. Creak. The door opened. "Daddy, you're back." That single cry from my daughter sent a warm current surging up through my heart. Tonight's trip had been worth it. "Yes, sweetheart. Look what Daddy brought back." I tossed aside the machete and the walking stick, untied the 2 wild ducks from my waist, and handed the bundle to Hong Yin as she came out to greet me. "Careful, these are wild duck eggs." Hong Yin pressed her lips together in a smile, but tears hung at the corners of her eyes. "Hua Hua, in a bit Daddy will stew the ducks for you to eat." Hua Hua stared at the 2 fat ducks, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Children love little living creatures. I understood, and I had to cut off that thought quickly. "Hua Hua, this kind of wild duck can't be kept alive. It'll die by tomorrow. We can only eat it." True or not, the point was to erase her reluctance. Getting the duck into her for nourishment was what mattered. Only then did Hua Hua nod, reluctantly. While she was distracted, I scooped her up and carried her inside, setting her on the bed. "It's cold out there, you wait here. Daddy's covered in mud. Once I wash up, I'll make you some meat." At the word meat, the little girl's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands and shouted, "Yay, there's meat to eat." There was no water in the house, so I first went to haul 2 loads. By the time I got back, Hong Yin had already slaughtered the ducks, boiled half a pot of water, and plucked them clean. I took over the rest and dressed them quickly. Hong Yin watched from the side, muttering to herself. Her father, "Since when did you know how to do kitchen work?" "Well, from always being out gambling. I met someone who could cook and learned from him." As I spoke, I dropped scallions, ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, and spices into the pot. The scallions and ginger were grown at home. Hua Hua usually went to bed early, but today, for a taste of meat, she was full of energy, crouching by the stove mouth fanning the fire the whole time. "Daddy, is it ready yet?" "In about 15 minutes, she asked 7 or 8 times, dying for it. Wild duck meat is dense and hard to stew tender. Seeing how badly she craved it, I fished a pair of duck feet out of the pot. "Here, Hua Hua, gnaw on the feet first." The little girl sniffled, drool nearly dripping into the bowl. "Don't rush. Blow on it, it's hot." Hong Yin came over to help cool it. Hua Hua took a bite. "Oh, it's so good." Still mumbling with her mouth full, she stretched out the foot she'd bitten twice toward my mouth. "Daddy, eat tofu." Her manner was so generous. I guided her little hand back to her own mouth. "Daddy doesn't like feet. Daddy's waiting for the big meat. You eat first, sweetheart." Blissfully, she sucked on the bit of skin and tendon on the foot, smacking her lips. "Daddy is so good." "Daddy's not good. The duck feet are good," I teased, and Hong Yin burst out laughing. She had probably never seen this playful side of me, this good-for-nothing husband of hers. The stove fire flickered, casting a bright red glow on her face. There was a smile at the corners of her mouth and light in her eyes. Even the bruise on her forehead looked much easier on the eyes now. The pot bubbled away, a layer of golden duck fat floating on the rich broth. The little kitchen was warm, the whole room filled with the aroma. After stewing for a good while, I turned around. Hua Hua was still clutching that duck foot, sucking on it. Somehow the thin layer of skin hadn't been gnawed clean yet. The little girl couldn't bear to finish it. Each bite was no bigger than a sesame seed, held in her mouth and chewed slowly. She sucked a small bone until it was pale, then carefully took it out, spread it on her palm to look, confirmed there was truly no meat left, and set it beside the stove. She seemed to be saving those little bone fragments like treasures. Hanyan saw it too. The foot she'd handed Hua Hua earlier, she had bitten only once and then set aside, saving it for the child. She stood behind Hua Hua, tears dripping down. I stuffed a few fistfuls of dry firewood hard into the stove, grabbed the palm leaf fan, and fanned with all my might to coax the flames higher. After it boiled a few more times, I lifted the lid, and never mind the heat, I reached in, pulled out a duck leg, tore it off with a rip, put it in a bowl, and handed it to Hua Hua. Here, Hua Hua, eat. Thank you, Daddy. I pulled her into my arms. Hua Hua, from now on Daddy will let you and Mommy eat meat every single day. The little girl planted a greasy kiss on my face. Daddy, you're so good. Hanyan couldn't hold it in any longer. She burst into loud sobs, swept Hua Hua into her arms with one hand, and picked up the bowl of duck leg with the other. Here, Hua Hua, let Mommy feed you. The leg meat wasn't fully tender yet, so she tore it into small strips with her hands and fed her one by one. The little girl took a bite and smacked her lips. Mommy, it's so good. Mommy, don't cry. Mommy, eat. Okay, Mommy will eat too. Hanyan tore off a small strip and put it in her mouth, imitating Hua Hua, smacking her lips with tears in her eyes. Daddy, eat too. Hua Hua chewed her meat, not forgetting to point at me. Hanyan tore off another large strip and put it in my mouth, gazing at me with tears in her eyes. The lopsided, cracked pot kept bubbling away, its aroma spreading everywhere. Every so often I had to add water. The pot had a crack, so filling it made it leak. In that narrow little mud brick kitchen, the taste of happiness filled the air. I thought back to my past life. In the end, I became a forestry expert and a skilled hunter, but a certain regret lingered in my heart until the day I died. If you asked what I lacked most in my past life, it was exactly this, the taste of happiness. Now that I was living again, this regret must never be repeated. In these times, hunting wasn't restricted, it was encouraged. The population was far sparser than in later generations. All of the Northeast was vast and thinly populated, with great stretches of virgin forest undeveloped, and the surrounding villages saw wild beasts attacking people every few days. The authorities were troubled by it, and had even launched several tiger hunting campaigns over it. Clubbing roe deer, scooping fish with a ladle, pheasants flying into the cooking pot. That's exactly what the Northeast was like at this time. The words were a bit exaggerated, but the abundance of game was the greatest feature of this era. Today's small test had proven those words true. Next, I had to pull off something big. But my first thought right now was to get some money quickly and replace this broken pot. Huh? How did I oversleep? What time is it? Hanyan mumbled as she sat up. The sun was already high outside the window. I rubbed my eyes and woke. Maybe because we slept too late last night. That's not it. During the busy farming season, I slept even later than this, and I never slept this heavily. She was puzzled. So comfortable. Hua Hua stretched beside us, a rosy tint on her little face for the first time. I remembered something an old traditional doctor said in my past life. Anything nourishing aids sleep. It's from the duck soup. That stuff is very nourishing. It replenishes qi and blood, so people sleep deeply after eating it. No wonder, it's really potent, just like taking medicine. Hanyan muttered, then suddenly froze, her gaze at me turning suspicious. Wait, how do you know this? Oh, in her eyes, Lin Yong, was a lazy good-for-nothing who knew even less than she did. Suddenly spouting all this expertise was bound to raise suspicion. My mind turned quickly. You think I just gambled all that time I was out? Don't tell me you studied medicine too, she teased. Not that. Out there I met all kinds of people, and I often ran into folks from other parts. Naturally, I've seen more than people in the village, haven't I? I had prepared this line long ago. From now on, whenever anyone caught me slipping up, I'd use this to cover. Hanyan seemed to believe it. She threw on her clothes and got off the bed. I'll go heat the duck soup. Too bad we've got no white flour, or I'd make you a bowl of duck soup noodles. Pulling on my clothes, I said, there's one duck left. Take it over to Mom and Dad in a bit. These past 2 years they've been living with Big Brother and his wife, and they've looked after us plenty. While you're there, Borrow a bit of white flour, and we'll have duck soup noodles today. Yay, duck soup noodles. Hua Hua slid out from under the covers and threw herself into my arms. I kissed her. My fragrant little sweetheart. Hurry, put on your clothes, don't catch a cold. Hong Yin grabbed Hua Hua's clothes and dressed her. I dressed in a few quick motions, scooped a ladle of water from the jar, and washed my face in the yard as I poured. The house doesn't even have a wash basin. What a life. I couldn't help muttering. Hong Yin followed me out. Good that you realize it. The way this family has lived these past few years, I'd lost all confidence. She shot me a bashful glare, her eyes both reproachful and loving. She was probably thinking of how I'd seemed like a different person last night, even more intense than in our newlywed days, and her face suddenly flushed. You take the things over first. I'll figure out the days ahead. A living person can't be strangled by his own piss. She lowered her head, picked up the duck, and left. Before long she returned, now with a flour sack in hand, but the duck was still with her. What happened? Why didn't you leave the duck with them? She was glum. They packed me 2 big bowls of white flour, but insisted I bring the duck back, and gave me a scolding on top of it. Scolded you for what? Lots of things, anyway. Mom said for you to eat first, and then come over. She probably wants to say it to your face. I felt uneasy. Mom, Dad, Big Brother, and his wife wouldn't take the duck and scolded my wife too. Hong Yin probably hadn't explained things clearly. It seemed my character repair project would have to continue at Mom and Dad's place. Song Yuan village had only about 30 households in all, not big. Out of my own yard, around 3 bins, and I reached Mom and Dad's house. A low fence wall. There was no shortage of tree stumps and boards in the forest region, so every household fenced their yard this way. The yard was neither large nor small. On the wooden racks, corn, chilies, and scallions were drying in the autumn sun. After the production team turned in the state grain quota, the surplus was distributed by work points. There were many people on Mom and Dad's side, and both Big Brother and Dad were strong laborers, so the grain looked sufficient, just all coarse grain like corn. Under the eaves, red chilies and braided garlic hung by the window, a picture of rural autumn. Dad, Mom, Big Brother, sister-in-law. I greeted each of them, pulled up a small stool, sat beside my mother, and helped shell corn kernels. Let's talk inside. Dad, who was raking the grain, tilted his head toward the main room, then said to Big Brother, sister-in-law, and Mom, everyone come in. They all set down their work and filed into the inner room one after another. Dad swung his legs onto the bed and sat cross-legged in the seat of honor at the far end. Big Brother took off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and sat below him. Sister-in-law sat at the edge of the bed next to Big Brother, one leg folded and one leg hanging down. Mom brought over that old white porcelain pot. She didn't brew tea, just filled it with plain hot water, set out a few coarse bowls, and sat against the wall to Dad's left. They left me the spot by the edge of the bed, directly facing sister-in-law. Dad glanced at me and said nothing. Big Brother first shot a look at Mom, then at Dad. Young, going about your idle ways day in and day out. Are you planning to anger Mom and Dad to death? I was the second son, so the family called me Young. Big Brother, where's this coming from? Just look at it. The autumn harvest was such a good chance. This year's yield was better than any before. You didn't work hard and earn work points, just drank and gambled all day, and now you've missed the whole thing. Big Brother's face was full of regret. Young, it's not that your sister-in-law's picking on you, but your brother is right. Sister-in-law took over. Even though you've split off and live on your own, we're still one family after all. When you lose out, how can your brother and I not feel the pain? Do you know, Son the Cripple's second boy started working at just 16. Guess how much grain he got this year? A full 250 gene. And he's only a half-grown boy. The way she ached over it, you'd think the grain was hers. Young, your brother and sister-in-law are right. Mom spoke up. And besides, you're far too bold. Do you not want to live? Throwing your life away for a couple of wild ducks. Isn't that being a fool? Her face was full of worry, clearly shaken by the matter of me catching the wild ducks. The 2 Zhao brothers over in the North Village, didn't the second one get stuck in the wild duck marsh last year? He's actually my nephew from my own family, within the 5 degrees of kinship. You didn't see it, but the moment his mother got the death notice, she wept until she passed out cold on the spot. As she spoke, Mom's tears dripped down one after another. Looking at my mother's haggard face and remembering all my past nonsense, my heart felt heavy and choked. To earn more work points, Big Brother always grabbed the heavy, exhausting, dirty jobs no one else wanted at the production team. If not for Big Brother holding this family up, I would have wrecked it long ago with my carrying on. Yet big brother and sister-in-law never had a word of complaint against me, never even said anything harsh. I remembered clearly the debts of my past life. Later, when I got into college and moved to the city, big brother took on a mountain of debt to support me and passed away early before I could repay him. Sister-in-law remarried and didn't have a good life either. Their son, Huzi, stayed with his grandparents, and a landslide took the whole family. Thinking of all this, then looking at this room full of living, breathing family, I set my heart with fierce resolve. Not a single one of those past life tragedies would be allowed to happen again this time. Mom, big brother, sister-in-law. I meant to say I wouldn't hunt anymore, that I'd listen to them and live properly at home. But then I thought of the little kitchen last night, of Hua Hua gnawing on the meat, of Hong Yin's face streaming with tears of happiness, and the words about to leave my mouth took a turn. The wild duck marsh isn't that scary. Boo-hoo-hoo. After all this talking, you still won't listen. Mom cried even harder. Why is my life so bitter? Must I, with white hair, send off my black-haired child? Eryong, are you set on angering Mom until something happens to her? Big brother glared at me. Eryong, everyone's heart is made of flesh. How can you have no consideration for your mother's feelings at all? Sister-in-law reproached too. I was truly in a bind. On one side was Mom worrying about my safety. On the other was my responsibility to my family. And in my heart, I harbored an even greater ambition. I couldn't let go of any side. What to do? I could only set it aside for now. Mom, I promise you I won't go. That's all. Settle Mom's heart first. If it really came to it, I'd go in secret later. After all, I'd split off and lived on my own. So as long as Hong Yin kept her mouth shut, it wouldn't reach Mom's side. These days were exactly when the ducks were fat, and the marsh was close by, so a few sneaky trips would do. As for other ideas, I'd think them over slowly. Eryong, Dad suddenly spoke in a low voice. Don't try any tricks on me. You think I don't know what's on your mind? You promise nicely one moment and slip away the next. You've always had your own ideas. Not this time. De Qiangzi. Yes. Big brother answered obediently. The roof of our old house leaks. You two are going to fix it for me today. I'll sit right here and watch you work, and see if this little rascal dares to slip off. My little scheme was completely sealed off by that one sentence from Dad, with no room to maneuver. I could only lower my head and stay quiet, which counted as tacit agreement. Seeing this, Mom knew the matter was settled, and immediately broke into a smile through her tears. Eryong, stop keeping your mind on those wild ducks. The two you caught, save them for Hua Hua and her mother to have a treat. Don't light your stove these next few days. Have Hong Yin come over to help your sister-in-law cook and wash clothes, and the two of them can eat at the old house. Dad said, once we finish this business, I'll have a word with your uncle and see if there's a suitable job the team can arrange for you to make up for what you lost at the autumn harvest. My uncle was the production team's accountant and had some pull. These past few years, when I was slacking off, it was only out of respect for my uncle that others didn't come down hard on me. Don't worry about your grain this year either. Your brother and I will spare you some. Add in whatever extra you earn yourself, and you'll scrape by. We won't let your family drink the north wind. With this string of arrangements from Dad, I could no longer see any opening for hunting at all. A reborn man, holding so many advantages, ending up arranged into being a well-behaved commune member. I could not swallow that no matter what. But for now I could only follow Dad's path. There was no other way. Still, that didn't mean I'd given in. I would keep looking for a chance to break through and never let go. Otherwise, I'd have lived 2 lifetimes for nothing. Rural mud brick houses developed all sorts of problems with age, leaking wind and rain being unavoidable, and after the autumn harvest was exactly the time for repairs. This kind of work came easily to farm hands like the two of us brothers. We dug earth and mixed mud, and Dad had long ago prepared the tiles to be replaced, which now came in handy. Big brother worked below, stacking 3 tiles at a time on a shovel and tossing them up with force. Crouched at the eaves, I caught them right on cue. We two brothers coordinated seamlessly. Dad's eyes held a look of satisfaction. In the past couple of years, my pushing to split off the household, my drinking and gambling, had cost him a great deal of face. Now that his younger son had come back, it was as if he'd recovered his face. After watching a while, his lonely heart couldn't hold still. He picked up that old dry tobacco pipe, clasped his hands behind his back, and ambled off into the village. Sister-in-law, who was washing clothes with Hong Yin, secretly exchanged a look with her and pressed her lips together in a smile. Yinzi, guess where Dad's off to? Where else would he go? Off to show off at Uncle's house. Mom picked up the thread with a laugh, glanced up at me on the roof, and didn't go on. These years, Eryong, Your dad has taken his share of grumbling from your uncle. This time he's finally turned things around. So how could he not go show off? If he didn't, he wouldn't even sleep soundly tonight. And there's son Qingchuan's household on the East End. He'll have to make a loop there too. Find some pretext to bring it up. Mark my words, I'm never wrong. Mom's face was full of pride. Mom, no wonder they say you're the tapeworm in Dad's belly. Hanyan promptly served up a bit of flattery. Whatever's on your dad's mind, the moment he sticks out his rear, I know what he's about to drop. Mom was very pleased with herself. On the roof, I watched Dad walking with proud steps, deliberately pausing and chatting a couple of words at nearly every doorway. No need to ask, it was surely just as Mom said, showing off that his younger son was home working. Watching this scene, a wave of bittersweet happiness welled up in my heart. This scene was one my soul had longed for countless times in my past life, and now it had truly, vividly come back. Eryong, what are you crying for? Below, Big Brother was about to toss up the tiles and stopped. Oh, nothing. Something got in my eye. Using the excuse of rubbing my eyes, I wiped away the tears that had fallen. In the space of a morning, Big Brother and I had finished repairing everything that needed fixing. Watching the whole big family gather together again, Dad was in high spirits. Wife, kill a chicken at noon. We'll have chicken stewed with mushrooms. There's still liquor in the house, and us men will have a few drinks at noon. Mom answered and went off to get busy. Hanyan glanced at me, and I understood her meaning and nodded slightly. She turned and left the yard, heading back to our house. Before long, she returned, big belly and all, carrying a slaughtered wild duck in one hand and a basket with 8 duck eggs. Mom, I've already dressed the duck. I could see Dad was happy, and our whole family hasn't eaten a meal together in years, so let's have a good meal today. Watching this scene from outside the kitchen, I couldn't help but marvel. My wife really knew how to handle things. Mom looked at the dressed duck and didn't refuse again, pointing at the chopping block. Put it up there. You're pregnant. Don't tire yourself. Let your sister-in-law chop it. Okay. Hanyan pulled up a small stool and sat by the stove to help add firewood. Sister-in-law, there are also some duck giblets. Cut and stir-fry those too, as a drinking snack for Dad and the other men. Hoosie, Mom called out, and Big Brother's 6-year-old son Hoosie came running over. What is it, Grandma? Go to the base of the window and get Grandma a head of garlic and a scallion, and bring a piece of ginger too. Got it. Hoosie hopped off, and after a moment set the things on the stove. Just as he was about to turn away, he spotted the duck eggs. Grandma, what are these? Why are they bigger than chicken eggs, and the shells are green? Sister-in-law laughed. You silly little dear, what do you know? These are wild duck eggs your uncle dug up. Wild duck eggs. Hoosie reached out and touched them. So big, his eyes were full of longing. Go play with your little sister outside. Don't get in the way here. With one sentence, sister-in-law sent him off. Hoosie ran out and crouched on the ground with Hua Hua, teasing ants, asking as he played. Hua Hua, have you ever seen wild duck eggs? Wild duck eggs are so tasty. Hua Hua said proudly. Hoosie swallowed. Wild duck meat is even tastier. Hua Hua grew even prouder. Really? You've eaten wild duck meat? Yeah, brother Hoosie, wild duck meat is so tasty. Daddy said he'll let me eat meat every day from now on. Hoosie's stomach started growling, and he could barely swallow his drool fast enough. He turned and ran back into the kitchen. Mom, is this wild duck meat? He stared at the chunks sister-in-law was chopping. Yes, didn't I tell you? The wild duck nest your uncle dug up. Go play, don't get in the way. When it's done, I'll give you some. Hoosie swallowed and went out reluctantly. Look how the child craves it. Hurry up. Hanyan said. Well, can't blame him. It's been so long since he's had any meat. Mom sighed, her eyes aching. She glanced at the duck eggs on the stove. 8 of them. At noon, stir-fry 6. Boil 2. 1 for Hoosie and 1 for Hua Hua each. Yes, Mom, let me boil them. In the gap, while the stir-fry ingredients were being prepped, Hanyan added water to the pot and boiled 2 first. By the time the eggs were done, sister-in-law's ingredients were ready too. Hanyan rinsed the eggs in cold water, checked the temperature, and handed them to Mom. Mom, they're done. Let the 2 children eat first. Mom took the eggs and walked out, calling with a smile. Hoosie, Hua Hua, come eat wild duck eggs. The 2 children came bouncing over. Mom cracked the shells, gave Hoosie one, and helped peel Hua Hua's. Grandma, this egg is so tasty. Hoosie gobbled his down. Hua Hua took a small bite, broke off a piece, and held it up to Mom's mouth. The egg is tasty, Grandma, eat. Mom's eyes reddened instantly, and she swept Hua Hua into her arms. Grandma doesn't like it. Hua Hua, eat. Grandma, if it's this tasty, why don't you like it? Huzi wondered as he gulped. Grandma doesn't like the fishy smell. Grandma, it's so good, so tasty, no fishy smell. Hua stuffed another small piece into Mom's mouth. The moment that piece of egg entered her mouth, its rich aroma rose up, the white, tender, and smooth. Mom held the peeled duck egg, unable to take her eyes off it for the longest time. I have to say, this is even more fragrant than a chicken egg, she muttered under her breath. Sister-in-law, prepping the stir-fry ingredients, shot Hanyin a glance. Yinzi, Eryong going to the wild duck marsh is really not a good thing. Hanyin lowered her head and said nothing. The beaten eggs poured into the boiling oil, and big bubbles rose up. Sister-in-law pushed the half-cooked egg to the side of the wok, cleared the middle, and added a chopstick's worth of soybean paste. The paste sizzled in the oil, its aroma hitting the nose. Soybean paste stir-fried wild duck egg. Hanyin couldn't help but praise it, swallowing hard. Once the dish was done, sister-in-law plated it. I'll take this over as a drinking snack for the men first, then fry some peanuts. Sister-in-law, quick, grab a bite for me. Let me taste a piece first, it's too tempting. Grinning, Hanyin snatched a piece off sister-in-law's chopsticks into her mouth, nodding indistinctly. Sister-in-law, your cooking is really good. You'll have to teach me properly later. Sister-in-law laughed. We Sanjiang women have to know how to cook. That's how you hold on to a man's heart. Sure, I'll teach you well later. The first dish, soybean paste stir-fried wild duck egg, was set on the small table by the inner bed, and the cramped room was instantly filled with the warmth of home cooking. De Chong, the liquor's warmed, pour it, Dad said. I hurried to take the liquor pot from Big Brother's hand. Big Brother, let me. Big Brother glanced at me, said nothing, and handed me the pot. Dad watched this scene and said nothing, but satisfaction showed in his eyes. Earlier, he'd had his elder son pour the liquor because, having lived apart from me these past years, a distance had unknowingly grown between father and son. Now, seeing me take the pot on my own, he was content. Dad, I did wrong before, all things I shouldn't have done. I apologize to you. These words came from the bottom of my heart. The second cup I poured for Big Brother. Big Brother, I apologize to you. If not for you holding things up, who knows how much suffering Mom and Dad would have endured. Big Brother waved it off. Saying that makes us strangers. Who doesn't have moments of foolishness? Just live well from now on. Finally, I poured my own, stood up, and raised my cup above my head. First, a toast to Dad and Big Brother. Looking at my full sincerity, Dad and Big Brother's hearts churned. Who could have imagined that the Eryong, who was still a reckless troublemaker yesterday, could be so reasonable today? Dad's eyes were full of the light of satisfaction. Well, Eryong, the old saying puts it well. A prodigal son who returns is more precious than gold. From now on, you and Hanyin live well together. If you have any trouble, your brother and I will help you. There's no hurdle that can't be crossed. Right, Eryong? Blood brothers in battle, father and son on the front line. Big Brother took up the thread. We Lins are a small clan in the village, but if anyone really dares to bully the Lin family, with the two of us brothers' builds, they'd have to think it over carefully. Big Brother's words had a target. The largest clan in the village was the Sun family, who, banking on their numbers, never took the few smaller clans seriously. When I pushed to split off the household a couple of years ago, it made people look down on us even more, and their words always carried a challenging edge. Ordinarily, when something came up, I was of no use, and Big Brother could only avoid every confrontation, suffering plenty of petty grievances. Now, seeing me turn over a new leaf, he felt he could finally hold his head high. The three men raised their cups and drank them down. Ha ha ha, good. Harmony in the family brings prosperity in all things. Isn't this exactly that scene? With a hearty laugh, in came a man who looked even younger than Dad. Uncle, Big Brother, and I said in unison. I called your uncle over, Dad said. Today counts as a happy occasion for our family, so I called him to have a few cups with us. Eryong, all these years while you were messing, well, it was all thanks to your uncle's protection. Otherwise, the Sun's side would have crushed us. Dad was telling the truth. I quickly rose and gave Uncle a deep bow. Uncle, I was ignorant before and caused you a lot of worry. I must thank you properly. Silly boy, what are you saying? No matter what, I'm your uncle. How could I stand by and watch you fall on hard times? Uncle waved his hand, took off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and sat crosswise to Dad's left. Come, Uncle, let me fill your cup. I poured attentively. Sure. From now on, don't be so mulish, just live your life well. I nodded, filled everyone's cups, and the four of us raised them and drained them. Oh, really fragrant. This isn't the taste of chicken egg. Uncle has a sharp tongue. I said, these are wild duck eggs. I dug them up at the wild duck marsh last night. Good lad. Not bad. Your head works. Uncle praised. As long as you put it to honest use, your days ahead will surely be no worse than anyone else's. Brother-in-law, try this scallion fried wild duck giblets. There's also sweet-paced wild duck simmering in the pot, coming out soon. Mom brought in a dish. Uncle grabbed a bite of the giblets while they were hot. Hey, not bad. Sister-in-law, is this your eldest daughter-in-law's cooking? Yes, pretty good, right? Mom was a little proud. She's inherited your true skills. Her control of the heat is even more precise than yours. Uncle savored it slowly. Brother-in-law, if your tongue weren't so sharp, they wouldn't call it that. Of course you're better than me. Mom went out with a smile. Uncle was the production team's accountant, and he had always loved good food with a discerning palate. That the Lin family could hold its ground in the village was thanks to Uncle, a man who could hold his own in polite company. How's Dahai doing? Dad brought up Uncle's son. Works at the county post office, delivering letters. Anyway, it's better than staying in our village. He eats supplied grain. Speaking of his son, Uncle grew emotional. His mother passed early. Those years, if not for you, brother, and sister-in-law helping me look after the two kids, I wouldn't have known how to go on. Brother-in-law, you've made it through now, Dad said. Dahai became a postman, and Mimi's husband works at the county grain station too. Yeah, not bad. This year the grain station was hiring temporary workers, and I got Mimi placed in there too. Uncle didn't hide things from Big Brother's side, but it used up all my savings from these years. Dad lowered his voice. You had to spend money? Uncle glanced at Big Brother, then at us two brothers, as if he wanted to say something. He thought it over and changed the subject. Never mind, we'll talk about this another time. Watching Uncle's expression, I silently made a note. There was something to this. Eryong, you actually dared to go to the wild duck marsh? Weren't you afraid of getting stuck and not coming out? Uncle changed the subject, turning to me. Right, my mom worries about this too. Big Brother chimed in. Just then the sweet-paced wild duck came to the table, and Mom came in to add her word. Isn't that right? I said he's a reckless fool. Dad waved his hand. Enough. Today's a happy day. Gather everyone, old and young. Have Huzi and Hua Hua come too, and both daughters-in-law join the table today. All right, I'll go call them. Mom answered and went. The Lin family had come from Shandong to the northeast in grandfather's generation, and sometimes still observed the old hometown customs, like women not joining the table on important occasions. After a long time in the northeast, much of that old habit had faded, but there was still a bit of the old thinking in Dad's mind. Today he was clearly happy. One small table held 6 dishes, a bit crowded. Sister-in-law came in and stacked a few plates to clear space for the drinkers' cups. This bed table is a little small, I muttered. No one noticed. Only Hong Yin stole a glance at me. My thinking hadn't changed. The family's living had to be lifted up another notch, both my side and Mom and Dad's side. In the future, we'd get a big dining table, one that could at least hold 8 or 10 dishes. But for now, these words could only stay in my belly. The wild duck was delicious, and the whole family praised it endlessly, especially sister-in-law's cooking, praising her until she lost her bearings. Eryong, this too is thanks to you. Uncle, if you like it, eat more. From now on. Hongyan shot me a glare. Don't mention from now on. From now on, you're not allowed to go to the wild duck marsh. Mom cut in first. I smiled. Mom, have you been to the wild duck marsh? An old woman like me, how would I dare go to a place like that? Mom retorted crossly. I wasn't in a hurry to respond. I clinked cups again with Uncle, Dad, and Big Brother first, then leisurely asked Uncle. Uncle, you're the team's accountant. You get around a lot and have wide knowledge. Let me ask you about something. Uncle shot me a glare. Don't flatter me. You think I don't know what's on your mind. Out with it. These wild duck eggs, give me an estimate. What price would they fetch in the county? Uncle gave me a meaningful look, grabbed a bite of the paste-fried wild duck egg, and savored it slowly in his mouth. Chicken eggs go for 7 cents each in the county town now. That's the chicken egg price. Duck eggs are bigger than chicken eggs, so the price is definitely higher. But those are ordinary duck eggs. Wild duck eggs are different. I've never heard of anyone raising wild ducks. Rarity makes things precious. Watching the duck eggs on the plate dwindle, Mom got a little anxious. Brother-in-law, out with it. Exactly how much money? Let me think. Uncle stroked his chin and tilted his head, pondering. The whole table was staring at him, waiting for him to name a price. Uncle finally spoke. He said unhurriedly, these wild duck eggs, in the county town, I reckon they'd fetch 15 cents each. What? 15 cents. Mom's eyes shot wide open. Uncle nodded. Sister-in-law, I figure it's about right. They could sell for that price. Mom cast a pained glance at the plate of paste-fried wild duck eggs on the table. That wasn't a plate of food. That was plainly a plate of money. 6 eggs, 15 cents each. One at 15 cents. 6 would be 90 cents, a full 90 cents. That was nearly equal to a strong laborer's work points for a whole month. Had she known they were worth this much, there was no way she'd have squandered them like this today. Seeing how it pained Mom, my heart ached. I understood her. A commune member toiled a whole month, and the year-end dividend was only 8 or 10 yuan. I came from the countryside, and I knew the hardship in this. Then, Uncle, how much do you think a wild duck is worth each? To make Mom truly understand the value of the wild ducks, I steeled myself and twisted the knife again. Uncle mused for a moment, then said slowly, a hen we raise at home is about 5 yuan. Ducks are bigger than chickens, so the price is higher. An ordinary duck could sell for 8 yuan. As for these wild ducks, I'd say at least 10 yuan, maybe even 12, someone would want them. Nobody raises wild ducks, they're rare. Mom's body swayed slightly. Mom, what's wrong? Sister-in-law noticed something amiss and reached out to steady her. Oh, nothing. Maybe it's the smoke, my head aches a bit. Mom was a woman who cared about appearances. The dishes were already on the table, and she couldn't very well call them too precious to eat. Besides, there were no outsiders today, and good water shouldn't flow to others' fields, so a bargain was a bargain for our own family. Actually, hearing that price, even Big Brother, sister-in-law, and Dad couldn't sit still. Dad's chopsticks, already reaching out, hovered over the duck plate, then veered to the peanuts and picked up one to chew. 12 yuan a duck, equal to his whole year of farm work. But from what I'd said, one trip around the wild duck marsh at night brought back 2 ducks plus 10 eggs. 1 egg at 15 cents, 10 at 1 yuan 50. 2 ducks at 24, plus eggs at 150, 25 yuan 50. He and Big Brother, 2 strong laborers. The whole family's year-end dividend this year wasn't even 30 yuan. This kid Young, 1 trip around at night, equal to the whole family working a whole year. Utterly unreasonable. I knew it was time to change the family's way of thinking. Dad, Big Brother, the way I see it, to really make money you have to rely on side work. I glanced at Mom. Mom, don't feel bad about these few ducks either. This is nothing. We should eat what we eat and drink what we drink. You can't skimp good living out of your own mouth. Mom had wanted to say to save the duck for the 2 children, but I blocked her. Hua Hua is 4 already and still this thin, and not tall enough either. That's malnutrition. In the end, it's because I, her father, wasn't up to snuff before. Hongyan's been pregnant for several months, and if the nutrition keeps falling short, I'm afraid there'll be a difficult labor. I didn't say the part about it being bad for the fetus's development. That concept was too far ahead of them. At the words difficult labor, Mom grew nervous. Young, don't talk nonsense. A perfectly fine person saying such unlucky things. Mom, when I was messing around out there, I also met some capable people. A county doctor once said that country women who are malnourished have more difficult labors. Bringing up a county doctor, Mom fell silent. In these times, to get people to believe you, either say the newspaper wrote it or say a city person said it. A county doctor counted as a city person, so it worked. Young, tell us more about last night at the Wild Duck Marsh, in detail. Big Brother spoke up first. Right, tell it well. Dad spoke too. Mom could see it. The old man and the eldest had gotten ideas. At the thought of how precious the ducks and eggs were, her uneasy worries lessened. I settled myself and recalled last night. That marsh is pretty big. In less than an hour I found a nest. Wild ducks move in groups, so where there's one nest there are many. Right now is the laying and hatching season, so they've all split into pairs. I figure that stretch of water has at least a few dozen nests. A few dozen nests, are you sure? Close to it. Isn't that place supposed to be dangerous? Mom still hesitated. I smiled. There's definitely danger, but if you control it well, there's no problem. Otherwise, all those valuable wild ducks would have been caught long ago. Uncle nodded. Young's right. But how do you control the safety? Who among us would know? I know. I chewed a bite of food and pointed at the tip of my own nose with my chopsticks. How do you know? Big Brother asked eagerly. That's why I say my time out there wasn't wasted. I smiled. Last time I was gambling, I met an old hunter. He lost money and had nothing to pay with, so he passed this skill on to me. Gambling and winning back a skill. That's the first time I've heard of that in over half a lifetime. Dad was astonished. Then you really made out big. Uncle said, isn't that so? That's exactly why I stopped gambling. I took the chance to give myself a reason for turning over a new leaf. From now on, relying on hunting. Why would I worry about not living well? The whole family's gaze at me had changed, and there was even envy in Big Brother's eyes. I figure this skill isn't just mine to use. I can teach Big Brother too. So we'd earn double, right? No, you two brothers can't be the only ones doing it. Your uncle and I have to do it too. Dad said, right, blood brothers in battle, father and son on the front line. Big Brother was full of energy. Dad wasn't yet 50, and Uncle had just turned 45, both able-bodied ages in the countryside. In these times, people were physically fit to begin with, so Dad's proposal was perfectly reasonable. Then we'd better prepare quickly. It's already autumn, and any later the wild ducks will fly south. I said, all right, once we finish eating, let's get right to it. Dad slapped his thigh. Don't let it be just you men. Mom said with a firm face. Hong Yen and the two children stay home this afternoon, but the eldest daughter-in-law and I are going too. Good, the whole family into action. Everyone said in unison. This time the whole family was going together, so we couldn't follow the old routine. We had to try something new. I found some thatch grass and first bound it into the shape of a duck, then stuck on all the feathers from the wild duck we'd slaughtered earlier, even fitting on the leftover duck bill. A lifelike wild duck was made. Eryong, what are you doing? Are you going to worship the duck god? Mom was puzzled. What would an old woman like you know? This is for luring wild ducks. Dad said proudly. Eryong's hands are so clever, he bound it so lifelike. Sister-in-law's face couldn't hide her envy. Mom, there's rice at home, right? Get me a few, Jean. What? Mom's eyes went wide. A fake duck needs to eat rice too? Mom, how can you not get it? That's bait for the real wild ducks. Bait's bait. Why does it need a few, Jean? Can't you just use some corn? Rice is so precious. Mom was unwilling. I held my patience. Mom, rice is precious, but wild ducks love to eat it. A few, Jean, is a reserve anyway. Depending on the situation, if there are lots of ducks, we scatter more. The more we scatter, the more we catch. Isn't that right? Mom, wild ducks are worth more than rice. How can you not figure out this account? Sister-in-law also urged. Mom's face darkened, pained. If you can't bring back ducks and waste my rice, I won't let it slide. With that, she reluctantly went into the inner room. Rice was precious, and she didn't keep it in the kitchen but locked it in the bed cabinet in the inner room. While Mom went to fetch the rice, I taught Big Brother, Dad, and the others how to make a catching net. Hong Yin and sister-in-law lent a hand, and in a little while we had woven a large hemp rope net. I led, followed by Big Brother, Dad, and Uncle. Mom and sister-in-law supported each other, and we left the village. Passing by the water pump well, we ran into Sun Chengchuan's wife. Oh, isn't this Big Brother Dongqing's whole family? Sister Dongqing, where are you all off to? Sun Chengquan and my dad had been friends since childhood. The two were close, so naturally he was familiar with his wife too. Only, the moment she caught sight of my uncle, her expression turned a little uneasy. Chengchuan's wife, want to go take a look in the fields, see if there's any leftover corn to pick up. Mom couldn't lie, and her own face flushed as she spoke. She lowered her head and quickened her pace forward. Sun Chengchuan's wife saw Big Brother and me carrying a large net. Though she couldn't figure out what we were up to, it certainly wasn't picking up corn. The autumn harvest was over how many days ago, and picking up corn was a story to fool ghosts. Country women were shrewd. Mom didn't want people to know our family could catch wild ducks, afraid of stirring up unnecessary trouble. Watching our family's receding backs, Sun Chengchuan's wife scowled, shouldered her water, and went home. Sun Chengchuan's house. Sun Chengquan had a habit. After his noon meal, he always lay on the bed for a nap. Smack! A slap on his rear jolted the drowsy Sun Chengquan awake. He shot upright and roared at his wife. You old hag! Do you want to scare me to death? You silly old man! All you know is to sleep like a fool all day. His wife's face was full of mystery. You know what I just saw? Saw what? Sun Chengquan said impatiently. At the well, I ran into Lin Dongqing's whole family walking out of the village, and even Lin Shiqing was following along. Sun Chengquan sneered. Puffed. Probably went to work the land. That sloped plot of theirs is no good. One rain and the soil washes away, exposing the roots of the corn stalks. Then what does it mean that De Chong and Yong were carrying a big hemp net? His wife pressed. And when I asked Sister Dongqing where they were going, she said to pick up corn in the fields, and her face turned red as she said it. Hearing this, Sun Chengquan perked up, narrowing his eyes and thinking it over. Carrying a net, definitely not working the land. He sat up straight on the bed. I reckon they've most likely gone to the wild duck marsh to net wild ducks. They dare go to the wild duck marsh. Sun Chengchuan's wife was startled. Bold enough, not afraid the whole family sinks in. Yeah, strange. Sun Qingquan grabbed his clothes and put them on. No good. I've got to go take a look. Where are you going? His wife was a little anxious. Sun Qingquan's face was full of scheming. I'm not going to the wild duck marsh. That thing's deadly. I'll just wait on the road part way. They'll come back eventually. If they really netted wild ducks. Heh. I don't believe Lin Dongqing would have the nerve to keep it all to himself. You sly old devil. His wife was quite pleased with this idea. In the afternoon, the sunlight at the wild duck marsh wasn't as harsh as at noon. A light breeze stirred, and dappled light rippled across the water's surface. The reeds rustled, and now and then came the calls of birds and cicadas from afar. Sweat beaded on everyone's foreheads. I always used to hear people say the wild duck marsh swallows people to death. Never thought this view would be so pretty. Mom wiped her sweat and stood on the high slope to cool off in the wind. Old woman's mouth, don't talk nonsense. Dad retorted crossly. Mom seemed to sense the words were unlucky too, and quickly kept a straight face and spat on the ground. Pooey, my mouth's foul and ignorant, Dragon King. Don't blame this old woman. I nearly laughed watching. Mom had always been superstitious, and the Northeast had many taboos about going into the mountains. But as someone who'd hunted for most of a lifetime, I didn't take any of this to heart. Mom, Dad, Uncle, Big Brother, Sister-in-law, all come here. Let me first go over the safety essentials. Don't be superstitious, just do as I say, and it'll be fine. I gave everyone a reassuring word first. First, no running around without my direction. You can only stay in places I've confirmed. For places not confirmed, wait until I've confirmed them before going over. Second, always watch your surroundings. Keep at least one other person in sight. Don't get separated. Third, if you really do get separated, stay put and just shout loudly. Good, got it. I first led everyone up to the small high slope we'd reached first that night, then climbed that tree, surveyed the water again, and finally settled on a spot suitable for setting the net. Let's go. Big brother and sister-in-law, one group, watch each other closely. Dad and mom, one group, keep an eye on each other. Uncle, stick close to me. Though this area was mostly flat, there were inevitably some ditches and ridges. Grouping people in advance, those already together were split into pairs so they'd watch out for each other more closely. Uncle glanced at me and sighed inwardly. Brother, Eryong's rules are getting bigger and bigger. Uffed. Why don't you mention how much of the family fortune he lost before? Dad still put on airs, but in his heart he'd actually accepted it. We reached the net-setting spot, a stretch of swamp by the water. I first probed out a safe zone for everyone to guard, and Big Brother and I scouted ahead. After surveying every angle, we picked the position. We'll set the net right here. I pointed at a small open area in front, confirmed it was safe, and then called everyone over. Look, this spot turns a bend up ahead, and by the water there's another open area. That water has lots of fish and shrimp, so the wild ducks around often come over. We set the net here, scatter grain on the open ground ahead, arrange it into a bait line, and we can lure the ducks over. The 6 of us raise 6 poles to hold the net up, and once the ducks are under the net, on my command, when I shout pull, everyone yanks the ropes back together. To ensure everyone moved in sync, I had everyone pretend to grab the ropes and simulate the shout of pull, tried it a few times, adjusted the range of motion for a few people, and figured there'd be no problem. The net was set, the bait scattered. I arranged the fake duck, tied to a thin string, and gave it a test. It twitched and moved, enough to attract the flock. Everyone lightly hold your rope ends in position. Listen for my command. The 6 people hid in different directions, so the net would fall straight down. Eryong, half the day's gone, and we haven't seen a single duck. Don't go wasting all the grain we brought. Mom was uneasy. She'd seen it. I'd scattered several jean of pure white rice on the ground. I checked the sky. Mom, don't rush, it's about time now. Ducks come out to forage near dusk, it'll be soon. What would an old woman like you know? Doesn't Eryong know more than you? Just obediently follow orders. Dad said impatiently. Mom shot him a glare and shrank back to her position. Before long, a chorus of quacking came from the sky, a huge flock. I silently estimated 40 or 50. The flock flew over, blocking out half the sunlight below. First a portion landed on the water, merrily catching little fish and shrimp, then more and more came down. The fish and shrimp in the water weren't enough to go around, and some ducks began pecking and biting each other, some even snatching food from others' mouths. I tugged the fake duck, twitching it to draw their attention. But the ducks were too focused on the food in the water, and it didn't work. Mom's position faced mine directly, Seeing the temptation fail, her expression was so anxious she looked ready to rush over and grab them herself. Uncle at the other end also knit his brows tight. Just as everyone was getting anxious, from my side suddenly came a quacking sound, excited and exaggerated, like a duck that had found a feast singing a song. The fake duck moved more noticeably too. This finally caught the attention of the ducks on the water, and some began scurrying toward the bait. 1, 2, 3, more and more, all discovering that pure white rice. Rice was the wild duck's favorite. My duck call seemed to add to the fun. Following the bait line around the bend, one duck went under the net, completely unaware of the large net hanging overhead. I waited quietly, hoping this time the rice I'd brought was enough to let more ducks into the net. But there were simply too many ducks, and the rice was clearly running short. At this rate, before they were all in, I was afraid they'd eat all the bait. Watching the rice dwindle, I could only steel myself and act. Pull the net. I let out a roar. The great net dropped from the sky. Most of the ducks were just about to take flight when they were trapped beneath it. Everyone rushed out. The ones not in the net startled and flew off, and two trapped at the net's edge wrenched their wings free and flew away too. Rushing toward the net, Mom slapped her thigh. I had to chong. How did your side not hold them? Two flew off. The way it pained her, you'd think DeChong had let them go on purpose. Under the net, a big pile of wild ducks quacked in alarm and flapped about. Quick, get the rope. Her father, hold down your side. One's about to run. Brother-in-law, hurry, help me hold this one down. The loudest of all was still Mom. After a flurry of scrambling, we finally got it done, everyone's face wearing a brilliant smile. 23. Uncle was the first to report the count. Good heavens, that many. Sister-in-law marveled. If two hadn't gotten away on DeChong's side, it'd be 25. Mom still with her pained refrain. I ignored everyone and climbed a big tree to gaze into the distance. It was only after they tied up the ducks that they noticed my odd behavior. Eryong, what are you climbing the tree for? Big brother asked from below. I shaded my eyes with my hand and looked for a good while before climbing down. Hurry and pack up, let's go. Over there's a wild duck nesting ground. We're going to raid the nests. Hearing this, everyone was fired up again, excitement in their eyes. She'll keep it down. Mom, you and sister-in-law watch the ducks here. Us men will go over. Sure, you go. I guarantee not a single one lost. Mom was full of energy and shot Dad another glance. Her father, can you manage? Or should I go and you watch? No matter what, I'm a man. Aren't I better than an old woman? Dad shot her a glare and followed without looking back. I walked ahead, scouting the path, wary of the sinking mud underfoot, parting the grass with my walking stick. There's a nest here. My voice wasn't loud, nor was I especially careful. This nest had no duck, just a pile of eggs. Whoa, 8. Uncle had sharp eyes. I figure there's more ahead. Look over there. I led the way forward, and Big Brother crouched by the nest to carefully pick up the 8 eggs. Sure enough, not far off was another nest, and this one had a big duck crouching. I threw my jacket over it. The big duck hesitated a moment and was trapped by me. Looking closely, under its wings was a big pile of ducklings. Hey, there are ducklings too. Everyone was delighted. I lifted the big duck, tied it up, and handed it to Uncle. Dad scooped up the whole batch of ducklings with his jacket. 10. His tone couldn't hide his excitement. Eryong, can these ducklings be raised? In his eyes, I was now a wild duck expert. They can, I answered calmly. We searched a bit further and found another nest. No big duck, 10 eggs. Looking closely, I saw a few eggs faintly showing black. They're about to hatch. Incubate them a bit more when we get back, and we'll have another batch. Big Brother took my jacket and wrapped these 10 separately, afraid of mixing them up. I checked the sky. It's getting late. We won't search anymore today. Even if we found more, we couldn't carry them. It's too much. There was some reluctance in Uncle's eyes, but seeing everyone's hands were full, with 23 more outside, we really couldn't catch any more. All right, we'll come again tomorrow. Mom, quick, look at the ducklings. The moment Big Brother saw Mom, he called out. Mom rushed up in a few steps and cupped the ducklings in her hands. The black and yellow down was truly adorable. These little things, they're just precious to look at. She held one up and kissed it. Dad, beside her, said, look at you. You don't even fuss over your own man this much. Big Brother, sister-in-law, and I exchanged looks and smiled. The old man was jealous. Humph, an old man getting into a spat with ducklings. If word got out, it'd be shameful enough. Mom didn't hold back. You're not shameful, hugging a duck and kissing it. Dad wouldn't yield. Ha ha ha. We couldn't hold it in. The old couple flushed and each went to gather their things. There's a tree hollow up ahead. I spotted it first. We'll put the net in there, so tomorrow when we come we won't have to carry it. I pointed at a big tree not far off. The net was stuffed into the tree hollow, and a few tools we weren't taking were tossed in too, the opening covered with thatch grass. Not carrying the tools lightened the load a lot, but 24 live ducks quacking endlessly were still a big load. Big Brother and I carried 12 with a long wooden pole, and Dad and Uncle carried the other 12. The eggs and ducklings were held by sister-in-law and Mom, and the group walked happily toward the village. Just ahead, the bend was the fork in the road. Uncle suddenly said, "Everyone stop." The group was tired from walking too, so they set down their loads and looked at him, puzzled. Haha, if I'm not mistaken, someone's waiting for us up ahead. There was cunning in Uncle's eyes. Who? Mom was puzzled. Sister-in-law, if you don't believe me, have DeChong sneak over and look. Sun Qingquan is surely crouching under the big tree. Uncle was quite certain. Dad didn't quite believe it. Well, DeChong, go over and take a look, lightly, don't let him see you. Big Brother tightened his belt, hunched over, and crept off on tiptoe. Before long he came back, his face full of disbelief. Uncle, you really called it. Sun Qingquan's sitting under the big tree smoking his pipe. Looks like he's been there a good while, just like he's waiting for us. Uncle smiled. When we first came out, his wife asked us, "Didn't I say we were going to pick up corn?" Mom cut in. "How did she know we were going to catch ducks?" Sister-in-law, when you tell a lie, anyone can see it. She may not know exactly what we're up to, but Sun Qingquan's sharp. Once she said we were carrying a net. Wouldn't he have guessed it? Uncle grinned wickedly. Oomph, wanting to eat our wild ducks for free, he's dreaming. Come, there's a small path over there. We'll go around and let him wait. Uncle's discovery set Dad's anxious heart at ease. He and Sun Qingquan were childhood friends, no shallow friendship, and if they really ran into him, knowing his nature, he'd have trouble even saying no to giving away one. We went around Sun Qingquan's interception via the small path. Uncle said, "Don't go to the old house. Go to Yong's place." My house was right at the edge of the village, and since I was usually a good-for-nothing who didn't get along well with the villagers, no one dropped by on their own. Now it turned out to be a good spot to avoid people coming to catch a share. Carry them all inside. It's too loud in the yard. Mom now fretted more than anyone. When there were good things, family came first. As for outsiders, no matter the relationship, they all had to step aside. 24 big wild ducks lay on the floor of the room, flapping about. Mom carefully set the batch of downy ducklings on the bed, where they chirped and peeped. 18 eggs were placed on the bed too, 10 of which were about to hatch, on the verge of breaking their shells. On the way back, the whole family had chatted and laughed, in high spirits. Now that the excitement had passed, looking at this big pile of gains, everyone instead fell silent, with a faint trace of awkwardness. Everyone understood in their hearts that this awkwardness was because of how to divide it next. They were all family, true, but after all the households had been split. Uncle lived on his own, Hanyin and I had split off too, and Mom and Dad lived with Big Brother and sister-in-law at the old house. How were these things before us to be divided? Who got more? Who got less? Or was it equal? When a traditional family faced such a matter, no one felt right speaking up first. I understood clearly. If this beginning wasn't handled well, it would be a hidden trouble for the family going forward. Handle it well, and everyone was happy. Handle it poorly, and things fell apart. Never mind that there wasn't much, the method of division would affect whether we could keep working together. Thinking it over, this wasn't the right moment to bring it up. The mood wasn't right. Today's a great start for us. Our first time out, in such a big haul. There are long good days ahead. Why's everyone gone quiet? How about this? Let's eat first and have a few cups to celebrate. At these words, everyone was freed from the awkwardness and broke into smiles. Right, right? We've been so busy we got dizzy and forgot about something as big as eating. Mom smoothed things over. Sister-in-law, watch the things here first. Don't let anyone sneak in and swipe them. We'll go back and prepare the food, and in a bit I'll have Han come relieve you. I arranged accordingly. No need. Let the eldest daughter-in-law go back and prepare food with Han. These old bones of mine are tired, and besides, I can't bear to leave these little treasures. I have to watch them. Mom's eyes cast a reluctant glance at the pile of downy little ducks. Actually, arranging for sister-in-law just now was deliberate. Ordering my own mother to do work first would look unfilial, so I ordered sister-in-law first, which was really a lead-in. Knowing Mom's temperament, saying it this way pleased her. Sister-in-law glanced at me, a bit more approval in her eyes. Uncle's gaze was more complex. I say, Yong, You handle things more and more thoroughly. Uncle, listen to you. If I do anything wrong going forward, you'll have to guide me more. I said long ago, your head works well. Put to honest use, you're definitely a somebody. Uncle said, as if with insight. Both sister-in-law and Han Yin were skilled at housework, and before long a table of dishes was set. Han Yin wolfed down a few bites, hurrying to relieve Mom and let her come back. Autumn had just arrived, and the firebed at home was lit. The little room was warm and toasty, steam rising from the bed table. A few cups down, everyone's face glowed with a ruddy sheen. Seeing the moment was about right, I glanced at Dad and Uncle, then at Big Brother, sister-in-law, and Mom, and slowly spoke. Mom, Dad, Uncle, Big Brother, sister-in-law, today's the happiest day for us. But as the old saying goes, even blood brothers keep clear accounts. We're going to keep working together, so some things need to be made clear early. When everyone's clear in their hearts, this can be carried on. If there are knots buried in hearts, it might fall apart. How we divide today's things, and how we divide what we bring back going forward, let's discuss the rules together. Who should do what? Who should get how much? Out in the open. Say whatever's on your mind, don't hold it in. I tried to speak in detail, giving everyone a buffer and time to mull it over. As my words fell, the lively atmosphere turned awkward again, and no one spoke. To me, this was a good thing. It showed everyone was truly weighing their own worth and future interests in their hearts. Everyone mull my words over first, no rush to speak. Come, drinking doesn't stop us from thinking things through. Here's one. I pulled the mood back a bit. This toast wasn't as lively as the previous ones, and some people's movements were a bit slower, but it was better than before. Eryong's right. Uncle spoke first, taking advantage of the opening I'd made. If it were once or twice, who gets more or less, or an even split, it wouldn't matter, we're family. But to work at it long term, we really can't just make do. Eryong, since you came back I've seen you grow a lot. You learn things out there too. Dad spoke. Why don't you come up with the rules? All right, since Dad says so, I'll give it a try. I'll propose a method, and if anyone thinks something's not right, feel free to raise it. We'll discuss and revise until everyone's satisfied. I paused. This hunting side work, everyone's seen it, the money comes fast, and it's work we can do long term. Today's haul is on the small side. Going forward, there'll be big game. Besides wild ducks, there are plenty of fish in that marsh. Looking further ahead, come winter when the ducks fly off and the fish are sealed under the ice, that's when the real big game comes. Big Brother got interested. Eryong's right. These wild ducks really are small stuff. Last year I saw an old hunter over at Haishan village bag a roe deer. Good heavens, was it fat? Just the one roe deer hide sold for 15 yuan. Dad nodded. There are plenty of treasures in these old northeast forests of ours. Too bad we don't know how to dig medicinal herbs or ginseng, or this path would be even wider. Brother, your heart's big enough. Aren't wild ducks and roe deer enough to make you rich? Uncle teased. I smiled and said nothing. I knew all of these, but revealing too many skills at once would seem unbelievable to family. No need. This bit of a haul had already made them believe the grand picture I painted. That was enough. When it comes to dividing interests, naturally some get more and some less, and it's inevitable someone harbors a knot. What to do? Talk about the vision. With a grand vision, that bit of personal small interest becomes easy to let go. Talking about the vision has another benefit. Everyone naturally cedes more interest to the one who talks about the vision. After all, in doing great things, everyone understands that geese can't fly without a leader, and everyone knows not just anyone can lead the group to turn the vision into reality. A capable person taking more becomes only natural. This is also why those business tycoons of later generations all love to talk about vision. With the earlier vision as a foundation, the matter that followed was easier to broach. After all, touching every person's immediate interests was a sensitive topic. I mused briefly. Going forward, as long as most of the family works together, the haul follows this rule. What counts as most of the family working together? Let me explain first. For instance, if Uncle sometimes can't come because of team business, in such a case Uncle still gets a share. But Uncle then has to help keep accounts and set prices for the goods. That work isn't light either, and the little details add up to a fair amount of time. They were all family, and it sounded reasonable. Everyone nodded. Now the division method. The whole haul is split into two portions, one of 70%, one of 30%. The 70% is the big part, counted as the family shares, divided equally by adult head count. Huzi and Hua Hua are too young to count, and Hong Yin's unborn little one in her belly counts even less. This was all logical, and clearly I'd taken a bit of a loss myself. Mom glanced at everyone. as if wanting to say something, but in the end held her tongue. I smiled and comforted her. Mom, don't worry about it. This side work of mine will bring in quite a lot down the road. I don't care about this little bit. Saying this much was for Mom to hear, and also to let everyone understand I was looking out for the group's interests. The head who leads has to have a bit of a spirit of sacrifice. I'd thought about this long ago. Those foolish things in my past life made me regret for most of a lifetime. In this life, I would lead the whole family to a good life. Everyone's gaze at me changed, and even Dad's eyes held respect. Of the remaining 30%, a portion goes to reimburse the costs we put in. For instance, the few gene of rice my mom brought this time has to be converted back. Mom's eyes narrowed to slits. Ah, we're all family. Why calculate so precisely? It's just a few gene of rice. Everyone understood in their hearts. Saying it that way with their mouths, their hearts felt differently after all. It was just being polite. Mom's is different, I said. Think about catching ducks today. Didn't we catch quite a few fewer? Why? We didn't bring enough bait. If we'd brought enough today, catching another 10 or so would have been no problem. Mom looked a little embarrassed. I'm not blaming you. Rice is precious, I understand. But going forward we'll hunt other game too, and the bait might have to be meat. Once or twice is nothing, but always having you provide it long-term won't do either. Besides, if what's used isn't converted back, who'll be willing to contribute going forward? Hunting doesn't just need bait. There'll be lots of gear used later. As long as it's something we've used, it all gets converted back at value. Mom nodded. Aryong's right, I understand. This is good. Doing things has to be this open. Sister-in-law nodded slightly too, a bit more respect in her gaze at me. Big brother hardly chimed in from start to finish. He'd always been a silent gourd, honest and simple, not one to fuss over how much. Then for what's left, Aryong, you say how to arrange it. We'll all listen to you. With the 70% even split as a base, Uncle had completely loosened up and his words flowed. Yeah, Aryong, you say, let it all be arranged by you. This hunting will need added gear going forward. Expenses are inevitable, so we have to set aside in advance. Of the 30%, set aside 10%, part for each trip's costs, the rest for purchasing materials. I figure it's enough, if not we'll discuss again. Of the remaining 20%, I take 10, as the head of this family hunting team. I wonder if everyone's willing. Taking an extra 10% of the total, I had to consider others' feelings, so I still asked for input. No problem. Uncle spoke first. For one, you started this. For two, hunting is a matter of risking your life. None of us understand it. We all rely on you. This 10% is really not much. Dad, Mom, Big Brother, and sister-in-law all nodded in agreement. Good. Then there's a last 10%, split into two portions, 2 of 5% each. One portion goes to whoever contributes the most effort on each hunt. Everyone's eyes fell on Big Brother. They all understood this was me speaking up for Big Brother. Hunting was heavy labor, and Big Brother was the strongest, so he inevitably did more. Sister-in-law looked at me gratefully. We're all family. No one fusses over who does more or less. But Aryong, you've considered it thoroughly. Your brother and I thank you. So open. I toast you a cup. With that she drained it. Yes, arranging it this way is open. We're all willing. Dad, Mom, and Uncle expressed their agreement too. Then the last 5%, save it for year's end, and divide it once more based on contribution. It's not all for one person either, but assessed by the whole family based on each one's usual effort and role, an accumulated reward given once more. This distribution is only for you all to share. I don't take part. No one expected I'd thought of even this, and they admired me utterly. Only, my saying I wouldn't take part in this reward made everyone feel it was unfair to me. Aryong handles things openly, but I don't agree with this part. Uncle again spoke first. Hunting can't do without you. You say as the head you take an extra 10%, but you do plenty of work day to day too. So this second distribution has to have your share too. If everyone feels your merit is greatest, you should still take the big part. Right, I think Uncle makes sense. Sister-in-law followed. This can't be decided by you, Aryong, alone. We get to speak too. We'll do as your uncle said. Dad settled it with one stroke. A distribution that looked awkward and hard to handle. I skillfully dissolved into a happy outcome for all. The whole family seemed to see a bigger hope, and their hearts were completely at ease. Come, for our family's hunting business, here's one. Uncle rushed to fill my cup, then Dad's. Big Brother didn't let Uncle pour his. He took the plastic liquor jug and first poured for Uncle, then for Mom and himself. Sister-in-law took the jug and poured herself a cup too. For our family to live a good life, cheers. 6 cups, for households. One clan gathered in one place, clinked their cups, and drained them. Bang, bang, bang. A pounding on the door suddenly came from outside. Everyone exchanged looks, their faces changing abruptly. Having just netted wild ducks and brought them back, plus eating so well tonight. If someone saw, who knew what trouble it might stir? In these times, whenever a household ate something good for no reason, it was done in secret. Mom was the first to slide down off the bed, hurriedly picking up the basin of stewed wild duck. Unable to find anywhere to hide it for a moment, she lifted the red lacquered cabinet nearest the bed's edge and stuffed it in. Sister-in-law slid down too, handing over a bowl of stir-fried duck giblets, which she tucked into the cabinet in one motion. Uncle handed over a plate of stir-fried wild duck eggs, and Mom waved her hand, saying quietly, "No more room." Uncle was at a loss, spinning around anxiously. Big Brother pointed at the outer room. Uncle carried the plate out, set it on the earthen platform, grabbed a winnowing basket and covered it, then pointed sister-in-law toward a flat basket on the other side. Sister-in-law carried out a basin of chicken stewed with mushrooms and followed to hide it. In the blink of an eye, the little bed table was cleared spotless, even the tabletop wiped clean by Mom. Watching this family act like thieves, I felt uneasy, yet couldn't help marveling. They coordinated so seamlessly it was like magic, everything hidden in a flash. Knock, knock, knock. "Brother Donching, are you home?" A Drake's quack voice hollered outside. It was Sun Chinquan. "Ha ha ha, Brother Donching, Sister Donching, you're both home." Sun Chinquan came in, guffawing all the way. Mom instinctively glanced at the red lacquered cabinet, turned to the outer room to fetch the standing teapot, filled it with plain hot water, and set out a coarse porcelain bowl on the table. "Chinquan, have you eaten? Come have some water." She made small talk for lack of anything to say. Sun Chinquan chuckled. "It's this late. How could I not have eaten? Don't tell me I was waiting for someone to deliver me chicken stewed with mushrooms and sweet paste braised wild duck." Dad and Mom exchanged a look, their faces both awkward and astonished. Chicken stewed with mushrooms and sweet paste braised wild duck were exactly the dishes eaten tonight. Had he been peeping from outside long ago? Even I found it strange. Sun Chinquan clearly wasn't just talking off the top of his head. He sniffed hard twice. Soybean paste stir-fried eggs? As if hesitating, then sniffing deeply again. "I-oh, this is even more fragrant than paste-fried chicken eggs. Must be stir-fried wild duck eggs." His eyes roamed the room. Such a fine table of dishes, a shame there's no liquor. Add a plate of deep-fried peanuts, and it'd be complete. I noticed that, except for that dish of paste-fried wild duck giblets, he'd named nearly everything eaten tonight. These words astonished the Lin family, even shocked them. Even the ever-quick-witted uncle didn't know how to respond. The sharp-tongued sister-in-law's lips moved twice, but in the end no words came out. Something stirred in me. Right at this awkward moment for the whole family, I chuckled. "Uncle Chinquan, you and my dad have been friends since childhood. Once you're at the house, don't treat yourself as an outsider. We just thought an outsider had come." Sun Chinquan was pleased. "Yong, I like hearing that. Go on. Uncle Chinquan, our whole family went out this afternoon. Annie must have told you, right?" Sun Qingchuan's expression stalled slightly, a bit awkward. "Then do you know where we went this afternoon?" "I'm not the tapeworm in your bellies. How would I know?" he said with a touch of displeasure. "So Annie said nothing? Didn't tell you she ran into our whole family at the well?" Sun Chinquan said nothing. "Uncle Chinquan, say something. Did Annie tell you that my brother and I went out carrying a big net?" "Your Annie mentioned it. Said your mom told her you were going to work the land." He explained awkwardly. "My mom just said that off the cuff. And you believed we went to work the land? Can you work wild ducks out of the land? And paste braised wild duck, stir-fried wild duck eggs? If working the land could produce this stuff, I figure the whole village would skip sleep tonight and go work the land." Sun Qingchuan's eyes kept darting toward the red lacquered cabinet, clearly having spotted something fishy, but my words left him in a bit of a bind. Going to the wild duck marsh to net ducks was a matter of trading your life. For someone else to trade their life for game while he waited on the road to snatch, it was itself not decent. If he really knew they'd gone to the wild duck marsh, why hadn't he followed to lend a hand? It didn't hold up by reason or sentiment. The words had reached this point, one thin layer of paper away, and neither side had pierced it. "Uncle Chinquan, we're not outsiders, I'll speak plainly." Mom, standing behind and to the side of Sun Chinquan, kept winking hard at me. She didn't want me to poke through this layer of paper. I paused, looking at Sun Chinquan. By now he too sensed he was in the wrong, and had lost the arrogance he'd had coming in. "We went to the wild duck marsh to net wild ducks, and we netted quite a few. Though the paper was thin, At the moment it was truly pierced. Everyone in the room still felt a jolt in their hearts. Uncle Chinquan, you know how bitter life is these days. No household has it easy. Take my family. This year our per-person grain ration is even less than you and Auntie's. Isn't that right? Sun Chinquan said nothing. There are wild ducks in the wild duck marsh. Surely the village isn't unaware of it? Such fine things, stir-fried and stewed, so fragrant. Isn't it better than flatbread and corn gruel? But are the villagers fools? Why does no one go? Which wild duck has a family's name written on it? In the end, it's that no one will risk their life. Everyone thinks their own life is too precious. Sun Chengchuan's face reddened. Uncle Chinquan, you know I'm no good. I earn few work points. This year's ration isn't enough to eat. I truly couldn't get through. That's why I begged my mom and dad, my brother and sister-in-law, and my uncle, the whole family risking their lives, to scrape some food out of the wild duck marsh for me. Everyone risked their lives to help me for a whole day. Never mind eating one wild duck or frying some duck eggs. Even slaughtering a pig wouldn't be excessive, right? If you'd also risk your life to help me scrape for food, shouldn't I thank you properly? Besides, our two families aren't distant, and you're my dad's childhood friend. Sun Chengchuan's head drooped, his spirit gone. Nephew Yong, say no more. Today it's all Uncle's fault. All right, I'll be going now. He rose, cupped his hands toward my parents with a face full of guilt, and made for the door. No one made any move to keep him, letting him go. Just as he was about to step over the threshold. Uncle Chinquan, stay a moment. I called out, stopping him. What is it? Nephew Yong, do you really mean to keep me to eat wild duck and chicken stewed with mushrooms? Yes. I rose and slowly walked toward him at the door. I walked to the door and said with a smile, Uncle Chinquan wants to eat wild duck. That's not hard. We've got it today. But this wild duck can't be eaten for free. Everyone was surprised. Sun Chinquan quickly waved his hand. Nephew Yong, forget it. That stuff's too precious. I can't afford it. He'd probably guessed I was going to propose an exchange condition. But wild duck was so precious, what did he have to trade for it? I'd said earlier the family's grain ration wasn't enough, which was why we went netting ducks. So these ducks were obviously meant to trade for grain. And his own family's ration was only just barely enough. So how could he use it to trade for ducks? I saw through his thoughts and smiled slightly. Uncle Chinquan, don't worry. I won't have you trade grain for it. But I don't have anything else either. Surely I can't trade you my house. Though he said this, his heart held a bit more anticipation. I smiled mysteriously. Uncle Chinquan, I won't have you trade goods, but skill. What skill? Several of my family's dishes today are hidden in this room. If you can pinpoint exactly where they are and not get the spots wrong, I'll treat you. However many you find, that's how many we'll eat, deal? Nephew Yong, do you mean it? No taking it back. Mom was so anxious she kept winking at me, but I pretended not to see. Uncle seemed to catch a hint of something, though he couldn't say what, but he trusted I had a purpose, so he quietly shook his head at Mom, signaling her not to interfere. No taking it back. But let's make the condition clear, no rummaging all over. Find them all for me in one go. Sun Chinquan shot me a smug glance, full of confidence. Deal. With that he sniffed hard, his gaze landing on the winnowing basket turned upside down on the earthen platform. He walked forward a few steps and stopped over a meter from the basket. Nephew Yong, today I'll open your eyes. Under the very bottom is soybean paste stir-fried wild duck egg. He pointed at the winnowing basket with total certainty. I stepped over and lifted it. Sure enough, it was soybean paste stir-fried wild duck egg. I hadn't even noticed earlier what Uncle had covered here. Good, that's just the first. Uncle Chinquan, can you find a second dish? Never mind the second. Even if you had 20 dishes today, I guarantee I'd find them all for you, not one wrong. He chuckled, slowly turning his head to look at another overturned flat basket, pointing while standing in place. Under that one is chicken stewed with mushrooms. I stepped over and was about to lift it. Wait, don't open it yet. He suddenly said. Besides chicken stewed with mushrooms, there's deep-fried peanuts inside too. I lifted the flat basket, and sure enough, a basin of chicken stewed with mushrooms and a plate of deep-fried peanuts. Everyone was dumbfounded. I grew even more excited. Good, that's the second and third dish. All yours to eat today, we won't touch a bite. Uncle Chinquan, continue. Good lad, so open. Sun Chinquan grew bolder with each round. In 3 quick steps, he reached the inner room doorway, sniffed hard, and pointed at the red lacquered cabinet. Inside there is stewed duck. Why is there also the smell of paste-fried duck? Must be stir-fried duck giblets, right? Uncle went up and lifted the cabinet lid, taking out the stir-fried duck giblets and stewed wild duck and setting them on the bed table, looking at Sun Qingquan with a gaze full of astonishment and seeming to grasp my purpose too. Sun Qingquan swept the room confidently and pointed at a pile of quilts behind my dad. Except for the liquor jug hidden under the quilts, that's everything. I walked over and lifted the quilt, and the white plastic liquor jug was indeed underneath. Haha, Uncle Qingquan is amazing, incredible. By now Mom had figured it out too. Sun Qingquan had found everything just by smelling, both shocked and puzzled. I say, Qingquan, your nose has caught up to a dog's nose. Sun Qingquan sneered. Sister-in-law, to tell you the truth, a dog's nose is a bit worse than mine. As if I'd found a treasure, I pulled him to sit at the bed table and filled a cup to the brim. Uncle Qingquan, you're truly amazing, incredible. Come, let me fill it, drink and chat as we go. SSSS. A mouthful of liquor down, Sun Qingquan grabbed a piece of stir-fried duck giblets and chewed, a smug look on his face. Nephew Aryong, do you regret it? Uncle Qingquan, listen to you. We're family anyway, no need to be distant. You have this skill, I admire you, and then some. What regret is there? SSSS. Another cup down, and a slight tipsiness rose in his face. It seemed his capacity wasn't much. Come, brother Donqing, brother Shiqing, sister-in-law. Sun Qingquan's tongue was getting a bit tangled, but his mind was still clear. Don't let me eat and drink alone. Come together. I really can't finish all this. But nephew Aryong, could you pack me some to take back later? Let your auntie taste it too? No problem. Mom, get a bowl. Pick out the good stuff for Annie first. I called out, then took the liquor jug and filled up Dad's, Uncle's, and Big Brother's cups. SSSS. The third cup down, and Sun Qingquan's face was already flushed red. Brother Donqing, nephew Aryong, I'm not bragging, but this skill of mine isn't just smelling. Did you know, wherever someone's been in front of me, it's like I saw it with my own eyes. 3 cups of liquor down, and he was a bit lightheaded, his words losing their guard. What do you mean? Uncle Qingquan, explain clearly. I was secretly astonished. All right, I'll tell you where you all went after coming back this afternoon. He looked down proudly at the floor. A row of the family's shoes was lined up under the bed's edge, Dad's, Uncle's, Big Brother's, Mom's. At the spot under the big tree where I crouched, first DeChong crept on tiptoe behind the earthen slope, glanced over my way, then went back. He looked smugly at Big Brother. Nephew DeChong, did I get it right? Big Brother glanced at me and nodded helplessly. Then your whole family, DeChong in front, Aryong behind, carried quite a few ducks to Aryong's house. Right. I nodded. Then, except for sister-in-law staying at Aryong's house, you all went back to the old house. Later, Aryong's wife went from the old house to Aryong's place, relieved sister-in-law who was watching the ducks, and she came home to eat. This account was as if he'd watched the whole afternoon's process at my house with his own eyes, reproduced without the slightest error, leaving me secretly astonished. Uncle Qingquan, all this you said, you worked it all out from footprints on the ground? Sun Qingquan smugly grabbed a bite of soybean paste stir-fried wild duck egg and chewed, nodding at me in appreciation. I looked at him and grew puzzled. Thinking carefully about that route, several stretches were gravel road, and there'd be no footprints left on those at all. That stretch of gravel road we took today, you could see footprints there too? I was puzzled. I could. Gravel roads, stone roads, actually all have footprints. Only ordinary people can't see them, and even if specially taught, they can't learn it. Sun Qingquan said leisurely as he ate the stewed wild duck. Then how did you learn it? It was forced out of me. Your dad knows. When I was little, my family was poor, and I herded sheep for others. Losing the master's sheep meant a beating. To get the sheep back and avoid beatings, I forced myself to learn this skill. Not just gravel roads and stone roads, in the grass, on tree branches, as long as a sheep had passed, even if a lamb stepped lightly, I could track it back. Anything living, be it person or livestock, has a scent. I was born with a keen nose, and later trained a sharp eye too. Only, this stuff couldn't be traded for money. Besides herding and finding sheep, it had no other use. I secretly marveled. This Sun Qingquan was truly a remarkable man. My nose is keener than a dog's. Your sister-in-law wasn't wrong. I got interested. Uncle Qingquan, is your nose really keener than a dog's? Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe it, find a dog and test me. If I lose, I'll learn to bark like a dog for you. Sun Qingquan said in all seriousness. Something stirred in me, and I felt it wouldn't hurt to really compare. Big Brother, know whose house has a good dog? Sun Qingquan cut in. No need to ask. The dog with the best nose in our village is my brother's. I'll go fetch it. Uncle Qingquan, This business of us netting wild ducks, you mustn't spread it around. I know. He patted my shoulder, got up, and left. I hurried after him. Don't tell your brother about netting wild ducks. Later, if you can beat his dog, I'll give you a wild duck. Deal. Watching the somewhat tipsy Sun Chengquan leave, Mom was uneasy. Her father, he won't talk carelessly, will he? Relax, Chengquan may be no good at other things, but his mouth's tight enough. Dad had grown up playing with him and knew him. Mom turned to look at me again. Yong, why are you so generous, giving away a wild duck at the drop of a hat? Are you stuffed and bored, or do you have so many ducks you're burning to get rid of them? What's so great about watching someone compete smelling against a dog? Uncle came over. Sister-in-law, you don't understand. Going forward, we won't just net wild ducks. As it gets deeper into winter, these ducks fly south, and we won't catch them. So for hunting other game, we'll need a hunting dog. Sun Chengquan doesn't have a hunting dog either. Why give him a duck? Mom was puzzled. That's why I say you old woman just don't get it. Dad grew impatient. If his nose is keener than a dog's, don't we then not need to raise a hunting dog? I secretly sighed at how blunt the old man was. If Sun Chengquan heard this, would he be pleased? It's fine. I grew up playing with him. What temperament of his don't I know? Dad saw through my thoughts. We'll have him try it in a bit. If he really is this capable, we'll bring him into the fold, and it's worth giving him an extra share. It seemed the old man had finally gotten on the same wavelength as me. Woof, woof, woof. A sturdy big black dog was led over by Sun Chengquan. Hey-hoo. Sun Chengquan barked, and the big black dog wagged its tail. Da-chong, give it a duck bone. Big brother picked up a few big bones and tossed them over. Hey-hoo caught them midair and ate with relish. Hey-hoo was the fiercest dog in the village, raised by Sun Chengquan's elder brother Sun Cheng'en's household. Usually it guarded the home, and often followed Sun Cheng'en's eldest son to the threshing ground to train with the militia. Sun Cheng'en was the production team leader, and his eldest son Sun Shenglong was the militia squad leader. A dog banks on its master's power, and it knew its master held great sway in the village, so its bearing was formidable. No dog in the village could beat it. Its nose is the best. The militia even specially trained it to find fake landmines. From Sun Chengquan's meaning, this dog had undergone something like military dog training. It looked to be a crossbreed of wolfhound and native dog, top grade among country dogs. How shall we compete? Sun Chengquan was even more eager than me, as if wanting to put on a good show. Uncle Chengquan, you set the rules yourself. He thought for a moment. First, finding things. Da-chong, I'll lead it outside. Won't look, and first let it smell your clothes. Big brother took off his jacket and handed it over. Sun Chengquan took it, smelled it himself first, then let Heihu smell it. The two of us will go outside, you hide the clothes, and when we come back to look, whoever finds it first wins. Deal. All right, come in. Sun Chengquan led Heihu into the yard. Yong, you saw it. Neither Heihu nor I peeked. I nodded solemnly. That's right, Uncle Chengquan, we can begin. Sun Chengquan first patted Heihu's head. Heihu, find those clothes from before. The big black dog was a bit excited, clearly trained and knowing the drill. Loosing the rope, Heihu sniffed all over the yard. It started, so have I. Sun Chengquan crouched down and quickly shifted forward along the wall base, not deliberately lying anywhere, just sniffing deeply now and then. Heihu seemed clueless, slightly agitated, its two hind legs trembling a bit. Sun Chengquan, however, was more methodical. Having searched the wall base, he began approaching the firewood pile. There wasn't much firewood at the old house, but it was more than enough to hide a piece of clothing. Clearly, Sun Chengquan was faster than Heihu. Soon he reached under a pile of dry grass behind the firewood pile. Found it. Sun Chengquan proudly held up Big Brother's gray-blue ragged jacket. How about that? Yong, I said the dog's no match for me, right? At his gloating, Heihu seemed jealous, looking at him with a bit of dejection and grievance, only not daring to act out. Big Brother, give all those duck bones to Heihu. I said, Uncle Chengquan, let's chat inside. Sister-in-law, pick out the biggest, fattest wild duck later and get it ready for Uncle Chengquan. Nephew Yong, you're really giving it. Sun Chengquan wore a face of false modesty, unable to hide his glee. Inside at the bed table, the men settled back in. Mom went along to my house, unable to stop worrying about that batch of downy ducklings. SSSS. A cup of the old firewater down, Sun Chengquan asked with a smile. Nephew Yong, what do you think of your uncle's skill? Better than a dog. Dad chimed in with a laugh. That's right. Sun Chengquan was smug. Uncle Chengquan, let me discuss something with you. I was finally about to turn to the main topic. Sure, Young, say it. Anything your uncle can do. No hesitation. Good. Come, Uncle Chinquan. Let's have another one. SSSS. Another cup down. Uncle Chinquan. Going forward, we want to do some hunting side work. You join in too. Do what? Hunting. I wore a face of anticipation. Sun Chinquan stared at me like I was a monster for a good while, staring until my heart crawled. Have you gone mad, boy? He hollered in his Drake's quack voice. You want to go? You go, but don't drag me along to my death. Sun Qingquan's words left me completely dumbfounded. Uncle Chinquan, why? Hunting's a matter of risking your life. I'm born timid. I can't do it, absolutely can't. His attitude was firm. All right, since you're unwilling, we won't force it. Come, Uncle Chinquan, keep drinking. I shifted my tone. We clinked another cup, and I found an excuse to get down off the bed. In the yard, I ran right into sister-in-law coming in from outside, carrying a huge, fat wild duck. I leaned to sister-in-law's ear and murmured a few words. She smiled slightly and left with the duck. The drinking had gone on long enough, and Dad had done his share of persuading, but Sun Chinquan wouldn't budge, and I wasn't in a hurry. Uncle Chinquan, how much grain ration did your family get this year? Your auntie doesn't count as a strong laborer, so this year she got 300 gene of corn. I barely earned a full 4,000 work points and got 500 gene. The two of us together, 800 gene, not quite full, but not going hungry. Sun Chinquan was a bit self-satisfied. Compared to a good-for-nothing like me, he was doing quite a bit better this year. Dragged down by me, the Lin family's days this year were probably going to be tight. Uncle, what price is corn on the market now? I asked as if idly. Uncle, with the experience of this morning, immediately caught on. Corn's supply price at the grain station is 3 cents, but to really buy it from someone else, it's 5 cents. That's not cheap. I feigned surprise. Sun Chinquan didn't get it. Nephew, you don't understand. Who among ordinary households is willing to sell? Sell it, and what do they eat themselves? A bit pricey is reasonable. His words carried the air of an elder instructing a junior. He was a generation above me. Yeah, Uncle Chinquan makes sense. I was just thinking of using wild ducks to trade for some grain. Uncle, can these wild ducks be traded for grain? Uncle wore a nonchalant look. Why not? Wild ducks are precious, treasured in the county. Never mind far off, just those educated youth at the Hongxing forestry farm next to us. They're happy to trade goods or grain coupons, either works. Wild ducks can even be traded for grain coupons. Sun Chinquan was curious. Of course. Last time I saw a city-educated youth trade over 100 gene of province-wide grain coupons for 2 gene of roe deer meat. 2 gene of roe deer meat for over 100 gene of grain coupons. I feigned surprise again. What? You look down on the benefits of this wild game. Selling wild game isn't allowed now, but no one said you can't trade goods. In this world, no matter the time, everything has a price. Uncle was calm and self-assured. Sun Chinquan cast Uncle an admiring look. Xiqing really does know a lot. He's different. Grain coupons are good things. They can buy fine grain. I hear at the grain station you can buy white flour and rice, and at the state-run restaurant you can even buy steamed buns and fried dough sticks. Uncle brightened and waved his hand. Why go to such trouble? The little canteen at the Hongxing forestry farm next door takes them. Steamed buns, fried dough sticks, white flour, rice, all can be bought. This Hongxing forestry farm is really wealthy. It has everything. Sun Chinquan marveled. Hongxing forestry farm was less than 5 li from Song Yuan village, in their eyes practically next door. Uncle, how much grain coupon can one wild duck trade for? I asked quietly. Sun Qingquan's ears practically pricked up, afraid of missing important information. Let me think. One wild duck, by any reckoning, should trade for over 100 gene of province-wide grain coupons. One wild duck can trade for 100 gene of province-wide grain coupons. Sun Qingquan's eyes went perfectly round, as if he'd seen pure white rice and white flour. Province-wide grain coupons can buy fine grain. True, but you still have to spend money, right? Uncle wore a very knowledgeable air. Just grain coupons alone won't do. Just money alone won't do either. You need both. Sun Chinquan was a genuine villager. He only knew grain coupons were useful, but had never spent a grain coupon in his life. So naturally, he didn't understand the ins and outs. Take the grain station's standard price. A gene of rice is 2 mao, plus you have to throw in a gene of province-wide grain coupon. White flour is 1 mao 5, also requires a gene thrown in. Uncle said, so you're saying, with grain coupons you still need money to eat fine grain. Uncle and I sang in harmony. Uncle, how much do you say this wild duck is worth? Uncle scratched his head, pretending to ponder. Selling it straight on the street won't do, but those educated youth at the forestry farm are happy to secretly pay money, 10 to 12 yuan for sure. The people at Hobei village take their home-raised ducks to sell, and even those fetch 8 yuan. But this is something everyone does in secret. They don't tell others. I only happened to find out from an old acquaintance, so don't go blabbing about it. Sun Qingquan and I both nodded in agreement. From this point on, Sun Qingquan drank without much interest. Yong, I recall you had sister-in-law go do something, right? He was fixated on the wild duck I'd promised earlier. Oh right, why isn't sister-in-law back yet? Well, Uncle Qingquan, have you had enough to drink? I deliberately played dumb. Yeah, I've had enough. Sun Qingquan was getting a bit unable to hold still. That was the duck he'd won competing against the dog, worth over 100 jin of grain coupons. All right, the duck's at my place. How about we go over and take a look now? Good. Sun Qingquan said no more, sliding over to the bed's edge to put on his shoes, ready to go. In the big room of my house, a flock of over 20 quacking wild ducks left Sun Qingquan's eyes riveted. The Lin family, in just that short afternoon, had netted over 20? He'd assumed 3 to 5 at most, never expected over 20, and in just one afternoon. Uncle Qingquan, take a look, whichever's biggest and fattest, just pick it and take it. I wore a look of not caring in the least. Sun Qingquan looked left and right, unable to decide. Several were quite big and fat. He wanted to pick out the single biggest, but having just drunk, afraid his eyes were blurry, he hesitated. Sister-in-law, make a trip to Uncle Qingquan's house and call Andy over. Uncle Qingquan's had a bit too much and his eyes are blurry. Have Andy help him pick. Sun Qingquan didn't object. The couple picking together was more reliable. The village wasn't big, the houses close together, and before long his wife came. Andy Qingquan, Uncle Qingquan was just drinking at my place, and I promised to give him the biggest one. You help pick, choose the biggest, and take it back. Oh, and there's a bowl of stewed wild duck already made. Take that back together too. Looking at the 20-some wild ducks in the room, Sun Qingquan's wife suspected she was seeing things or dreaming. Especially hearing that we'd give the biggest one, she found it all the more unbelievable. My display of newfound wealth stunned her. Since when had Lin Yong, a good-for-nothing, become this lavish and bold? After careful selection, Sun Qingquan's wife finally settled on a wild duck she was sure was the biggest and fattest. The couple, one carrying the duck, the other holding the stewed wild duck and stir-fried wild duck eggs, headed home together. Tonight's haul far exceeded Sun Qingquan's wife's expectations. She never imagined her old man could bring back such a big pile from just one trip to the Lin house. Once home, she could hardly hold back her craving. Ready-made stewed wild duck, paste-braised wild duck eggs, stir-fried duck giblets, all utterly delicious. Chewing, she gave her old man a push. I said it, you old thing are the sharpest. One turn around his house, and you brought back a big wild duck. I saw the ducks at his place are getting up there in number. Tomorrow when you're free go around more often. The liquor gone to his head, Sun Qingquan's mind was long off the ducks, his hands reaching restlessly for his wife's waist. Going around his house isn't as good as going around you a bit more. The couple tumbled together onto the bed. Sun Qingquan's whole mind was on this, but his wife's heart was still circling the ducks. You randy old man, all you know is this all day long. I say you make more trips to his house. Maybe you can bring back more ducks. Actually, going forward, I don't plan to go much more. Why? You know my nose is sharp. That kid Yong took a liking to me tonight and wanted to pull me into the fold. Lucky I didn't drink too much. My head was still clear, so I didn't agree. Sun Qingquan said as he busied himself. Such a good thing. Why didn't you agree? You silly woman. Is hunting some game to play at? If it goes wrong, I might toss away this old life of mine. This business I won't. At the critical moment, his words already incoherent, his mind entirely elsewhere. Just as he was about to soar among the clouds, Sun Qingquan indeed soared. He only felt his body go light and whoosh, flew off his wife. Bang. Ayo, that hurts like hell. Sun Qingquan, sprawled naked on his back on the floor, still hadn't figured out why his tigress of a wife had suddenly turned on him. The back of his head throbbed, and he saw a face with wide glaring, furious eyes leaning over the bed's edge, staring him down. Smack. A heap of clothes came crashing down on his head. Hurry up and get dressed properly for me. Having seen Sun Qingquan off, I returned to my parents' big room. Yong, you saw it too. It's not that your uncle wouldn't help you. It's really that kid Sun Qingquan is too timid, not the type for getting things done. Just a shame about that big wild duck. Uncle lamented. I chuckled and waved my hand. Uncle, no need to fret. For now, we're still mainly catching wild ducks, and we might not need him for a while. Besides, the days ahead are long. There'll come a time when he comes chasing after us. What's the rush? Maybe after a good sleep he'll change his mind by morning. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking came at the door. Brother Dongqing, are you home? Cheng Chuan's wife, uncle, and dad blurted out. I smiled slightly. Speak of the devil. Maybe they've changed their minds. Uncle, open the door and see. The door opened, and the Sun couple stood outside. The wife in front, son Chengquan trailing dejectedly behind. The shrewd uncle understood the moment he saw this. My words weren't even finished before it came true. "Io, it's the Chengquan couple. Hurry, come inside." Uncle didn't ask their purpose, just led them straight into the room. I silently gave uncle a thumbs up. Don't underestimate this small difference. If he didn't understand the ropes and blocked them at the door asking their business, the other party would feel awkward and the matter would be hard to discuss. Getting people inside first no matter what, to put it crudely, was closing the door to beat the dog, catching the turtle in the jar. As long as the person was here, the matter could be slowly discussed until a result came out. This was the way of the world. Everyone settled in the inner room. I looked at the Sun couple and slowly spoke. Auntie Chengquan, say whatever you have to say. I spoke directly to Sun Chengquan's wife, leaving Sun Chengquan aside. Sun Chengquan glanced over, but didn't dare make a sound. Sun Chengquan's wife looked at me, saw that uncle and dad both stayed silent, and knew I was in charge of this. Nephew Eryong, I just heard my old man say, you all want him to join in the hunting? I smiled slightly, glancing at the silent Sun Chengquan. Yeah, but Uncle Chengquan was unwilling, nothing to be done. I can only think of another way. Don't be that way, Nephew Eryong. See, I've brought the man over. You set the rules for how to arrange it. Sun Chengquan's wife didn't hide it, shoving Sun Chengquan forward. You dead old man, say something. Sun Chengquan looked embarrassed. Right, Nephew Eryong. I agree to work together. You just arrange it. I nodded and said leisurely. All right, since you're willing, but there are some things I want to ask Auntie and Uncle. What do you want to ask? Sun Chengquan's wife was quite frank. At this point, Mom came in too and stood to the side listening. Seeing her serious face, I guessed her thoughts. The family had just started up, and before doing anything big, we were pulling in an outsider. It was impossible she had no thoughts about it, especially since Sun Chengquan's usefulness hadn't shown yet. And I couldn't explain to Mom in front of the couple that Sun Chengquan was more useful than a hunting dog. This time the family had 7 people total. One more sharing made it 8 portions, everyone getting less, inevitably adding some unpleasantness to this newly built alliance. I thought it over, glanced at Sun Chengquan, and mused. Auntie, earlier I did have the thought of having Uncle Chengquan join. Hearing this opening, Sun Chengquan's wife felt it was bad and shot a fierce glare back at Sun Chengquan. Sun Chengquan trembled under the glare. Nephew Eryong, earlier I was being foolish, a dog biting Lu Dongbin, failing to recognize a good heart. See, Sun Chengquan wasn't dumb, even shrewd, and naturally saw the shift in my attitude. Uncle watched me, secretly anxious. He'd thought of the concern I had too. If whether Sun Chengquan joined ended up affecting the family's grand plan, it truly wouldn't be worth it. But I'd laid my words bare earlier, and now it wasn't good to discuss among ourselves in front of the Sun couple. Sun Chengquan's wife glanced at her old man, fury burning in her heart. Clearly the other party had been eager, yet this useless one was afraid of dying. Now look, from the other party's tone it seemed they no longer wanted him, and a wave of disappointment welled up. Especially recalling those wild ducks she'd seen in my room, and the stewed wild duck she'd just eaten at home, all lost to a chicken-fly egg break because her old man feared death. Nephew C. She was almost pleading. My mind calculated rapidly. For now this matter shouldn't be blown up into a citywide stir. If I cut off the couple's hopes all at once, and they went around shouting and blew it up, it would be bad for me. My eyes rolled, and I had an idea. Uncle Chengquan, Auntie Chengquan, we're not outsiders, and besides Uncle Chengquan and my dad have been friends since childhood. Mainly it's that I didn't consider things thoroughly earlier. Hunting really does have risks, and it's not impossible for it to go wrong and cost someone their life. My brother, my dad, my uncle, and I are family in the end, so if something happens we can all cover for each other. But your 2 daughters are both married off, leaving just you 2. If something were to happen. These words gave pause to Sun Chengquan's wife, who'd been thinking only of the good things. But recalling those fat wild ducks, her heart was unwilling. Auntie Chengquan, let me offer an idea. You 2 listen to whether it works, all right? All right, say it. Sun Chengquan, glared at twice by his wife, was eager to hurry and make her happy, urging recklessly. Uncle Chinquan, if we really hunt, your build can't be a gunner. A gunner was the main pillar and champion. Your skill is in your sharp eyes and sharp nose, useful for finding and tracking big wild game. And that's mainly what I'm after. Of course, also because you're my dad's childhood friend. The couple nodded quickly. So when hunting, you won't have to face the big wild game head-on, which is the most dangerous. Leave that to us men. Son Qingchuan's somewhat resistant heart eased at once, and he nodded quickly. Nephew Eryong really does consider things thoroughly. Arranging it this way is right. But that's just the first thing. There's another. I said, hunting doesn't guarantee catching something every time. Coming back empty-handed after a wasted trip is common. If we family don't catch anything, no one blames anyone. But having Uncle Chunquan tag along on a wasted trip, and sometimes one outing is many days, 10 days, or half a month is uncertain. If that really happens, never mind whether you're happy. Even I myself would feel bad in my heart. Sun Qingchuan's wife hesitated more. Originally, she'd been set on getting the benefits, never expecting hunting had so many complications. Then, Eryong, what's your plan? She finally couldn't help asking. I've thought of a plan. If it works, we bring Uncle Qingquan along. If not, we're still from the same village, and we'll look out for each other on matters big and small as before. All right, Eryong, say it. Sun Qingquan couldn't wait. Usually we each live our own lives, and once we're prepared in a few days, we'll start. Whenever we go out to work together, I'll count it by the day for Uncle Qingquan. Regardless of whether we catch anything, 5 gene of cornmeal a day guaranteed. If there's game caught, add 5 gene of meat that same day. This is called a sure harvest, rain or shine. If we don't catch anything, we lose, and Uncle Qingquan still has his guaranteed floor. When it comes to clashing with big wild game, Uncle Qingquan stays far away, bears no risk, and stays safe. Do you think this method works? Hearing 5 gene of cornmeal guaranteed daily, plus 5 gene of meat if something was caught, and considering today's wild duck was only 2 or 3 gene, 5 gene of meat beat a wild duck by far. Sun Qingchuan's wife's face immediately bloomed with joy. Sun Qingquan, discovering that the head-on clash with wild game he feared most didn't require his involvement, was so happy he could nearly blow snot bubbles. Deal. Nephew, we'll do it just as you say. I'll agree on my old man's behalf. Sun Qingchuan's wife decided without even looking at her husband, afraid I'd change my mind on a whim. So nephew Eryong, when do you think we'll start? I counted on my fingers. It's still early, and lots of gear isn't ready, so probably 10 days to half a month. Deal. Sun Qingchuan's wife was a frank person. She knew her old man wasn't needed for the wild duck marsh, and besides they'd just been given a wild duck. A person has to know when to advance and retreat, so she didn't dwell on it further. As long as they could tag along for the big work, the future days were secure. Her old man having 5 gene of cornmeal as a base whenever he went out, and getting to share meat if things went well, this sure harvest deal was all thanks to her old man's good relationship with Eryong's dad and his sharp nose. Anyone else really might not get such a good thing. Once she thought this through, her whole spirit lifted. Nephew Eryong, we'll wait at home for word. Just call whenever it's time to head out. Right, nephew Eryong. Your uncle's nose really is better than a dog's. I guarantee I won't let you give out goods for nothing. Sun Qingquan thumped his chest in guarantee. Having seen the Sun couple off, I returned to the room and let out a soft breath, only now realizing that setting up a hunting operation was more complicated than expected. Uncle looked at me. Eryong, that was tough on you, having to manage every angle, really not easy. That mattered just now. If it were up to me, I wouldn't have known how to fit it together. The way you handled it, no work, no pay, and even when they work and catch something, no need to give too much, and the couple's still satisfied. You really got seasoned out there. I waved my hand. Uncle, I wasn't thinking purely from our own interests either. Look at Uncle Qingchuan's build. He really can't be a gunner. Another thing, hunting gunners have to be family to each other, so they can be relied on at the critical moment. If Uncle Qingquan went up and we ran into danger, our family might not all be willing to risk their lives to save an outsider. With family, this problem doesn't exist. This is also for his own good. Uncle and Dad both nodded deeply. Only Mom beside them showed a worried look. Mom, don't worry too much either. I only said if. It's like sleeping at home. You could still get hit by a rock rolling down the mountain. I'll control the risk, rest assured. I was just giving an example. Don't keep comforting me. I understand in my heart. Wealth and rank, that thing. Wealth and rank are sought amid danger. Uncle added. Right, that's the phrase. To live a good life, don't you have to shoulder a bit of that thing? I noticed that ever since coming back from the wild duck marsh today, Mom's outlook and understanding seemed to have changed. After a full day of busyness, having arranged everything, I finally returned to my own home to sleep. Perhaps from the great tonic of the wild duck, Hua Hua had fallen fast asleep on the bed early. Hong Yin had heated the firebed nice and warm, and the room was full of warmth. I leaned in close to my daughter for a good look. Hua Hua was sleeping soundly, a happy smile on her face, as if in a sweet dream. I gave her a light kiss. To one side, Hong Yin, draped in a light garment, sat leaning sideways on the bed, watching me shyly, ripples stirring in her heart. She probably never imagined that the reckless good-for-nothing of 2 days ago could now become so gentle and dependable. In her eyes, this man was like a riddle. When I looked up, I met Hong Yin's dreamy gaze, and a surge of impulse rose in me. I pulled my petite wife into my arms. Gently, don't wake our daughter. Hong Yin's voice went soft. Be careful, I'm still carrying our little one. Only then did I hold back, examining closely her pretty melon-seed face. A pair of beautiful eyes, beneath long lashes like a pool of autumn water, curved willow leaf brows, delicately moving. I was tall, 1 meter 82. Hong Yin was petite, just over 1 meter 60, nestled in my arms like a bird against its mate. Hong Yin, once this busy stretch is over, let's make a trip to your parents' home. I should go see my father-in-law and mother-in-law too. Hong Yin looked up at me, reaching out a delicate little hand to caress my face, tears falling in a stream. Really? Don't you lie to me. Really, once these busy days are over, we'll go. Looking at my tear-streaked wife, my heart was full of guilt. Married all these years, I'd never once accompanied her back to her parents' home. In the first couple of years before the household split, life at home was still manageable, and back then she could go back to visit a few times a year. Ever since I made a fuss about splitting the household, life got worse by the day, and whether she went back to her parents or not, I simply couldn't be bothered. Occasionally, when someone from her family passed by to inquire, she deliberately hid our current hardship, just claiming she was busy with the child, not wanting her parents to worry. Now, having repented, I only came to appreciate my wife's painstaking care. On one hand, not wanting her parents to worry, on the other covering for my shame. If not for living 2 lifetimes, I'd never appreciate the immense endurance in this petite wife. I gently held her thin, tender, smooth hand, secretly marveling. In these times, there was nothing at home for skincare, and what woman who did housework and farm work didn't turn coarse after a few years of marriage? Yet her skin was fair, her little hands tender and smooth, not at all like a woman of the farmyard. In my past life, I don't know what devil possessed me, turning a blind eye to such a gentle wife, utterly failing to cherish the tender and delicate. My aesthetic back then was seriously off. I preferred rough builds, coarse hands, and big feet. Always feeling a frail woman like Hong Yin brought no fortune. Even feeling marrying her was my bad luck from a past life, blaming even my gambling losses on her. Hearing her soft, gentle voice on the bed, I even resented it as spiritless and fortune-ruining. Thinking of it now, it was simply a wanton waste of a treasure. The best time to catch wild ducks was early morning and evening, when the flocks came out to forage. I decided to hit the evening wave like yesterday. No need to rush out before dawn, and besides, after catching them in the morning, it was hard to carry them back, with lots of villagers about in broad daylight, hard to handle if seen. Uncle and Dad thought the same. After the family finished the noon meal and was just about to head out like yesterday, Hong Yin came hurrying over from my house. Come quick and look, there's a big crowd surrounding our yard, all saying they want to see the wild ducks. I couldn't stop them. My heart sank. Who spread it? The first I thought of was the Sun couple. Uncle and I exchanged a look, and Uncle shook his head. Dad said, "Don't worry, the Chengquan couple's mouths are tight, I know it." Hong Yin said, "It's not Uncle and Auntie Chengquan, it's Huzi." He told the other kids outside, and it reached the grown-ups' ears. Hearing this, Mom grew regretful, slapping her thigh. It's my fault for forgetting to give a few more reminders. This morning I was busy feeding that batch of ducklings, and finding Huzi underfoot a nuisance, I sent him out to play and forgot to warn him about this. Sister-in-law was furious. "Where's Huzi? See if I don't tear his mouth apart when I find him." Hong Yin urged, "Let it go, sister-in-law. How old is Huzi? How would he understand these things? We grown-ups didn't tell him either. It's not his fault. Don't you hit him." "Sister-in-law, don't hit the child," I said. "This isn't the child's fault, nor Mom's. You needn't blame yourselves. We'd have to face it sooner or later. Come, let's go take a look first." A big crowd had already gathered at my yard gate. Nearly all the village's men, women, and children come. A small village is like this. A little something happens, and in the blink of an eye, the whole village knows. Impossible to hide. Eryong, I hear you all netted wild ducks. Dechong, you brothers are really something. Netting the ducks back without a peep. Dongqing, how many did you net? Sister Dongqing, did you pick up any wild duck eggs? Before I even reached the gate, a crowd was already noisily asking away. Asking wasn't the point. Making small talk to cozy up and probe the details was the real aim. By now my whole family had one head with two big lumps. From this look of things, never mind 20-some, even 40 wouldn't be enough to divide. Don't underestimate these people who usually stayed quiet. When they really came upon a chance to gain an advantage, everyone was a master of stirring things up, and handled poorly, it would turn into chaos. Lin Dongqing, your whole family went to net wild ducks. Why didn't you report it to the production team? Amid the clamor, a voice full of vigor suddenly rang out. The speaker was a burly man, two upturned, inverted brows raised, commanding awe without anger. I looked toward the voice. It was Sun Chengyan, the production team leader of Songyuan Village. Sun Chengyan was Sun Chengchuan's elder brother, yet the two had utterly different temperaments and got along poorly. In these times, a production team leader held enormous power, with commune members' affairs of every kind almost all falling under his charge. Of course, nothing is absolute, and I was an exception. The village's most notorious good-for-nothing, drinking, gambling, wife-beating, I claimed nearly everything others didn't dare or couldn't do, and Sun Chengyan was equally helpless with me. Right now the ducks were at my house, and by rights he could ask me, yet he picked on my dad to make an issue of it, clearly picking the soft persimmon to squeeze. Team leader's son, the wild ducks are mine. I had my dad help. What of it? Any problem? I took the initiative to step up and take on the matter. Lin Dongqing, you're the head of the household. You have to bear responsibility for this. Sun Chengyan ignored me and kept hounding my dad. I smiled. Dad, this is none of your business. Go home and rest. My dad understood my intent and turned to leave. You. Fine, Lin Yong, you dare privately net wild ducks. I was tall and imposing, and standing forward I was a good head taller than him. What of it? You knowingly it's wild ducks, and won't let me net them? Did you give birth to these ducks, or did you raise them? Fine, Lin Yong, you usually don't do proper work, and now you privately net wild ducks. This is a crime on top of a crime. Don't try to scare people with big hats. You tell me what crime I've committed. And as for my not doing proper work, that's you, the production team leader, not managing well, which shows your ability still needs improving. Why do other teams have no idlers? Only the team you manage does. My question left him stunned. Why is it that you, Lin Yong, being a good-for-nothing, becomes my fault as team leader? Besides, my family's grain ration this year isn't enough to eat, and you, the production team leader, bear responsibility too. If you don't let me catch wild ducks, then I'll have to eat public relief grain. Are you deliberately having me take advantage of the public, causing losses to the public? A pile of big words suddenly poured from my mouth, and Sun Chengyan seemed to shrink a notch. In this era, what people feared most were others raising things to a higher plane with big words. Earlier, there was an educated youth who argued with a neighboring village's production brigade leader, just because the youth could speak big words and the brigade leader didn't understand. Careless, the leader got caught on a slip and was accused of deliberately opposing his superiors. It was reported to the commune, and the commune wanted to smooth it over, but the youth pressed his advantage relentlessly, taking it all the way to the county, and in the end the county ruled the youth was right and had the brigade leader removed. Those educated youth understood policy and had learning, and production team cadres were simply no match. Later the cadres gathered and summed up one rule. As soon as an educated youth speaks big words, hurry and leave. Don't tangle, lest you fall into a trap. Sun Chengyan felt my words had the same flavor as those city-educated youth. Something with clearly no reason in their mouths sounded like they held the reason. This Lin Yong knocked about outside every day, probably learned it from the forestry farm youth. Lin Yong, don't muddle things up. When did I have you take advantage of the public? No talking nonsense. Sun Chengyan's heart grew uneasy. I rely on my own labor to catch wild ducks, to supplement my insufficient grain ration, without applying for relief grain. Wild ducks eat grain too. They're harmful birds, in the same spirit as the superior's call to eliminate the 4 pests. Are you opposing the elimination of harmful birds? I pressed step by step. Eliminating the 4 pests, Sun Chengyan knew about that. It was personally deployed by the great man to brush against opposing it. Never mind whether he could stay team leader. If it went wrong, he might even end up behind bars. You're talking nonsense. When did I oppose eliminating harmful birds? Team leader though Sun Chungin was, his education level was pitifully low, unable to recognize a basketful of big characters, and my bluster instantly frightened him. Usually he relied entirely on his team leader status and the villagers' lack of learning to bluff others. Those words in his mouth were also learned from listening to leaders speak on the platform at brigade meetings, without grasping even their essential meaning. Now I clearly understood more than him, not to be provoked. In these times, people fearing big words was a common phenomenon. Whenever they met someone who could speak big words, they generally didn't dare provoke them, afraid of bringing trouble on themselves, and a production team leader was no exception. Besides, the post of team leader seemed impressive in the villagers' eyes, but in a knowing eye it wasn't even a sesame seed official, just a tiny bit higher than an ordinary commune member. These wild ducks aren't the production teams, nor raised by you. Team leader Sunday. I smiled. I'm going to use them to trade for grain ration. If you block it, then I'll release them all right now, and turn right around and apply to the commune for relief grain. These words gave Sun Chungin a start. He believed this reckless one would do it. Whichever team produced someone applying for relief grain, he, the team leader, would get no good fruit either. If it went wrong and someone caught a handle, they'd knock him off. From the look of me, I understood more and more of the ropes. And thinking of my uncle, usually quiet without a peep, but sinister behind the scenes, maybe party secretary How was pushing from behind. Since you want to trade for grain ration, you should still report to me, the team leader, first. Otherwise, how would I know whether you're selling for money? Sun Chungin found himself a step down. I'll say this in advance today. Trading for grain ration is fine, as long as you don't take relief grain. Catching wild ducks is nothing, but you're not allowed to sell. Once I find out you dare secretly sell, there'll be no good fruit for you then. Tossing out a harsh line, he turned and stalked off in a huff, his heart actually uneasy too. As team leader, he'd lost face in front of people for the first time. He thought, Lin Yong, you good for nothing. From now on, don't let me catch a handle, or I'll never let you off lightly. Everyone looked at me, faces full of disbelief. He dared defy team leader's son, and drove team leader's son off? In Song Yuen village, besides party secretary Hao, wasn't team leader's son the biggest? Uncle was secretly astonished. It seemed what Yong learned outside was more than just hunting. Had I known gambling built such skill, I should have tried it myself when young. I swept a glance over the onlooking crowd, basically the whole village present. Might as well seize this chance to push my own plan a step further. Now, with a body of hunting skills and wilderness survival experience, crushing all hunters of this era and bringing back massive supplies was no problem. But I'd also run into another hurdle, the problem of turning things into cash in this era. If the game I brought back couldn't turn into money, how much could I eat by eating alone? I walked to the front of my big room and shoved the door open with a clatter. The Lin family all fell to start, especially Mom. Seeing me throw the big room door wide open, with a floor full of big wild ducks quacking inside, she was truly anxious. This kid Yong was too careless. How could he let so many villagers see so many good things at our house? They all met each other daily, and today, having so many good things, if we ate alone, we'd be talked about behind our backs. I went in, grabbed 3 or 4 upside down in one hand, and carried the bound wild ducks from the inner room to the yard, setting them before the crowd. Wow, so fat. These ducks are really big. Good heavens, one's got to be over 3 gene, right? Everyone's eyes gleamed with greed. Yong, how many did you net? 24. Yesterday, we gave Uncle Chinquan one. I had nothing. Why give Chinquan one? Can you give me one too? Why give only him? If you give everyone. You can't give only the Chinquan family. Here it came, right on cue. This was the villagers' nature. They don't worry about scarcity, but about unfairness. When no one has anything to eat and no one gets any advantage, everyone's happy. But once some household takes the lead, they immediately swarm around, all sorts of demands pouring out. No such thing as saving or losing face. Uncle looked at me, secretly anxious. Yong was still green, not understanding the villagers' nature. My dad regretted not warning me in advance. Fellow elders and folks, we're all from one village, and I grew up in the village since childhood, familiar with everyone, not an outsider. I began. I want to ask, does anyone know where these wild ducks came from? This sudden question actually stumped the crowd. After thinking a while, someone ventured, weren't they netted at the wild duck marsh? I glanced at that person. Uncle Urquin is right. Netted at the wild duck marsh. Ah, if you knew all along, why bother asking? Who doesn't know? Someone said. I smiled slightly, sweeping over everyone's faces. Are you certain? That you all know there are wild ducks at the wild duck marsh. Anyone knows. If you don't believe it, ask the little rascals in our village. They know too, someone else said. Since everyone knows, why don't you go net them yourselves? At these words, the scene instantly went cold. Not a single person made a sound. I paused, then swept over everyone's faces again. As the saying goes, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how will you get the tiger's cub? Fellow elders and gentlemen, today you see the thief eating meat, but you don't see the thief getting beaten. Everyone knows wild ducks and roe deer are so close to our village that going there you can net them, yet everyone fears death, thinking their own life too precious, right? I met each person's eyes. As I looked at each face, the other party instinctively turned their gaze away or lowered their head, knowing to feel embarrassed, knowing shame. That meant we could still deal. These fat, big wild ducks were netted by our whole family, risking our lives. Our Lin family in this village has never owed anyone. Today, whoever can stand out and say publicly that my Lin family owes you, these ducks will count as repaying you. Anyone? If so, step out. Whoever thinks my Lin family owes you, step out now. The scene was dead silent. I swept a glance through the crowd, finally locking my gaze on a scrawny old man. This old man was named Ding Jiumao, an old widower of the village, living alone. Not a strong laborer and childless, he'd become one of the production team's designated 5 guarantee households, the poorest kind. Luckily, he had gumption, still insisting on going to work despite his age, earning some work points and grain ration. Also, he knew a craft, making vermicelli noodles, processing potatoes and sweet potatoes into starch, and drying them into vermicelli after autumn or during the farming slack. This too couldn't be sold openly, only traded with his own and neighboring villages for some surplus grain, vegetables, and fruit to barely scrape by. Grandpa Jiumao, this wild duck is for you. Those words just now shook everyone, and Ding Jiumao was no exception. Now seeing me holding out a big duck, he hurriedly stepped back and waved his hands. Yong, I can't accept this. Can't take it. This was traded by your whole family with your lives. I smiled. Grandpa Jiumao, my words aren't finished. This isn't for you to eat for free. Our family will eat quite a lot of vermicelli this year. You've seen it too. Hongyun's belly is big now. She'll bear me a big fat boy going forward, and I'll have to hold a feast. How could we lack vermicelli? We'll need it for New Year at home too. This whole winter can't do without vermicelli. So I'm trading wild duck with you, counting it as your processing fee. Sister-in-law, bring the scale, weigh the duck, and uncle will set a price. Uncle was the production team accountant, so his setting the price naturally carried weight. By now he understood my intent too. All right, let me explain to everyone first. Uncle said, I've estimated these ducks. Each is about 2.5 to 3 jin. This stuff is rare. Taken to the county town, one sells for 12 to 15 yuan, but we're some distance from the county town, so we can't reckon it that high. I say 10 yuan per duck is about right. The ducks vary in size, so we'll uniformly reckon them at 2.5 jin. Whoever comes first and trades away a bigger one counts as gaining an advantage themselves, and later ones trading away a smaller one won't be less than 2.5 jin either. Grandpa Jiumao's vermicelli has a price, whether processing or ready-made, and everyone knows this price. Yong first gives a duck to offset 10 yuan, and going forward when he wants to eat vermicelli, he takes it from Grandpa Jiumao, making up the difference. That's the principle. Grandpa Jiumao, does that work? No one expected such a big advantage would fall to a lonely old man, and they all watched eagerly. Ding Jiumao was so pleased his brows and eyes squeezed together, nodding again and again. Works, works, works. My vermicelli was meant for trading anyway. How could it not work? Besides, I even ate your duck first, ha ha ha. My meaning was plain. Trading is fine. Even if you're the humblest person in the village, Lin Yong will still give. But wanting to eat for free, never mind if the king of heaven himself comes, don't even dream of it. I looked toward big sister-in-law Ma, who ground tofu. She was a widow, raising a simpleton son, usually supplementing the household by the side work of grinding tofu. Big sister-in-law Ma, are you willing to let me pre-order a year's tofu from you? Big sister-in-law Ma stepped out delighted, not fretting, and said generously, Sure, then I'll pick a big one early. I'd already had my eye on that one. Tonight I'll go back and let my simpleton son satisfy his craving properly. Yong, can the pine nuts I gathered in the mountains be traded? Yong, my family has a whole sack of dried mushrooms. All top-grade mushrooms. Can they be traded? Yong, can the peanuts grown in my family's private plot be traded? Can I trade with wood ear fungus? My family still has some soybeans. Can they be traded? Corn, white flour, eggs, free-range chickens, even potatoes and carrots, all sorts of things to trade. I agreed to them all. This was when Uncle's skill showed. He simply went home and brought the abacus, clacking away while calculating and reporting quantities and prices. Uncle wasn't only skilled at calculating, he had a precise grasp of the going rate for every kind of thing, reporting it fast, accurate, and fair, making people thoroughly convinced. Corn 2 cents a gene, white flour 6 cents a gene, rice 2 mao a gene, old hen 3 yuan 50 each. I secretly sighed. Uncle was practically a human pricing machine. With this skill of his, why sell at all, just trade. Those with things at home, being able to trade, were naturally overjoyed. But those without things felt bad in their hearts. Some households had many mouths, their grain ration already tight, and what they could put out to trade was extremely limited, or none at all. Watching others walk off carrying wild ducks one after another, empty-handed themselves, their hearts felt hollow. I walked up to a few young fellows. These several looked even a bit younger than me, all from poor households. In these times it was like this. Whichever family had more children ate more, and life was harder, with basically nothing to put out to trade. Shengzi, I know you brothers are at the age of eating a lot and working hard, and your family has nothing to trade. I said, but that doesn't mean you can't eat wild duck. These words made their eyes light up. Yong, say it, what do you need us to do? As long as it earns wild duck, a bit of hardship and toil, we brothers accept it. It seemed the duck was truly tempting. You all know my family's private plot is a slope patch, and one rain washes it out, exposing the crop roots. It needs leveling. Level that plot for me, and later I'll have Uncle take you to look. Same as the production team counting work points, and I'll count you extra on top. Are you willing? Trading muscle for wild duck to eat. In their eyes, this was simply too good a deal. Sure, Yong, guaranteed no problem. We brothers, apart from having no goods, the thing we lack least is muscle. Good. After finishing that plot, I have more things to trouble you with. My family's firewall needs renovating too, and this autumn-winter's firewood has to be cut and carried down from the mountain. All of this can offset the account. After that, I may also need you to help build a warm shed for my family. My mom wants to raise some ducklings. Yong, don't worry, leave it all to us. Going forward, whatever your family needs done, just say it. By the way, Yong, if you're building a warm shed, my family has ready-made board material. My family still has some roof tiles. Then the wire and such, I'll provide it. The several fellows scrambled to offer up their own family's materials. Good. That's settled. Register with Uncle later. Take the wild ducks back to eat first, and do the work slowly. Having arranged all this with flair, I strolled leisurely back to the old house. At night, 2 horseshoe lamps were lit in my little courtyard. Under the lamplight, on a temporarily set-up wooden platform, were wood ear fungus, mushrooms, daylily buds, peanuts, and sunflower seeds, along with the vermicelli sent by Old Ding, and the fresh tofu and dried tofu sent by big sister-in-law Ma. Beneath the platform were several small oil crocks, holding soybean oil, peanut oil, and sesame oil in liquor bottles respectively. On the ground against the east wall crouched several big burlap sacks, holding corn and potatoes, plus a small sack of white flour and half a basin of rice. My dad looked at this pile of things, puffed on his tobacco pipe, and pointed at that heap of grain. Yong, this grain is plenty to see your family through to next spring. I smiled. Life will keep getting better going forward. This coarse grain won't be eaten as fast as before either. We'll keep hunting, and with more meat, we'll eat less grain, plenty enough. Mom said with a beaming smile. His uncle. I really didn't expect this duck. One could trade for 180 gene of corn, 3 traded for over 500 gene. Really not bad. Uncle nodded and said with a smile. Actually, this was still giving a bit for the sake of being one village. Otherwise, one for 100 gene would have worked too. Big sister-in-law was lost in thought a moment, then suddenly turned and smiled. Somehow I feel that what's hidden in the grass pits of that wild duck marsh isn't wild ducks. It's all grain. What eldest daughter-in-law says is exactly right. What's hidden there is grain, and packed sack by sack too. Mom was a bit excited. We spent all afternoon busy trading and didn't go to the wild duck marsh. We'll have to go again tomorrow. Big brother muttered from the side. Yeah, it does need arranging. I said, let's split into 2 groups. Tomorrow big brother, sister-in-law, dad, and I will go. Uncle and mom stay home with Han Yan, looking out for each other. I figure there'll be more people coming to trade these next couple days. Uncle, open up as much as you can, trade for whatever seems tradable, and give appropriate consideration for being one village. Our game will keep flowing and steadily after this. No need to worry. I know, don't worry. Don't fret over things at home. Get the hunting outside going well, and we'll have nothing to worry about. Uncle said. Also, today I told Shengzi and those strong young fellows. Tomorrow when you have time, take them to look at our plot. Help count the work, have them level the ground, and convert it all to wild ducks for them. The firewood our 3 households need this winter, have them cut and bring it back too. And there's building a warm shed for my mom in the yard. Those ducklings, once hatched, need a special place to raise. Can't be kept in the room, dropping shit all over the floor, stinking to high heaven. Mom shot me a look. You and your fussy fastidiousness. In our village whose little critters aren't raised in the room. Mom, that's different. I explained. What they raise are their own chicks, ducklings, and piglets, only a few to begin with. What we raise are wild ones, and in greater numbers. The house can't hold them either. Kept together with people. First, the little ones easily get sick. Second, in a moment's carelessness, they get stepped to death. So we need a separate place. Going forward, we may even snare some little critters and bring them back. Sure, whatever you say goes. Mom was quite enthusiastic and agreed readily. I thought a moment and asked Uncle. Uncle, do you know whose family has a fishing net? A fish spear would do too. Uncle cocked his head and thought. No one in our Songyuan village knows how to fish, nor does anyone have such gear. But over at Kobi village there's a household that used to fish a lot. Then it seems the family's elder passed, and the things might still be kept. It's not far either. Since it's this early, I'll go over now and look, and if there are any, I'll dig them up and bring them back. How about this, Uncle? I'll go with you. Walking southeast from Songyuan village no more than 2 or 3 li brought us to Kobi village. Uncle knew this area well, no need to ask, and headed straight for a small humble household at the east end of the village. Anyone home? A light shone in the window. Uncle was giving a greeting. Who is it? This is the Feng household, right? I'm from Songyuan village. Uncle announced himself as he walked toward the door. Opening the door were a middle-aged woman and a young fellow. "Oh, so late. Is something the matter?" the fellow probed. "Maosheng, let the guests sit inside," the old woman said. Right, come inside and sit." Inside, 2 small stools were brought to the middle to sit, while mother and son sat on the bed's edge. "I'm Lin Shiqing from Songyuan village." "Oh, no wonder. You look familiar. Aren't you Accountant Lin from Songyuan village?" The woman recognized Uncle. "Right, sister-in-law. It's me. This is my nephew Lin Yong. We've come today about something. I recall Big Brother Feng used to know how to fish, right? Our old man used to fish a lot, but he's been gone many years now. The son didn't learn fishing along with him. So for fishing we mother and son really can't help. Then the fishing net and gear old Brother Feng used back then, were they kept? You mean that fishing gear? The things are all still here, just stored for several years. Don't know if they're still usable. Maosheng, take them to look. It's all in that little woodshed." The fellow led Uncle and me toward a little woodshed in the southeast corner of the yard, the woman following behind with a kerosene lamp. Opening the woodshed, a musty, dusty smell rushed at us. The woman held the lamp high, and I stepped up and turned over the dry timber blocking things, finding a fishing net that looked woven from some kind of animal hair, though I didn't know what. I pulled it out and shook it, not too light nor too heavy, just right, and in good condition. The fellow took a fish spear from the corner. This was left by my dad. I took it and gave it a try, very handy, and nodded at Uncle. "All right, everything's usable. Sister-in-law, these are of no use kept at home, and stored long they'll go bad. They need someone to use them. Let me set a price, and if you feel it's suitable we'll buy them." The woman nodded. "This fishing net, the supply and marketing co-op has similar ones. I've seen them at 20 yuan, but those are new, and yours has some years on it, so I'll reckon it at half price, 10 yuan. The fish spear I haven't seen before, but this thing uses about the same material as a shovel, so let's say 5 yuan. Really taken to sell as scrap iron it'd only be a few mao. All right, if you can use them, let's do it that way." When we'd come out I'd borrowed 30 yuan from my parents, which came in just right. I took out a 10 and a 5 and handed them to the woman, then shouldered the fish spear and carried the net back with Uncle. Sun Shengyan had 3 sons. The eldest Sun Shenglong was Songyuan village's militia squad leader, the second Sun Shenghu, the third Sun Shengbao. All 3 sons were broad and burly, powerfully strong. One of the things Sun Chengyan was most proud of. Coming home tonight he was unhappy at heart, and during dinner recounted his encounter with me. "Dad, if you ask me, that wild duck marsh is nothing great. If a good-for-nothing like Lin Yong dares go, why can't we men go? I'm even the militia squad leader." "Right, Dad. You didn't see it. The things laid out in Lin Yong's yard tonight, all making your eyes red with envy. Just corn was 3 big burlap sacks. I figured 5 or 600 gene. The son's words made Sun Chungin feel even more off balance. Sun Chungin's wife Wang Lihua said from the side. Yeah, I heard old Chin's wife say, just mushrooms and wood ear was 7 or 8 gene, plus pine nuts and peanuts, and soybean oil and peanut oil was 2 crocs too. Dad, big brother is the militia squad leader, and second brother and I are both core militia. Nothing else, just for face. Our family can't be outdone by a good-for-nothing from the Lin family, said the third son Sun Xingbao. Wang Lihua cast an appreciative glance at her youngest son. This youngest, though only 20, was no worse than anyone at reading his dad's mind. Isn't it just netting wild ducks? If he can do it, we can too. Sun Xingyan couldn't withstand his son's urging after all. Our Sun family has never lost to anyone. Get ready. Tomorrow at dawn we'll go to the wild duck marsh too. I don't believe we can't catch them. And let the people of Songyuan village know there's nothing our Sun men can't do. Their mother, bake us 10 sugar flatbreads. No, bake 15. Tomorrow we'll take them as dry rations. Sure, I'll go bake them now. Wang Lihua answered and nimbly ducked into the kitchen to busy herself. Ping bang. Pa 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 pa. Early in the morning, fierce firecracker sounds rang out in Songyuan village, mixed with the muffled booms of double-bang rockets, quickly drawing the whole village over. I too followed the sounds over, and it turned out firecrackers were being set off at Sun Chung'in's gate. There stood Sun Chung'in with his 3 burly sons Sun Shenglong, Sun Xinghu, and Sun Xingbao, all 4 men wearing big red flowers on their chests, as if about to go out to fetch a bride. Seeing the villagers about assembled, Sun Chung'in stood smugly on the high step at the gate and cupped his hands downward. Fellow elders and gentlemen, I announce good news. Today my 3 sons and I are going to catch wild ducks. At these words the crowd instantly buzzed. Good heavens, the whole family's men mobilizing. Is it to the wild duck marsh? Someone asked in a low voice. Sun Chung'in nodded smugly and shot a glance my way. Lin Yong, didn't your family catch over 20? Let me tell you, today when we men take the field, we'll get at least over 30. Sun Shenglong said to me full of confidence. Good, good, good. Then I wish you victory at the first blow and success upon arrival. One look at the Sun father and sons told me they were all blockheads, with no understanding at all of what hunting was about, and I couldn't be bothered to tangle with them. I turned to leave and was stopped by Sun Shenglong again. What's this, Lin Yong? Are you scared? Sun Shenglong's brows shot up high as he eyed me sidelong. I don't understand this. Catching wild ducks, you catch yours and I catch mine. Neither hinders the other. What would I be scared of? My big brother is right. I say you're just scared. Cutting in was the third son Sun Shengbao. Right, Lin Yong. Do you dare make a bet with us men today? If you don't dare, then you're scared. The second son Sun Xinghu snatched a step forward to stand before me. Bet what? Bet on who gets more game, whoever wins. By now my family had all come too, and big brother, dad, and uncle all felt something was off. Uncle smiled slightly and said to Sun Shenglong, what's there to bet on catching wild ducks? Each catches their own. As he spoke, he kept winking at me, signaling not to take the bait. Ha ha ha. Your Lin family are just cowards. You're scared. Sun Xinghu grew smugger. Though I wasn't worried about any bet with the Sun family, thinking of Sun Ching'in's standing in the village, I didn't want to stir up too much trouble. My aim was for my family to live a good life, not to spar with anyone, no need. Lin family men, if your family's men have anything hanging between their legs, then bet with us. Do you dare? Sun Shenglong said. Not daring to bet makes you cowards. The third son pressed a step forward. Who are you calling a coward? Big brother stepped forward and stared down Sun Shengbao. The Lin family are cowards. Sun Shengbao gave no ground. Right, the Lin family not daring to bet makes them cowards. Several core militia in the crowd chimed in, clearly currying favor with Sun Shenglong, the militia squad leader. Sun Ching'in to the side watched all this coldly, a chilly smile at the corner of his mouth, seeming glad to see it happen. What's there to not dare bet? Big brother said fiercely. I pulled big brother back. Big brother, don't put them on the spot. The Sun family's so mighty. If they lost the bet, where would their face go afterward? How is it you don't know to give people a way down? Sun Shengbao flared up at this. Lin Yong, who the hell wants a good-for-nothing like you to give face? You're just a coward, a spineless one making excuses. Right, if you don't dare bet, then admit you're chicken. You're a good-for-nothing anyway. Why bother making excuses? Several core militia chimed in again. I just said, I'm afraid you can't afford to lose. I said blandly. Then let me ask, What if you lose? Sun Xinghu glanced at Big Brother and blurted, if you lose, you call us Grandpa. And what if you lose? I countered, we won't lose. Sun Xinghu never thought he might lose, still less that I'd counter, and forced a quibble. To say losing meant calling the Lin family Grandpa. Those words alone he felt insulted himself to utter. I smiled. So you're afraid your family will lose, is that it? Forget it, I won't put you on the spot. Since it's a bet, the terms have to be equal, and don't do that little kid stuff. Who calls whom Grandpa? Haven't you grown up? We're all adults. Let's do something real. Only I'm worried. Afraid you won't dare bet. I wore a look of disdain. What? You say our Sun men don't dare? There's nothing our Sun family doesn't dare. Sun Shenglong glared fiercely at me. I swept a glance over the whole village, now all present. Since you say so, in front of all the village's elders and gentlemen, let's make it clear. The loser gives every person in the village, regardless of age, 5 gene of corn each. How about it, do you dare? Hearing that the loser would give everyone benefits, the crowd instantly warmed up, cheering all around, and among them were quite a few young people of the Sun surname. No one expected that just being a bystander could land them such a good thing. Right, this method's good. Or how about giving the loser's game to everyone, someone proposed. Dividing the game isn't reliable. I said, what if my family catches nothing, or only finds a few wild duck eggs? Corn is safer. From this tone, it sounded as if the Lin family was already destined to lose, willingly courting misfortune, glad to hand out welfare to the whole village. Sun Shenglong for a moment couldn't tell whether it was right or wrong, always feeling something was off. He'd assumed winning meant the benefits naturally went to his own family, but with my move, even if his family won there was no benefit. Sun Shengbao seemed to catch on. Why give it to others? If my family wins, my family should get the benefit. With that he looked smugly at Big Brother, not noticing that quite a few people, hearing this, had disgust in their eyes. I smiled slightly. Since your family will win, if my family loses, then my family gives things to the whole village, which doesn't affect your family at all, right? Sun Shenglong grew more confused, frowning and pondering. However he heard it, it seemed a bit twisted. Sun Cheng'en frowned, never expecting this Lin Yong to be so slippery, using this move to win over the villagers' hearts. But looking at everyone's eyes, he knew today his family was riding a tiger unable to dismount. Backing out now, face couldn't be kept, insisting that winning meant his family alone got the benefits, and his family's prestige in the village would be dissolved by this kid. Lin Yong, all right, we agree, we'll do it by this arrangement. Sun Cheng'en stepped out in time to settle it with one stroke, guarding against my pulling more tricks. Good, I answered loudly and left with my whole family. Behind me, many people's gazes at me underwent a subtle change. Hey, didn't expect that kid Er Yong to be so righteous. You don't say. Er Yong used to be listless and careless, but this reformed prodigal really might not be worse than anyone. The murmurs reached the ears of the Sun Shenglong brothers, and however they heard them it grated. Sun Cheng'en frowned, wearing a deeply worried look. Back in his own yard, Sun Shenglong said, Shenghu, Shengbao, bring our guns. As militia squad leader, this was the time to bring his advantage into play. The 3 brothers were all corps militia with 3 semi-automatic rifles, something the Lin family couldn't match. Though bullets were controlled, for him, the militia squad leader, there were still ways to solve it. Wang Lihua brought out the sugar flatbreads she'd baked in advance and the boiled eggs, stuffing them to her youngest son Sun Shengbao. Third Sen Bao, take these, put the sugar flatbreads and eggs in your pockets. You men keep them to eat today. Mom trusts you'll surely succeed. When would it ever be the Lin family men's turn to show off? Er Yong, how could you agree to bet with the Sun family? If we lose, how much grain will we have to put out? Mom was deeply worried. I comforted her with a smile. Mom, don't worry, we can't lose. When is hunting ever so simple? Never mind you seeing me lead our family to surround wild ducks and catch dozens at once. Anyone else really can't do it. If they could, would they have needed to wait until today? Wild ducks aren't so easy to catch. But Er Yong, didn't you lead us to catch dozens in just a short while yesterday? If we hadn't brought too little rice, we could have caught even more. Mom seemed puzzled. Mom, that's because I understand it. Such a big wild duck marsh. You think you can surround them anywhere? The spot we went to I handpicked carefully, and elsewhere you simply couldn't surround that many. Within several li, that's the best place. Io, by what you say, then today you'd better go early. Don't let the Sun family take that good spot. Mom, don't worry. If they're not old experts, they simply can't find that place, and besides getting there takes some effort. All right, I won't tell you more. Anyway, blockheads shouldn't dream of such easy advantages. Yong, I just heard Sun Shenglong say, they seem to be preparing to bring guns. Big Brother was a bit worried. They have guns and we don't. We really do need to guard against it. Don't lose to them. I laughed. If they weren't bringing guns, I'd be a bit worried. Bringing guns only shows all the more they're blockheads. What kind of guns can they bring? They have no fowling piece at home. Just those militia training semi-automatic rifles. And hitting wild ducks with those would be a miracle. Never mind whether they hit accurately. Even if they did, they might not retrieve them. Rifles have too much force. One shot, and the wild duck could be blown who knows where. Besides, that gun only fires one bullet per shot. The odds of missing are greater, nothing like our net. One cast catching dozens. Right? Yong makes sense. Worthy of being trained by an old hunter. Trusting Yong is never wrong. Don't fear them. Uncle had by now become my staunch supporter. The Wild Duck Marsh. Sun Ching'an led his 3 sons to the Wild Duck Marsh and stood a bit dazed looking at the vast swamp before them. Nearly man-high wild reed grass, muddy ground of uncertain depth, connected or broken stretches of water, intermittently linked thickets of shrubs. Everything looked unclear and seemed to hide danger. The father and son still wore big red flowers on their chests, circling around the marsh's edge, not knowing where to start. Dad, why can't we see a single wild duck? Maybe they're all hidden in the grass nests. Sun Ching'an estimated. People always say the Wild Duck Marsh has lots of ducks. Why can't we see even one now that we're here? The second son, Sun Shenghu, muttered. They must be hidden in the grass nests. Let's search into the grass. Sun Shenglong recalled the strategy learned in militia training and decided to adopt the search formation. Let's spread out about 10 meters apart and advance in line abreast. I don't believe we can't search them out. Good. Worthy of the militia squad leader, Big Brother's method will surely work, the third son's son, Shengbao, praised. The father and sons, spaced 10 meters apart laterally, searched forward into the grass. At first they could maintain roughly equal speed, but the further forward, the more complex the terrain. Some places had water requiring detours. Some places one step sank into mud impossible to pull out, advancing extremely slowly, and there were large stretches of shrubs blocking the way, forcing them to come back and regroup, find a new route, and get back into position. In under an hour, the formation was utterly disordered, no minding any 10-meter spacing or line abreast advance, each doing their own thing, searching for themselves, even the directions starting to differ, some heading east, some west, some forward, searching wherever they thought ducks might be. Shengbao? Shengbao? Search quick, Shengbao's gone. Without anyone noticing, the third son's son Shengbao had vanished without a trace. Even the steady son Cheng'an grew panicked. Shengbao, where are you? Shengbao, can you hear? Where are you? The anxious shouts were like a clay ox sunk into the sea, not even an echo. Before long, Sun Cheng'an, Sun Shenglong, and Sun Xinghu were covered in mud and their foreheads dripping with sweat. A gunshot. Quick, over there. Sun Shenglong swiftly judged by the gunshot's direction, pointing southeast. The son, father, and sons practically tumbled and crawled, panting like oxen, falling again and getting back up, long since turned into mud monkeys. Sa, save me. A faint cry for help came on the wind. Quick, it's Shengbao's voice. Sun Cheng'an's throat was nearly hoarse. Rushing to where the voice came from, the scene before them left them stunned. A mud pit, with no sight of Sun Shengbao anymore. Sharp-eyed Sun Shenglong spotted the barrel of a semi-automatic rifle in the middle of the mud pit, angled toward the sky. There, Shengbao sunk in. Sun Cheng'an rushed forward desperately like a madman, but every step underfoot seemed dragged back by death, unable to pick up speed, each step requiring pulling his foot from the mud to take the next. Suddenly his footing went soft, his body sinking involuntarily, and when he tried to pull his foot out, the shaking instead made him sink rapidly, as if some immense force below was sucking him in. I'm stuck. Sun Shenglong swiftly undid his trouser belt and took off his top. Xinghu, quick, give me your belt, take off your clothes. He tied his and Xinghu's belts and clothes into one rope and threw it to Sun Cheng'an. Sun Cheng'an grabbed the rope and, swaying, wobbled his way out of the mud pit, then flung himself heedlessly toward the position of Sun Xingbao's gun. As he lunged forward, his body was still sinking, but he could no longer care. Reaching the gun, he reached his hand down along the barrel. He touched an ice-cold hand, and at the same time he himself was sinking. Sun Shenglong and Sun Xinghu skirted the edge of the mud pit, gradually drawing near him, and threw the belt rope again, pulling backward. Sun Xingyin held the rope with one hand and desperately hauled at that hand stuck in the mud with the other. Gradually, an arm was pulled out, followed by a mud ball of a head. Pa! The belt snapped. Sun Shenglong dragged over the top, bit down, and forcibly tore off the sleeve to reknot it, then quickly connected the belt again. Sun Chungin grabbed the rethrown rope and, using the leverage, continued hauling out. Pulled from the mud pit, Sun Chungin was already exhausted, his hand still gripping his third son's hand tightly. Sun Shenglong lunged forward a step, swiftly cleared the mud from Shengbao's nostrils and mouth, and began artificial respiration and chest compressions. This first aid technique he'd learned in militia training, and now it came into use. Sun Chungin's brain was numb, dully watching his eldest son perform CPR on the third. A full 20 minutes, and Sun Shengbao suddenly coughed violently. Sun Chungin, who'd already given the third up for dead, flung himself over, embraced him, and wailed. Third son, you mustn't go, you mustn't make your dad, gray-haired, send off the black-haired. Dad, the third's still not stable. We have to hurry and carry him back for rescue. Sun Chingin snapped awake. Xinghu, quick, carry the third on your back, to the forestry farm. Among the brothers, Xinghu was the biggest, and since Shenglong had just been performing the rescue and was collapsed with exhaustion, Xinghu said nothing and hoisted his third brother, breaking into a run. Barely 2 steps in, Pa! He fell, his trousers sliding down too. Tripped by his own pants. Sun Shenglong glared with bloodshot eyes, stamped a foot on the rescue rope, gave a hard yank, tore out the 2 connected belts, and threw them to Xinghu. He himself grabbed some reed grass and twisted it into a makeshift belt, threading his trousers together and knotting them. The belted Xinghu again hoisted the third and ran desperately, Sun Shenglong and Sun Chungin half-carrying, half-chasing behind, racing toward Hongxing Forestry Farm. Because we knew wild ducks' habits well, our family wasn't in a hurry to set out, planning to eat the noon meal at home, rest properly, and then go. In the morning at home, Uncle first arranged for Shengzi and the others to go to our plot, settled the matter of leveling the ground, and counted the work. The Lin family's plot was no small project, and leveling it counted as 60 work points, converting by Uncle's pricing standard to 3 wild ducks. Shengzi's 6 people worked out to just half each, and they agreed to take the ducks back to divide first, arrange the remaining work themselves, and wait for Uncle to inspect and accept. This matter was willing on both sides. The Lin family put out wild ducks, and Shengzi and this bunch of poor fellows put out muscle, able to earn ducks to eat for their families by working. For them, it was simply a huge boon. After eating, Uncle, Mom, and Han Yin stayed home, especially Uncle, who had to stay on call in case someone came to trade, since only he could set the exchange values. My dad, sister-in-law, big brother, and I, for people, were enough to go, mainly relying on big brother and me, the 2 strong laborers, to work, with dad and sister-in-law lending a hand no problem. Yong, the rice we brought last time wasn't enough, so today bring all that's left, about 7 or 8 Jin. Mom this time was willing too, actively digging out the family stores. Just arriving at the wild duck marsh, we walked toward the direction where we'd hidden things that day. Let's fetch the things first, and just go to the same spot as that day. Wonder where the Sun men are catching. Sister-in-law muttered. Don't let them take our good spot. She was a bit uneasy. Sister-in-law, set your heart fully at ease, I can tell at a glance. They simply don't understand, and definitely won't pick that spot. Returning to the tree hollow to fetch the hidden net and decoy ducks, we came to that day's position and began preparing. Pa! Along with the wind, a faint gunshot. Yong, I think I heard a gunshot. Big brother said. I heard it too, and glanced toward the direction of the shot. It should be over toward the southeast corner. I figured they'd fail to find the right place. Over there the grass nests are many, but actually the odds of duck nests are low, and even if there are some, they're not many, at most a few strays. Using guns to shoot, even if their marksmanship is good and they hit one, the rest will be startled off. Don't worry, they're sure to lose today. Hearing this, sister-in-law smiled with satisfaction, looking pleased. This time, with last time's experience, everyone worked faster and the division of labor was clearer. I went ahead to lay the bait, while the others laid the net and pull ropes behind. I checked the sky. About right. Everyone hide well, and later, same as before, wait for my signal. Got it. Everyone answered and vanished to their positions. This time 2 fewer people than last time, so big brother and sister-in-law each had 1 more pull rope before them, the couple having to pull 2 ropes at once. Shadows began appearing in the sky, and swathes of wild ducks appeared, quacking in the air. This call sounded dear and lovely to us. Whoosh splash, whoosh splash. A few bold ones first glided down onto the water surface, quacking as they caught little fish and shrimp in the water, making joyful cries, drawing more wild ducks to land. Seeing most of the wild ducks had landed on the water surface, I began blowing the duck whistle and pulling the decoy ducks, luring the attention of the flock on the water. The two ducklings nearest this side noticed the movement and rushed excitedly toward the decoys quacking, and before drawing near they saw the white rice on the ground. This time the bait was plentiful, spread over a larger and more eye-catching area, and following the bait trail, the wild ducks entered under the net one after another. 1, 2, 7, 10. I was quite calm. This time the bait was plentiful, no worry about the ducks behind not following before the bait was eaten up. 30. More and more wild ducks entered under the net, already too many to count. The ducks moved frequently and looked alike, and with the viewing angles effect, I could only roughly estimate. Judging by sound now, there should be 40 or 50, the exact number only known after drawing the net. Wait a bit more, there were still 7 or 8 rushing over. The bait was plenty, and the wild ducks ate joyfully, quacking to call all their companions behind over. Draw the net. At my command, the great net fell from the sky. Quack, 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 flap, 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 flap. The great net was like boiling water, instantly seething. At Songyuan village, nearly the whole village had gathered at the village entrance, all awaiting the outcome of tonight's bet between the Sun and Lin families, and more importantly, awaiting the loser's fulfillment. 5 gene of corn per person for the whole village. The waiting crowd very tacitly split into 2 groups. One side was the numerous Sun family contingent, mostly those who usually kept close to Sun Cheng'an, headed by Sun Cheng'an's wife Wang Lihua, along with the wives of the eldest Sun Shenglong and second Sun Cheng'u. The other side was mainly the village's minor surnames, including even someone like Sun Qingquan who, though surnamed Sun, was distant from the clan. This group centered on the Lin family, with my uncle and mom standing in front, and Han Yin trailing behind with her big belly. Wang Lihua, relying on her old man being production team leader, was extremely domineering in her dealings. Now, seeing the old widower Ding Jiumao standing on the Lin family's side, she instantly felt displeased. Old Ding, at work in the team you don't put out effort, but making your own vermicelli you never slack. Don't think having someone backing you lets you turn the sky over. Suddenly targeted, Ding Jiumao grew panicked. Warehousekeeper Wang, I just came along to watch the excitement. I really don't have that. His voice fell lower and lower. Wang Lihua was the production team's warehouse keeper, usually managing all sorts of farm tools and sundries. Public grain delivery time was her most powerful days, with the granary keys in her hands, walking as if looking at the sky. She stood before Ding Jiumao with hands on hips. Go back and fetch me 2 gene of vermicelli. Today my old man caught wild ducks, and we're going to eat wild duck stewed with vermicelli. Ding Jiumao hesitated. This Wang Lihua often rummaged through his yard in the name of inspecting for the production team's lost items, and on leaving would filch a bundle of vermicelli. If seen, she'd say it was on credit on the account. If not seen, she'd count it as filched for free. Warehousekeeper Wang, your family's account already has dozens of gene. Could you? You old Ding, are you getting too big for your britches? On Wang Lihua's sharp, thin face, the knife-carved creases went deeper, and the 5 horizontal lines on her forehead squeezed into 6 or 7. Ding Jiumao mentioning her family's dead in front of the whole village made her feel she'd lost great face. As she spoke, she rushed forward and, slapped Ding Jiumao right across the face. Ding Jiumao was honest and simple, daring to offend no one, and toward the Sun family especially fearful beyond measure. But being a man over 70, taking a slap before the whole village, his mind went blank. You, warehousekeeper Wang, you bully people too much. Another big slap, harder than the last. Wang Lihua was already fuming today, feeling these minor surname people were out to oppose the major surnames. Opposing the major surnames was opposing her Sun family, and she meant to make an example of Ding Jiumao to establish her authority. Why hit people, eating for free and still in the right? Someone in the minor surname crowd deliberately said in a not too loud, not too soft voice. The voice came from behind, impossible to tell who, yet just loud enough for Wang Lihua in front to hear. Who? Wang Lihua stood forward, hands on hips, glaring like a tiger. Which bastard just said that? If you've got the guts, say it to my face. The minor surname crowd was dead silent. Old Ding, right now I'm making you go back and bring me 5 gene of vermicelli. Just slapped, one hand covering his cheek, Ding Jiumao made a bitter face. Warehousekeeper Wang. This morning I traded all my vermicelli for ducks, and the newly dried isn't ready. I can't scrape together 5 gene. Hearing Ding Jiumao had traded for ducks, Wang Lihua grew angrier and kicked him. Who let you trade it? Why didn't you save some for my family? Today I must have 5 gene, and if the unfinished isn't ready, you go get back the vermicelli you traded for ducks. Warehousekeeper Wang. This isn't appropriate. Ding Jiumao's pair of coarse old hands trembled as he wiped the wrinkle-filled corners of his eyes. Hung in to the side truly couldn't watch any longer. A man over 70, publicly humiliated and beaten. Today I'd been the first to actively trade things with Grandpa Jiumao, meaning to look out for him, never expecting it would instead bring the old man trouble. Getting wild ducks today, Ding Jiumao had immediately sent over the 20-some gene of vermicelli stored at home. Hong Yin walked to Ding Jiumao's side and steadied the trembling old man. Grandpa Jiumao, my family can't finish the vermicelli in a while anyway. Come back with me first to get 5 gene. With that, she shot Wang Lihua a displeased look and was about to take Ding Jiumao home to fetch it. Seeing Hong Yin's look, Wang Lihua whooshed to block Hong Yin's path. Hold on. What? Who were you just glaring at? I'll glare at whoever deserves glaring. You dare glare at me. Today I'll let you know this old lady's power. With that, she raised her hand. The moment Wang Lihua blocked the way, my uncle sensed something was wrong and hurried over, and seeing her raise her hand to strike, he hastily shielded Hong Yin behind him. Ha! Wang Lihua's slap landed on Uncle's shoulder. What are you hitting me for? Uncle took the blow. The slap wasn't heavy, and he didn't feel much, thinking to use this moment to pull Hong Yin back and be done with it. The Sun family's power in the village was what it was, best not to provoke if possible. Hong Yin had a big belly, and Wang Lihua hadn't dared put too much force into that slap, having only meant to establish authority, but unexpectedly it landed on Uncle's shoulder, and her old face flushed red. Ha ha ha. Is warehousekeeper Wang flirting? A young fellow at the back of the minor surname crowd, unafraid of anything, egged on. That's right. Accountant Lin has no wife. Is warehousekeeper Wang about to have an affair? Ha 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 ha. Fart your mothers. Which little son of a bitch is talking nonsense? See if this old lady doesn't tear your mouth apart. Egged on by the young folk, Uncle's old face flushed red too. Damn little rascal. Could I fancy an old slut like her? Uncle had meant to jab back at the eggers on, but to Wang Lihua's ears it was the same as calling her a slut. Lin Shiqing, you randy old man. Who are you cursing? Hearing her curse him a randy old man before the whole village, Uncle got angry too. Who are you calling randy? Did I randy you? Ha 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 ha. Right, warehousekeeper Wang. Did Accountant Lin randy you? Warehousekeeper Wang. Teach us, how did Accountant Lin randy you? Wang Lihua couldn't keep face and viciously slapped Uncle's face. Today, if she didn't hit Uncle before the whole village, wouldn't those earlier words become true? Huh. This slap caught Uncle off guard. Bang. Uncle kicked back. Uncle too was one who cared for face, and if he took this slap for nothing today, others would say he was deferring to Wang Lihua, and things that never happened would become things that did, impossible to explain. You randy, stinking old man dares kick me. I'll scratch you to death. Wang Lihua's mindset was the same. She had to publicly beat Lin Shiqing half to death to prove there was nothing between them. In no time, Uncle's face was covered in fingernail scratches, while Wang Lihua's eye corner was bruised, her nose bled, and she walked with a limp. Only then did people pull the two apart, and the two, pulled apart, still hopped and cursed at each other. Actually, both understood in their hearts that this fight had to be fought, otherwise it would become something even leaping into the Yellow River couldn't wash clean. Amid the crowd's shoving, the two returned to their respective homes. With Wang Lihua gone, the core of the Sun side became Sun Shenglong's wife Wang Hongmei. She was Wang Lihua's distant niece, later married to Sun Shenglong. Wang Hongmei was the only one in all Songyuan village to marry in wearing leather shoes. Her father was a sales clerk at the county supply and marketing co-op, a status much higher than in ordinary commune members, so she usually didn't regard the village commune members at all, and with her father-in-law being team leader and her old man militia squad leader, she looked at people with her eyes turned up. Only her belly had been perpetually unpromising, 5 years married into the Sun family, without bearing them a single son or daughter. It was only relying on her father at the co-op that Wang Lihua and Sun Chengyan hadn't dared say anything. Now she'd become the leader of this bunch of Sun folk, and instantly had a feeling of a 10-year daughter-in-law finally becoming the mother-in-law. Usually when something came up, it was the mother-in-law rushing to the front. No turn for her to show off, But today, with the mother-in-law just beaten and gone home, her spirits rose considerably. Hong Yin, seeing uncle had gone back, was about to call Grandpa Jiumao to go home with her to fetch the vermicelli. Grandpa Jiumao, let's go get the vermicelli. AI. Ding Jiumao looked at her gratefully and was about to follow. Stop right there. Wang Hongmei's somewhat shrill, harsh voice called the two to a halt. Old Ding, if you bring vermicelli back from the Lin household today, I'll throw it all to feed the pigs. My family doesn't eat dirty things dug from a pigsty. Her nose and eyes squeezed together, her lips pouting long. Hong Yin got angry. Wang Hongmei, whose home are you calling a pigsty? I say your home is the pigsty, worse than a pigsty even. She was usually gentle in temperament and kind to people, but that didn't mean she couldn't jab back. Wang Hongmei had felt her status was the highest in the whole village, coming from a county-town family after all, and today she wanted to seize the chance to show off, assuming Hong Yin would swallow her anger like before, never expecting to be jabbed back. Looking at Hong Yin's protruding big belly, jealousy burned in her. Why could Hong Yin conceive a second child, while she couldn't even conceive a first? She even felt Hong Yin's line, worse than a pigsty, was mocking her inability to conceive. A surge of hot blood rushed to the top of her head. Wang Hongmei, like a maddened wild beast, howled as she lunged fiercely at Hong Yin. My mom to the side hadn't guarded against it. Wang Hongmei's shift was too sudden, and even Hong Yin herself hadn't been on guard, taking a headlong ram to her belly. Thud! Hong Yin was knocked sprawling flat on her back, the back of her head hitting the ground, striking a rock. Aya, this is bad, a life is lost. Hong Yin's eyes and lips were shut tight. No more breath, and from the back of her head flowed crimson blood, dripping to the ground and seeping into the soil. My mom's face went ashen, dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. Someone lifted Hong Yin and hurried home, while someone rushed off first to bring word to Uncle. Getting the word, Uncle, heedless of the fingernail scratches on his face, dashed out madly, and seeing Hong Yin already unconscious, hurriedly shouted, Quick, 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 to the forestry farm. Though Songyuan village had a barefoot doctor, that was just a middling incompetent, utterly unreliable for such a big matter, and besides Hong Yin was still carrying a child, 2 lives. The commune did have a health clinic, but it was too far. In this situation, only Hongxing Forestry Farm was nearest. A life hangs in the balance, and heedless of much, the several strong fellows who'd been helping level the ground offhandedly tore down the broken door plank from our fence wall, laid the person on it, and took off at a run. 6 strong fellows dashed all the way, taking turns, Uncle following close behind. Not far due south from Songyuan village was a small river. In summer the water ran high, and the old forest log rafts floated down passing through here, but now entering autumn, the river water just covered the ankles, and wading straight across was faster than going around the little bridge. Straight ahead, wade across. Uncle was extremely decisive. Wading across the river and running forward over 3 li reached Hongxing Forestry Farm. Quick, 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 to the medical station. The forestry farm had workers and also educated youth, and seeing people dash over all the way, carrying a big-bellied woman on a broken door plank, all knew it was the village rushing to save a life. Such things weren't rare at the forestry farm, and many people came running to help, some carrying the person, some leading the way, some rushing ahead to the medical station to bring word. What day is it today? Why do people keep rushing over for emergencies? Someone muttered as they carried. The wild duck marsh. By now our 4 had finished clearing the field and packed up. Today's haul was quite bountiful, all 50 wild ducks bound up, to be carried back shortly. A drizzling fine rain began to fall from the sky, and the temperature gradually dropped. I counted the days on my fingers. I figure these wild ducks are about done. Going forward there won't be much to catch. Eryong, why do you say that? We've only caught a few times and can't catch anymore. Sister-in-law was clearly unwilling. I looked up and pointed at the sky sprinkling light rain. One autumn rain, one spell of cold. Once this autumn rain falls the temperature drops right away, and the wild ducks will fly south. AI, what a pity, if only we'd started earlier. Sister-in-law's tone carried regret. Sister-in-law, you needn't fret either. Our northeast old forests have plenty of good things, not just this small stuff like wild ducks. I said as I packed. The wild ducks fly off, but see that big water marsh ahead. The fish, shrimp, and crabs inside, those can't fly off. Right now these water goods are at their fattest and finest. Sister-in-law, don't you tire of eating wild duck every day? Isn't changing the flavor nice? Big brother grinned to the side, and sister-in-law shot him a reproachful look. Look at you, just like a big fool. When you can match half of our young brother, you'll count as having a plan too. Big brother just smiled and said nothing, quietly packing 50 wild ducks, each person carrying about 10 plus, no lightweight, several dozen jean. Luckily, sister-in-law, though a woman, was no worse in build, and 10 plus ducks of several dozen jean. She walked no slower than big brother, huffing and puffing along the way. Halfway, they even rested once and chatted a bit. Right? This is the last stretch. One push, and we're at the village entrance. Sister-in-law muttered. Young, I figure the village entrance is packed with people by now, the whole village waiting to join the fun. You say those sun men. Today they definitely can't beat us, right? Sister-in-law, don't worry. With me here, we won't lose whenever. Thump, 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 thump. The four, heads down pushing forward in one breath, were suddenly jolted by footsteps coming from ahead and quickly stopped. Brother Young, brother De Chong, it's terrible. A life is lost. The one who came running was Shengzi's younger brother Gongzi, sent by my mom to bring word. Hongyan had been rammed by son Shenglong's wife and now lay unconscious. A surge of hot blood rushed to my head. The regret toward my wife from my previous life hadn't yet been made up, and now, having only just started over, my wife had been harmed. I absolutely could not endure this. Son family, I would make you pay a price you couldn't bear. Though big brother didn't know what I was thinking, the terrifying aura that suddenly rose from me made everyone present tremble in their souls, as if flames burned in the air, a giant volcano about to erupt. I'm going to the forestry farm. I dropped just one line and dashed off along the side path. From there I could reach Hongxing Forestry Farm fastest. Gongzi, hurry and help send the things back to the village. Then let's rush over too. Sister-in-law reacted faster than big brother and immediately made arrangements. With me rushing over to the forestry farm, plus uncle who'd gone with Hongyan, sister-in-law, and the others could handle things here first and then follow. Uncle, where's Hongyan? Uncle was staring anxiously at the medical station and hearing my voice turned around. Young, you're here at last. Hongyan is being treated. The doctor's inside. Hasn't spared a moment to tell us anything. Just as I grew anxious, the medical station door opened and a female doctor in a white coat walked out. Are the patient's family here? I pushed apart the onlooking crowd and squeezed in. I am. The female doctor glanced at me. What are you to her? Husband. The patient's condition is very dangerous. First, she's pregnant. Second, the point of impact when she fell has a fractured skull, possibly injuring the brain, requiring emergency surgery. But the female doctor seemed hesitant. Doctor, please speak plainly. The female doctor's gaze at me instantly changed. Usually patients' families in the surrounding villages, meeting such matters, lost all composure, either had no idea what to do or begged the doctor to be sure to save the person. Yet this tall man before her, though anxious, had an extremely clear head and had even seen through her dilemma. She glanced at me again, feeling this man was truly calm, seeming to carry a temperament utterly different from the local farmers. All right, the situation's urgent. I'll speak plainly. By the patient's condition, doing this kind of brain surgery requires sending her to the provincial capital. But her current condition doesn't allow it. She certainly wouldn't hold out to the provincial capital. And here we're just a forestry farm medical station, conditions inadequate in every aspect. Just me one doctor, not even an assistant. I estimate. AI, the difficulty's too great. By your judgment, what's my wife's current brain condition? The female doctor glanced at me again, seeming to think how to explain so I'd understand. After the injury, a lot of blood has pooled in the brain, which will lead to intracranial bleeding causing excessive intracranial pressure. At this point, I couldn't be bothered to conceal it either. You understand medicine? I understand some trauma first aid care. Can you assist in surgery? I understand some simple things. Could you let me take a look at the facilities and conditions inside? Come in. Inside the medical station, I swiftly swept a glance over the equipment. Honestly, it was truly simple, even crude. Against the wall was a medical cabinet holding limited medicine and instruments. This level not even matching a community medical point of later generations. What surprised me was that in such an environment, there was actually a female doctor who dared perform this kind of advanced surgery. We need to do a craniotomy to clear it. The female doctor seemed to have entered her element. Hurry and prepare. We can't delay any longer. She'd already begun preparing herself, kicking a white basin under the surgical bed and deftly taking rubber tubing from the cabinet. I pulled open the drawer beneath the cabinet, first disinfected my hands with alcohol, then sprayed a round of disinfectant alcohol over my whole body with a spray bottle. The conditions here could only allow this much. Then I put on rubber gloves, took out a white enamel tray, and deftly found the hemostatic forceps, bandages, gauze, scalpel, and bone hammer. The female doctor, wearing a mask, glanced at me while swiftly preparing. "You look very professional." "Half professional, I suppose." I spoke the truth. By my own standard, as a wilderness survival expert in my previous life, this kind of makeshift surgical ability was indeed half professional, no comparison to true professionals. But in this era's time, perhaps I could truly count as an assistant near a professional level. The shadowless lamp had been on the whole time, and Hong Yin's wound was clearly visible. "Now first we need to clean the wound." Swish, I handed over a razor. This was for shaving hair. Cleaning the wound required shaving the hair off first. "You do it." The female doctor stepped aside. Indeed, this kind of thing in a proper hospital didn't need the lead surgeon and should be done in advance by the assistant. Without hesitation, I extremely deftly shaved off all the hair on Hong Yin's head, very fast. The female doctor, watching my deft movements, had a few more traces of interest in her eyes. Done. I'd not only shaved the hair, but also disinfected the wound's periphery. The female doctor watched my every move. "The wound isn't too large, but a bit deep." I saw it clearly too and nodded slightly. The female doctor reached out a hand, and I handed over a pair of tweezers, very professional, the tweezers handle facing her palm, the distance just right so she could grasp them effortlessly, the model and size just right too, this being for cleaning bone fragments. This was a professional assistant. Reaching out again, she received the most precise scalpel as desired. Every instrument choice was precise and unerring, keeping pace with the surgery's progress at all times. She lifted her head slightly, and a sweat-absorbing towel gently wiped her forehead, while a wisp of hair blown loose by her ear was tucked back into the surgical cap, clearing the blood in the brain, stopping the bleeding of a ruptured intracranial blood vessel, suturing the wound. The female doctor's technique was precise and skilled, her judgment extremely accurate. This clearly was no ordinary doctor. As a forestry farm, it should absolutely not have a physician of this level, her medical skill far exceeding her present status and circumstances. I dare say in this era, even a provincial capital hospital might not turn up someone of this level. All right, the rest you should understand, no need for me to say. The 3-hour surgery left the female doctor looking very fatigued. "Oh, I haven't eaten yet. I'm starving." Work done. She took a satchel from the table beside the cabinet, pulled out a blackish thing, and chewed big mouthfuls. I leaned in for a look, and it was actually a wowata made from sorghum flour mixed with who knows what flour. "Doctor, what are you eating?" The female doctor gave a bitter smile, her complexion somewhat pallid. "Try it, and you'll know." She broke off a small piece and handed it to me. I put it in my mouth. Hard, bitter, no taste to speak of, and if forced to say it had a taste, it was the taste of wood shavings. "This is sorghum flour and elm bark flour?" The female doctor nodded and lowered her head to keep gnawing. Watching the female doctor eat this kind of thing, it clearly didn't match her identity as a forestry farm doctor. As a transmigrator, I knew the affairs here weren't simple. Some matters ran too deep to probe. Today she'd saved my wife, so I should do what I ought to do. "Doctor, thank you." "It's nothing. This is my job." Her voice was flat, her sharp-featured face expressionless. "This is a medical station, no place for hospitalization. You either take the person back or leave her at the forestry farm. But this I can't manage. Figure it out yourself." Her voice as she spoke was even somewhat cold. "Doctor, may I ask your surname?" My attitude was sincere. The female doctor didn't answer, but took out several small white medicine paper packets and placed them on the table. "There's only some simple anti-inflammatory medicine here to prevent post-op inflammation and infection. The usage and dosage are marked on top." "Thank you, doctor. And thank you for assisting me." Her tone was flat, as if purely going through a procedure. "I suggest the patient better stay at the forestry farm for observation, but for this you'll have to go find the forestry farm leaders yourself." With that she turned and went out. I could only go outside to meet with Uncle and the others. Big brother, sister-in-law, and dad had rushed over too. "Eryong, how is she?" "Where's Hong Yan?" "The child in her belly." The moment big brother and sister-in-law saw me they anxiously asked. "She just had surgery, still unconscious, and the child is fine too. She needs to stay at the forestry farm for observation. Now we have to find the forestry farm leaders to ask whether she can be arranged to stay here." From my tone, everyone gathered she was basically fine, and all breathed a sigh of relief. "Come, Eryong, I'll go with you." Uncle volunteered. The forestry farm cadre office was a long row of red brick single-story houses, with small wooden signs at the doors showing each room's function. security section, finance section, logistics section, and leader's office. I noticed this leader's office was unlike the general manager and deputy general manager offices of later generations. Knocking and entering, I found 2 desks placed facing each other inside. One desk with a small sign reading Farm Director, across from it reading Party Secretary. This office was shared by the Farm Director and Party Secretary. Greetings, leaders. Having a favor to ask, I respectfully bowed the moment I entered. Seated facing each other were 2 men, the Farm Director looking under 50, the Party Secretary seeming just over 50. You're from Songyuan Village here for medical treatment, right? The Farm Director looked up and asked first, clearly already informed. Yes, the leaders both know already. With so many people carrying her over just now, how could we not know? These few surrounding villages aren't dealing with us for the first time either. Going to the county town for treatment is far, so whenever something big comes up they send them here, and we can't just not help. I listened quietly, cooperatively nodding and smiling along. What is the patient to you? How is she now? She's my wife, and still with a big belly, just had surgery. The doctor suggests she needs observation, in our forestry farm. Dr. Chin did brain surgery? The party secretary blurted a line, his meaning unreadable. The farm director and party secretary exchanged a glance, and neither said more. Earlier one was sent over, also unconscious, seems also from your Songyuan village. Did your Songyuan village have a fight? Otherwise, how would 2 people suddenly be sent over? The farm director seemed a bit gossipy and also very experienced. I didn't yet know about the Sun family's 3rd son Shengbao having been sent over unconscious, and shook my head. The one you mentioned I'm not clear on. My wife was indeed rammed down by someone and fell. The farm director was accustomed to such things and didn't take it much to heart. That earlier person was arranged in the storage room of the Educated Youth District. Your side might not be easy to arrange. How about asking old Xiao? Let him think of a way. The party secretary looked at me sympathetically from the side. Thank you, leaders, thank you both. I hurriedly bowed again. All right, wait a moment. The farm director went out the door, and before long brought in a slightly plump man wearing a cadre cap. This is our logistics director Xiao. These several are from Songyuan village. They have a female patient still with a big belly. See whether a place to stay can be arranged. Director Xiao cocked his head and thought. There's no other place, not easy to arrange. If anything, the only option is to clear a spot in that storage room next to Qin Fang's. All right, you arrange it. They're all people from near the village. It's not easy for them. The party secretary spoke directly. All right, you several follow me. Out of the office, Director Qiao led us toward the diagonally opposite northwest direction. The forestry farm compound was divided into several zones. To the east were the family quarters and educated youth district. A row of houses to the south facing north was the offices, with the canteen on this side too. The work zone's west was separated from the operations zone by a board fence, with a gate leading through to the operations zone, where a large amount of timber and processing machinery was stored. The medical station was right where the work zone and operations zone adjoined, a standalone single-story house. In the northwest corner of the work zone was a row of low single-story houses. Director Qiao pointed at that row of houses. These usually hold sundry tools, and the woman living in the corner is the doctor who treated you. Her name's Qin Fang. As we walked over, we saw Dr. Qin squatting at a stove pit outside the house lighting a fire, smoke to tears streaming and eyebrows blackened, a completely different image from the white-coated one in the medical station just now. Director Qiao lowered his voice as he walked. You get your treatment, and that's that. No need to talk to her much. His tone carried a note of warning and admonishment. I nodded without a sound. Reaching the front of the houses, Director Qiao ignored Qin Fang entirely, and Qin Fang didn't spare us a glance either, continuing her own busy work. She lived in the outermost room, and next over was the storage room. Director Qiao pulled out a big ring of keys, found one, and clicked the lock open. A smell of dust mixed with cobwebs rushed at us. The rooms like this, sort out the things inside yourselves and gather them to the side. The cleared space can hold a few people. It's cold at night, so light a fire. This room has no firebed or firewall, but there's a big iron stove over on that end, chimney, and all fitted and placed below. Install it yourselves. No beds, set up your own with boards. Over in the operations zone, use the boards freely, and when done, no need to dismantle them. Just leave them. Maybe someone else will use them later. For heating, pick up the kindling logs freely in the yard. That heap outside. Burn all you like. I'll take the key and lock. Won't leave them for you, since you always have someone here anyway, and there are no thieves here. All right. Thank you, Director Qiao. I sincerely thanked him again. It's nothing, I'll be off then. Before going out, he leaned in close to me and softly reminded once more, don't talk to her much, remember that. I made an expression of understanding and saw Director Chiao off. Yong, why did that Director Chiao say that just now? Sister-in-law was very puzzled. Sister-in-law, don't ask. Some things can't be explained clearly in a line or two. Just listen to my arrangements. With that, I said to Dad and Uncle, let's set up the bed first, then move Hongyan over. She's still lying in the medical station. Sister-in-law, go over first and keep an eye on her. Get some warm water and feed her a little. Don't feed too much. Feed just a small half bowl first. Uncle, there's a matter to handle quickly. These few days we're here, I estimate there'll be quite a few places needing money. You go back to the village first, call Xingzi and the others to help, and bring 30 wild ducks over first. Next step, listen to my arrangements. Sure, I'll go back now. Uncle nodded, agreed, and busily headed out. You all wait for me a moment. I went out and over to Qin Fang's place next door. Qin Fang's stove seemed to be lit unsuccessfully, thick smoke billowing out but no flame appearing, and she coughed ceaselessly, choked to tears streaming down. Dr. Qin, come, let me. I gathered some dry grass and small twigs from the side. Qin Fang neither refused nor made a sound, lowering her head and going inside. I relit the dry grass and small twigs, then pulled the undried coarse branches from the stove's firebox and swapped in the oily pine branches I'd picked up. Before long, the fire in the firebox crackled to life, flames leaping up. Having lit the fire, I offhandedly grabbed a broom from the corner, swept the front of the firebox clean, and carried the broom into the room I was to stay in. Dad, sweep this room first. Big brother and I will go get some boards to set up a bed. Though a storage room, the space was plenty large, and moving the jumbled sundries inside to one side and piling them up left a fairly spacious cleared area. Big brother and I passed through the unguarded gate between the work zone and operations zone and went straight to the operations zone's timber storage, where big boards were piled up like a mountain. We picked some thoroughly dried poplar boards. This kind of board was a bit softer but light and easy to carry, plenty for setting up a makeshift bed. I have to say the forestry farm's boards were of good quality, big and flat, 3 set together enough for a double bed's width. The brothers each carried one under the left and right arms. Inside, Dad had already gathered the things to one side, clearing several dozen square meters of space for us to set up the bed. I thought about it. This kind of single-story house had cold air rising from the ground in the north, and we had nothing suitable to raise the bed high. So I took Big Brother out to pull some dry grass. The Northeast has 3 treasures: ginseng, sable pelt, and woolly grass. This woolly grass was found almost everywhere in the forest region. In the past, people used it to weave boots, which were both warm and soft in winter, and in many uses could substitute for cotton. The 2 of us picked out patches, pulling handful by handful, tying them into bundles, and carrying them back. The first layer we spread on the ground as a base to prevent the ground's cold air from penetrating up. Then we brought over thicker large tree trunks to lay crosswise at the 2 ends as the bed frame, spread boards on top, then spread a layer of woolly grass. We hadn't brought mattress pads, and lying down clothes for now could make do. Only that when getting up our bodies would be stuck all over with grass fuzz. I'll go get some birch bark, Big Brother said, and went out. Using birch bark as makeshift bed sheets was also a kind of laboring people's creation, no match for real bed sheets, but passable for sleeping. The brothers set up 2 such beds in the room, one for Hong Yin and sister-in-law, the other for us men. In the northeast countryside, men and women of one family sharing a room, even sharing a fire bed, wasn't rare. No one took it to heart. Having finished these, Big Brother and I went to the medical station. Sister-in-law had just finished feeding water to the unconscious Hong Yin. I felt Hong Yin's head, still running a high fever, and I knew this was a normal post-op reaction. Let's go, move her over first. When coming, I'd found 2 suitable wooden poles, and now just tying the bed sheet under Hong Yin onto the poles made a simple stretcher. Made in a jiffy, Big Brother, sister-in-law, and I gently lifted Hong Yin onto it. Hey, I have to say, Yong, this method of yours is quite handy. Carrying someone this way is both easy and effective. Sister-in-law couldn't help but praise. It is handy. Big Brother rarely said a line too. After moving the person to the lodging, I untied the bed sheet and had sister-in-law take it back to spread out. From Songyuan village to Hongxing forestry farm by the shortcut didn't take long, and in just the time we'd been busy, Uncle had rushed back with Shengzi and the others. Not only had they brought 30 wild ducks, but also carried 2 baskets of daily necessities, bed sheets, pillows, mattress pads, even towels. Mom thinks of everything. One look and sister-in-law knew it was prepared by my mom and beamed with joy. Your mom brought out the whole family stores. Look underneath. Uncle prompted. Sister-in-law flipped open the basket and looked underneath. Eggs, millet, dried tofu, vermicelli, and even a small half basin of rice, and another small cloth bag holding white flour, about 5 or 6 jean. Uncle pulled out something wrapped in a handkerchief from his bosom. Your mom had me bring it to you. I opened it, and inside was wrapped 50 yuan, plus 20 jean of province-wide grain coupons. I figured this was my mom's entire private stash. This time she was truly willing to bleed for it. Uncle, in a bit go over to the family quarters and the educated youth side and look around. Are there any acquaintances there? A few old acquaintances, old song, and I get along well. We even played chess together during the farming slack before. All right, then go over and look. With those educated youth, forestry farm family members, and cadre households. See whose family wants to trade things for wild ducks. We can trade for anything. With that I leaned to Uncle's ear and said softly, best if we can trade for money and grain coupons. Uncle nodded, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly. In the afternoon, Sun Shengbao had been urgently sent to the forestry farm medical station by the Sun father and sons. Qin Fong, through emergency rescue, had freed him from mortal danger, yet couldn't bring him out of his coma. After all, he'd been stuck in the mud pit too long, his brain severely oxygen-deprived, causing irreversible damage, so that even if he woke in the future he'd be an idiot. The Sun family were extremely crude the moment they arrived, even issuing threats, saying if the patient wasn't cured they'd burn the forestry farm down. Towards such rogue households from the surrounding villages, the forestry farm was quite troubled. Qin Fong reported the rescue situation to Director Qiao, and as for how to handle it, that wasn't her business. Director Qiao, adding a bit of foresight, had someone first arrange Sun Shengbao in the educated youth courtyard for observation, and as soon as it was confirmed he'd survive, would immediately have them leave. Just as our side had finished being busy, Director Qiao sent someone to call Qin Fong to examine Sun Shengbao. Director Qiao watched Qin Fong finish the examination, gave her a look, and drew her aside. Dr. Qin, how's that person's condition? Vital signs are already stable, no mortal danger. Only the waking time can't be judged, and I estimate the brain damage is quite severe. Brain damage? Is that the kind that turns you into an idiot? In medical terms it's called irreversible cognitive damage. There's also a case of sleeping on like this forever, called a vegetative state. Director Qiao thought about it. All right, I understand. Don't concern yourself with the rest, go back. Having dismissed Qin Fong, Director Qiao found Sun Cheng'an. Team leader Sun, our doctor examined your third son. How is it? Sun Cheng'an asked anxiously. If the person can't be cured, then it was deliberate on your part, and your forestry farm will have to compensate. Sun Xinghu put on a hooligan's face. He'd heard plenty before about dealing with the forestry farm by playing the rogue and taking advantage, and the forestry farm people sometimes, to placate, couldn't help but defer, so quite a few rotten characters in the surrounding villages figured the forestry farm was easy to bully. Director Qiao looked at Sun Xinghu with a chuckle. Isn't the person alive? No worries, take him back to recuperate, and after some days maybe he'll get better, guaranteed he won't die. Our doctor said so. The key is to recuperate well. Now you're staying in the educated youth courtyard. The conditions aren't great, life's inconvenient. I just asked the doctor, who said going back and recuperating well should be fine. Hearing this, Sun Cheng'an felt relieved. Whatever the case, his third son's life was saved. Sun Xinghu was a bit smug, figuring it was his and his big brother's mightiness that had scared the forestry farm and made them feel they weren't easy to provoke, hence willing to treat him well. Dad, since that's so, let's not dawdle here either. Look at that bunch of educated youth, not a good one among them. Just now I asked to borrow a pot to cook some food, and they weren't even willing. All right, then let's take the third home. Sun Xing'an made up his mind and decided, not even saying a word of thanks to Director Qiao, as if the forestry farm people all owed them. Director Qiao's mouth curved up slightly, wearing disdain, and turned to leave. Coming out of the educated youth courtyard, just about to turn toward the family quarters, he ran head-on into my uncle. Director Qiao, what a coincidence. Uncle chuckled and greeted him proactively, leaning in close and fishing out half a pack of Deshengchan's cigarettes from his pocket, handing one to Director Qiao and lighting one for himself. Director Qiao took the cigarette and lit it, inhaled deeply, and looked meaningfully at this old farmer before him. Director Qiao, my surname's Lin, I'm the team accountant of Songyuan Village. The one who came for treatment today is my nephew's wife. We really must thank your forestry farm. We've caused you a lot of trouble this time. My nephew said that without this forestry farm nearby, if we'd sent her to the commune, we couldn't have saved her. Uncle leaned a step closer and said in a low voice, Director Chiao, my nephew this time caught some wild ducks at the wild duck marsh. And he said since our forestry farm leaders looked after our family so well, we ought to show our thanks, and had me leave one each for you and our party secretary and farm director's families. Director Chiao's eyes lit up, not expecting this seemingly quiet old man to be so generous and so good at handling things. Not only leaving one for himself, but for the farm director and party secretary too. This manner of dealing with things was nothing like a farmer's. Even a minor cadre might not have such discernment. Your nephew, is that the one? Right, my second nephew, the one who came to find you and the farm leaders this afternoon, named Lin Yong. What does your nephew do? Was he a soldier before? Oh, no, just an ordinary commune member. Uncle even felt that if Lin Yong really had been a soldier it would be good, meeting such matters, without even the capital to boast on his behalf. Not simple, a fine young fellow. Come to my home and sit, get to know the door, so later if you need anything it's easy to come find me. This was Director Chiao killing two birds with one stone. Knowing the door made it easy for Uncle to come find him carrying things, since having him go now to the storage room himself to carry the wild ducks back was too awkward face-wise, and letting the workers see would be a bad influence. Uncle was a shrewd person and of course understood this layer of meaning, and the two chatted their way to Director Chiao's home. Simply drinking some water and chatting a bit of family talk, Uncle took his leave. Director Chiao, you go about your business. I'm familiar with Old Song at the forestry farm too. I'll go over now and take a look. It's still early, and later when it gets dark, I'll come over again. Uncle's hint was already quite clear. Director Chiao smiled and nodded, the two in tacit understanding. Song Gunbao's home. Aya, Accountant Lin, long time no see. Master Song, I've come to see you. Lately I've been busy, right? Lots to do after autumn. Couldn't spare time to come play chess. What wind blows you here today? AI, my nephew's wife fell ill, sent here for treatment, and the farm leaders arranged for her to stay in that storage room in the northwest corner. Aya, what illness is this? How come she has to stay here? She got beaten, her head's broken, and she even had surgery. They say she needs observation. Accountant Lin, see if there's anything I can help with. Don't stand on ceremony. Nothing major. Our village is close to here anyway. I just went back and brought over everything usable at home. Just then Song Gunbao's wife came over to greet Uncle. Having had surgery, she'll need to drink warm water, and it's turning cold now. Do you have a thermos over there? Aya, a thermos we really don't have. That's fine, my family has two. Take one over to use first, and just bring it back when you leave. AI, that's wonderful. Thank you first, sister-in-law. I know about recuperating from illness. It uses quite a lot of basins and pots. As it happens, my family still has a few old enamel basins. Take them over to use first, scald them with boiling water, and they'll do. Sure. Thank you, sister-in-law. Accountant Lin, how about this? Tonight eat at my place. We two haven't chatted in a long time. If there's nothing on, how about us two old brothers stir-fry some eggs tonight and drink a couple cups? Sure, respect is worse than obedience. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Let me take the thermos and basins and pots back first. They might use them right away, and I'll come over again later. All right, I'll get them for you. Song Gunbao's wife turned and went into the inner room, carrying the thermos and several enamel basins back to the storage room. Uncle told me the situation. I thought about it. For Master Song's side, let's give some eggs, millet, mushrooms, and such. And by the way, take 3 wild ducks over too. Hand them all secretly to Director Chiao, and have him take them to the farm director and party secretary's side. It's not convenient for us to show our faces. Uncle looked at me with admiration. I understand. Uncle didn't return from Master Song's home until it was fully dark, and the moment he entered, he mysteriously drew me aside. One look at his expression, and I knew today had surely gone well. Yong, the forestry farm people really are better off than us commune members. Guess what? Uncle what? I played along. The moment I mentioned wild ducks, Master Song went to find people to make contact, and in the time of one meal, 36 were pre-ordered. I'd assumed they'd trade goods, but it turned out half the people paid cash, 10 yuan each. A full 180 yuan. Uncle's face was flushed red. The rest all gave rice and white flour. Uncle, the forestry farm is a wealthy place. Workers earn 30 or 40 yuan a month. cadres even more. Going forward whenever we have goods, giving them to these people is sure to be right. Young, this time we caught 50. I figure by tomorrow at most they'll all be spoken for. Good. Uncle, you arrange it. Besides keeping 2 at home, trade all the rest out. These few days, once Hongyin's matter is handled, I figure it'll be about time to go after big game. Then we'll get some wild boar and such. Oh, and also fish, shrimp, crabs, those things are precious too. Good. The two of us finished our mysterious discussion and prepared to tidy up and sleep. Young, come quick and look. I feel Hongyin is a bit off. Sister-in-law suddenly came over, her voice a bit panicked. I hurried to Hongyin's bedside and saw her face flushed all over, the corner of her mouth twitching ceaselessly, her body shuddering now and then. Reaching out to touch, her forehead was scorching hot. Quick, go next door and call Dr. Chin to come look. Uncle hurriedly said to sister-in-law. I busily got the stretcher ready that I prepared beside. I'd been keeping up precautions all along, since this wasn't a hospital, just a temporary storage room, and in case emergency handling was needed, we'd still have to move the person to the medical station to be proper. The night was already deep. Even so, hearing sister-in-law's knock, Dr. Chin threw on just a coat and hurried over. She reached out and felt Hongyin's forehead. Quickly carry her to the medical station. The high fever's causing convulsions, very likely a complication from post-op infection. As she spoke, she ran back to put on her coat and let us carrying the person rushing urgently to the medical station. Given a fever-reducing injection and penicillin, but from the looks of it, the high fever still won't come down. Qin Fang's brow was tightly knit. Our conditions here are limited. What we can still do now is physical cooling. First, get the body temperature under control. Qin Fang took out alcohol and began wiping Hongyin's whole body, checking with a thermometer now and then. No good. The alcohol cooling effect isn't working. A pity there's no ice, I said. Qin Fang glanced at me, her gaze a bit strange, but she said nothing. We can only use cold water. Let's try it, she said quickly. At this moment, Qin Fang and I were not like doctor and patient's family, but more like colleagues discussing a medical plan. Big brother, Dad, quickly fetch cold water. Sister-in-law, go get all the towels. Sister-in-law had barely gone a few steps when I added, bring a bed sheet too. Towel after towel plus a bed sheet, soaked in cold water and applied to Hongyin's forehead, back, and limbs, and the body temperature began slowly dropping. We kept busy until the sky grayed, with the result that as soon as the cold compresses stopped, the temperature immediately rose again. This won't do going on, we have to think of another way. Qin Fang's strength was severely overdrawn, yet she forced herself to keep rubbing her temples and thinking anxiously. Thump, 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 thump. A burst of hurried footsteps accompanied by clamor. How does your forestry farm treat people? Why has the person become like this? The voice was very familiar. As I was applying a cold towel to Hongyin, I looked up and saw Sun Xingyan come with Sun Xinglong and Sun Xinghu. Sun Xingbao carried on Sun Xinghu's back. I hadn't paid any attention to Sun Xingbao's injury before, had even ignored it entirely. After Sun Xingbao was sent to the forestry farm and stabilized, he was moved to the educated youth courtyard, just missing the later arriving Hongyin. So about the Sun Min's hunting accident, we Lin family knew nothing. The Sun family, however, knew Hongyin was here and weren't surprised to see me appear. The moment I saw the Sun family people, fury surged in my heart. My own wife had been harmed by Sun Xinglong's wife, and now seeing Sun Xinglong, my eyes went red. What's going on? A cold voice sounded beside me. It was Qin Fang. How does your forestry farm treat people? Look, now the person's convulsing. Sun Xinghu berated loudly. Qin Fang ignored him and looked towards Sun Xingbao slumped on the long wooden bench, took a thermometer from her pocket and shook it. Take the temperature under the armpit. Lay the person flat. Undo all the clothing buttons. Sun Xinghu wanted to bluster more, but was shoved aside by Sun Cheng'an, who began doing as the doctor said. There's a long bench over there. Move it over. Then go get boards to set up a simple bed. The person needs to lie flat. Try not to put him on the ground. Qin Fang had no good feeling toward these people, and though she didn't know their relationship to me, nor cared, she only did what she ought to within the scope of her duties. With that, she went into the medical station without looking back. Something stirred in me, and I followed in. What's going on with the person outside? I asked directly. They were sent over this afternoon, before you. That person sank into the swamp, oxygen deprived too long, and though his life was saved, he's remained comatose. From the situation just now, it should be a stress reaction of brain damage, somewhat similar to your wife's. But you also saw it, My conditions here are inadequate in every aspect, not even enough basic medicine. What are you saying? Sun Xinglong and the others had set up the makeshift bed, laid Sun Xingbao on it, and come in to find the doctor, just catching a bit. Don't make loud noise. Both patients here need quiet. Qin Fang's voice was colder. Few words, yet they instantly quieted the Sun family. All right, I'll speak on the two persons' conditions. Both have brain injuries, one external, one internal, but the pathology is basically similar. I've used all the methods available now. The effect is limited. So you mean, we can only rely on tough fate? Sun Qing'an grew uneasy. He truly couldn't accept losing his third son. If there were a specific medicine it might change things, but no guarantee. What specific medicine? Sun Qing'an and I asked almost simultaneously. And Gong Niu Huangwan. Doctor, hurry, use it on my third son, whatever the cost we'll pay. Sun Qing'an nearly roared, his eyes bloodshot. Right, doctor, use it on my third brother, or else we won't let you have peace. Sun Xinghu threatened without concealment. Qin Fang was blind to the two's expressions, utterly unaffected, ignoring them directly. I quietly watched her, and in an instant understood. This Ngong Niu Huangwan medicine wasn't something available just anywhere, and if there were any, Qin Fang would have used it earlier, no need to wait until now. In this era's time, this medicine was practically a legendary miracle drug. Ordinary people might not even have heard of it, and it was now in a restricted production state, available only through very few special channels, with some high-level figures keeping it stocked in advance at home to save lives at critical moments. I don't have it here. Qin Fang was very blunt. One line, and the Sun family was instantly dumbstruck. I said nothing. Now wasn't the time to wrangle with the Sun family. First save the person, then settle accounts with them. I went out and gathered my family for an urgent arrangement. Uncle, how much money did you collect? Take it all out. Uncle fished it out of his pocket. 5s, 10s, and 1s and 2s. It's all here, 180 yuan total. The goods. Never mind the goods. I cut him off. Big brother, take 100 yuan and go to Harbin right away. Run through every drugstore big and small. And if there's any, whatever the price, grab it immediately. Uncle, take 80 yuan and go to Songlin County first, then Hulin County. Then, no need to go to the several surrounding counties. Go straight to Shenyang. I swiftly changed strategy. The odds of this medicine appearing in a small county drugstore were nearly zero, and big cities might be a bit higher. Set out right now. Uncle hesitated a moment. But going out might require an introduction letter, in case of lodging, or… Uncle's right. In my haste I forgot. Train tickets don't need an introduction letter, but lodging does. I'll go to the brigade to get an introduction letter. Uncle said. Too slow. Uncle, go find Director Chiao right now and explain the situation. Have the forestry farm issue an introduction letter. Uncle looked at me with admiration. Got it. With that just about to lead Big Brother off, he glanced at the sky. No, in my haste I've gotten a bit disordered. Wait half an hour. At 7:30 the forestry farm starts work. There's still some time. Big Brother can make a quick trip back to the village and still make it to get all the remaining wild ducks. They might still be of use. Also, Uncle later introduced me to Master Song. So going forward, if anything comes up, I can take over. Uncle looked at me. Sure, you think it through thoroughly. I'll go first. Seeing there was nothing for him to do here, Big Brother first rushed back to get the wild ducks. Watching Big Brother recede, I couldn't help but sigh. Luckily his build was strong enough to withstand my running him ragged like this. The arrangements were made, and as for whether the medicine could be found, that could only be left to heaven. This was the limit of what I could do now. I'd reckoned that going to the 49 city would most likely find it, but timing-wise it definitely wouldn't make it. A trip there couldn't be completed and back in under half a month, long past the golden 72 hours. Whereas going to Harbin and Shenyang, 2 days was enough, and if those two places had none, then probably the whole Northeast had none. This medicine in this era was special if you called it special, ordinary if you called it ordinary. As long as you went to a provincial-level big drugstore, to dress up the front, they generally kept it in stock. Usually people didn't need it, and the store didn't intend to sell it, just for show. But meeting a case of having stock and someone willing to pay, the drugstore wouldn't refuse to sell either. This was a very unique, subtle phenomenon of the era. Just as some provincial capital department stores displayed Moutai liquor, ordinary people couldn't afford it, and instead the more precious such things were, the less restricted, not even requiring coupons. Shenglong, Xinghu, hurry home and get money from your mom. Search through every drugstore in our Songlin County for me. I don't believe we can't find Ngong Nyo Huangwan. Sun Chengyan went all out in his ferocity. Hearing their dad give the word, Sun Shenglong and Sun Xinghu said nothing and dashed off toward the village. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, a long, dense electric bell rang out, lasting a full 5 minutes, like an amplified electromagnetic sound, jarring the brain. This was the forestry farm's daily work bell, and over the long days everyone had grown used to it. Only I found it grating and unpleasant. Director Chiao, wearing a blue-gray cadre cap and a half-worn, faded Zhongshan suit, appeared at the family quarters gate with steady, four-square steps. This morning, having eaten wild duck noodle soup, his complexion was especially good, and he burped a full burp smelling of wild duck and mushrooms. Then lifting his eyes saw Uncle and me standing outside the office single-story building, figured there was something up, and slightly quickened his pace. Old Lin, haha, young Lin, what is it? If there's something, speak, don't stand on ceremony. Director Chiao greeted proactively. AI, we've really run into something, and here we come to trouble you. Uncle handed over a Deshengchan cigarette and lit it for Director Chiao. What is it? The forestry farm is our home. Don't be a stranger about things. This was Director Chiao conveying the meaning of Farm Director Gua and Party Secretary Mao from last night. Director Chiao, right now my wife's high fever won't break. We need to go to Harbin and Shenyang to buy a specific medicine. I plan to have my uncle and big brother go. What medicine? That you have to go to Harbin and Shenyang. Director Chiao was a bit curious. Ngong Nyo Huangwan. Oh, I've heard of it. It's good stuff. So, what help does our forestry farm need to give? Right? We need to issue an introduction letter. Going back to the brigade to get it might delay time, so. Understood. No problem. Come, I'll go write it for you now. What names? Oh, my uncle's named Lin Shiqing, going to Shenyang. My big brother's named Lin Chong, going to Harbin. Sure. Wait here a moment. It'll be ready right away. With that, Director Chiao went to the administrative section. Not long after, he came out holding 2 sheets of white paper. Here, this one's for Shenyang. This one's for Harbin. Check the names are right. I took them and looked carefully. The 3 black characters, introduction letter, were printed at the top, below written. This is to certify that our unit's comrade Lin Shiqing and 1 person are going to your unit to handle the matter of purchasing medicine. Kindly receive them. With respect and salute. At the bottom was the bright red seal of Song Lin Hongxing Forestry Farm, an air of authority rushing at the face. The other was the same, only the name changed to Big Brother Lin Chong. I have to say, this era's kind of invisible authority, at critical moments, would exert an unexpected effect. The Sun Shenglong and Sun Xinghu brothers rushed home in a hurry. Mom! Hurry, bring all the money in the house. Sun Xinghu was so anxious his eyes bulged. Wang Lihua was at home worrying about the 3rd son, and seeing the 2 brothers run back panting, her face instantly went ashen with fright. What is it? Is the 3rd son? The 2 brothers had run out of breath, their speech uneven, wanting to answer their mother, but their breath couldn't keep up. Oh my son, you're leaving your old mother behind. My son. Boo-hoo. If you die, how am I to live? Anxiety flared up, and in one breath she couldn't catch, she fainted dead away. Sun Shenglong panicked, panting as he watched his fainted mother. Quick! Xinghu, fetch cold water. Sun Xinghu understood his big brother's meaning and hurriedly fetched a ladle of cold water. Splash, poured right over her head. With a lingering breath, Wang Lihua slowly opened her eyes. I don't want to live. Sun Xinghu gave his mom a big slap. Mom, wake up, the 3rd son isn't dead. Hearing the 3rd son wasn't dead, Wang Lihua immediately turned from crying to laughing. Ha ha ha, I knew my 3rd son couldn't die. She laughed to the heavens, nearly manic. Not dead, but about as good as dying soon. Sun Xinghu, in his anxiety, added another line. Wang Lihua couldn't take this wild, swinging stimulation and fainted again with an ugh. Sun Shenglong angrily kicked Sun Xinghu in the waist. Screw you. Can you even talk? If you can't talk, then don't damn well blather. Screw who? Isn't yours just yours? She's right here. Go screw her then. Sun Xinghu got heated too. Sun Shenglong couldn't be bothered to quibble. Quick, go get cold water, splash her again. Sun Xinghu was just about to go when Wang Lihua slowly came to. This time Sun Xinghu didn't dare speak. Sun Shenglong hurriedly helped his mom onto the Kong. Mom, the 3rd son's failing fast. We need money to buy medicine. Sun Shenglong said. Failing fast, so why buy medicine? AI, Mom, you don't understand. They say it's some medicine called Nyo Huang and something. Anyway, the forestry farm side doesn't have it. and my dad had us to hurry get money to buy it at the drugstore, or else the third son's beyond saving. Hearing this, Wang Lihua hurriedly got up and crawled toward the back of the Kong. At the back were two red lacquered chests, and she fished a key from her waistband, opened the lid, groped around a good while, and pulled out a red cloth bundle. Just about to open it, she caught sight of her eldest daughter-in-law Wang Hongmei coming in. Hongmei, you go out first." Wang Hongmei displeasedly wrinkled her brows and eyes and stormed out. This mother-in-law was always like this, never letting her see the things in that chest. Seeing Wang Hongmei go out, Wang Lihua glanced at her two sons again. "How much money did your dad say the medicine costs?" My dad didn't say, just told you to give money." Wang Lihua rolled her eyes in thought, gritted her teeth, turned around, and rustlingly picked out a few bills, wrapped the rest up again, and stuffed it into her waistband. "Here, 5 yuan each. Whatever medicine it is, no way it exceeds 5 yuan. You two hurry and buy it. Bring the rest back to me. Don't think about embezzling. And if you can't buy the medicine, not 1 cent is to be spent." Having said this, she felt the words were unlucky and hurriedly spat on the ground. Pa. Forget I said the can't buy it words, pa. Sun Shenglong found it inwardly funny. Not said yet. Your mouth hasn't stopped. All along saying the can't buy it words. The two brothers took the money, tucked it into their bosoms, and hurried out the door. At Hongxing Forestry Farm. "Old Lin, if you two are going, how do you plan to travel?" Uncle glanced at me, then at Director Chiao. I smiled and said, "What does Director Chiao suggest?" Director Chiao nodded, casting an approving look at me. "I'll think of a way for you. Setting out from our forestry farm, there's a dedicated railway, but these few days, there's no train. Our forestry farm has a track maintenance car, and later I'll have someone use it to send you down. This afternoon at 3:30, there's a train hauling timber, setting out from Songlin Station heading into the interior, passing through Shenyang on the way." "Old Lin, aren't you going to Shenyang? I'll have the forestry farm people put you aboard, sitting with the train captain in the last car, and by midnight tonight you'll arrive. The rest you handle yourself. The one going to Harbin also goes to Songlin Station first, then boards the passenger train, and tomorrow morning you'll arrive. On the way back, first borrow a phone at Songlin Station to call our forestry farm, and I'll have someone go down to pick you up." I hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Director Chiao. This arrangement not only saves time, but also saves effort." Uncle said, "It doesn't just save effort. Going to Shenyang, I even save the travel fare. Ha ha ha." Right. I hurriedly added. Director Chiao smiled and said, "Young Lin, I can't help with much else, but this little matter is convenient. Come, I'll take you to find someone and arrange the maintenance car." Old Song. Take 2 people and send Old Lin and them to Songlin Station. When you get to the station, find Station Master Chi and tell him to have Old Lin take today's afternoon freight train into the interior, getting off at Shenyang on the way. "All right, don't worry, Director Chiao." Old Song was Song Zhenbao, already friends with Uncle, and Director Chiao's arrangement was deliberate. The maintenance car was a kind of human-powered small train, without cars, usually used by maintenance workers to inspect the railway along the route. Its structure was very simple, powered by a kind of human-powered pressure recoil device. A person on the car pressed down hard on the handle, and the little car ran forward. The speed, of course, couldn't compare to a real train, but it was far faster than walking. From the forestry farm to Songlin Station was over 10 kilometers, and by foot you couldn't cover it in most of a day. But with this car it took an hour or so. Starting off was a bit strenuous, and as the car sped up it grew more and more effortless. Big Brother and Uncle sat on the little car, Uncle chatting with Old Song while watching the scenery along the way. A light breeze blew, very pleasant, and the vexation and depression of these few days were temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. Big Brother felt his younger brother's plans were getting bigger and bigger. Before, meeting this kind of thing, he could only scratch his head, and as for specific medicine, he wouldn't have dared even dream of it. What was that medicine called again? He'd suddenly forgotten. Reaching offhandedly into his bosom, a small slip of paper on which was written, "And Gong Niu Huang Wan." His younger brother was really something, having thought in advance to write him and Uncle a slip of paper, guarding against them forgetting the medicine's name. Though the Sun Shenglong and Sun Xinghu brothers were quite familiar with Songlin County town, going into town to buy medicine was still their first time. Before, any headache or fever was resolved by finding the village barefoot doctor. No need to go into town to buy medicine. The two brothers each carried 5 yuan and, per Sun Xinghen's meaning, searched separately to improve efficiency. Never mind the two brothers being big and burly. usually lording it over the village with poor man's arrogance. Once in town, they instantly became small nobodies, wandering the streets a long time and utterly failing to find where the drugstore was. Brother, how about we ask someone? Sun Shenglong wanted to ask someone, but was too embarrassed and steeled his heart. Let's look some more, and only if we really can't find it will we talk about it. The two wandered east and west for another hour or so. Actually, Songlin County town was very small. Its real commercial center just one street, with the post and telecom office, the state-run restaurant, the supply and marketing co-op, and even the county health clinic all on this street. The two peered into every door big and small, and confirming they really couldn't find it, at last had no choice but to ask someone. Shenghu, go ask that old man where the drugstore is. Sun Shenglong had many wiles, and afraid of hitting a snag, had Sun Shenghu go. Sun Shenghu, dim-witted and rash, went without a second thought. Hey, old man, where's the drugstore in this county town? The old man got angry the moment he heard this, ignored him entirely, and pretended not to hear, continuing forward. Seeing he was ignored, Sun Shenghu offhandedly said, MLGB, turns out he's deaf. Hold it. You little bastard, who are you calling deaf? Oh, you old fart. If you could hear then why didn't you answer me? What did you just say? I asked you where the drugstore is. The drugstore's at your mom's place. Go home and dig it out. The old man spoke very fiercely. That one line stoked Sun Shenghu's fury, and he stepped up and grabbed the old man's collar. You old fart, looking for trouble, are you? Seeing his brother clash with the old man, Sun Shenglong whooshed and rushed up. Brothers fight side by side, and their men usually did this in the village too. He'd assumed the two burly brothers rushing up would daunt the old man into backing down, knowing better than to persist. What, want to fight, do you? The old man showed no fear at all, lowered his head to glance at his grabbed collar. Little bastard, get it straight. Don't say I didn't speak first. You struck first. Whatever happens, don't regret it. The old man's voice was very loud, seemingly deliberately. This conflict had already drawn passers-by's attention, and people came running to gather round. Sun Shenghu held the collar with one hand without letting go, cursing foully, while the other hand kept jabbing toward the old man's nose. He felt he'd already shown great restraint, since the old man he'd grabbed felt weightless, seemingly unable to withstand one of his punches. Only the old man's sudden loud shouting had drawn a pile of onlookers, making him hesitate a bit. Little bastard, let go right now, or else I'll make you regret it your whole life. Though the old man's words told him to let go, they were full of threat, leaving Sun Shenghu with no way to step down. If he really let go, with so many people watching they'd think him a coward. Actually, Sun Shenghu regretted it a bit too, and if the old man had spoken a little more cleanly, he'd have gone along and let go, but the old man's veiled, foul barbs left him unable to save face. Sun Shenghu jabbed at the old man's nose again with his finger. You old fart, keep your damn mouth clean for me, or else I'll punch you dead. Come on, little bastard, punch, punch, can't punch me dead, damn it your dad was raised by me. The old man's every word was pouring oil on the fire. Someone in the onlooking crowd suddenly muttered, where'd these two country bumpkins come from? Daring to provoke old Jean. Come look, old Jin's been grabbed. Now there's a good show to watch. Who dares grab old Jean? Tired of living? The words from the outer edge reached Sun Shenglong's ears, giving his heart a jolt. By this meaning, the old man before them was old Jean, and seemed to be someone not to be provoked. As luck would have it, today their two brothers had run into him. Forget it, Shenghu, don't quibble with an old fart like him. We still have business. However, no sooner had the words fallen than, to Sun Shenglong's surprise, his younger brother Sun Shenghu actually grappled with the old man, the two rolling into a ball on the ground. Sun Shenglong couldn't figure it out. Everything was fine just now, and suddenly they were grappling. And the key thing was his brother didn't say a word at all, only kept swinging his hand at the old man's head. Hitting people. The young fellow's hitting people. Everyone come look. The young fellow's hitting an old man. Sun Shenghu said not a word, only kept smashing at the old man's head and face one after another. The old man didn't strike back either, only wah-wah shouting and yelling, rolling now and then, dragging the two rolling on the ground, like two wild beasts fighting. Several times Sun Shenglong wanted to rush up and pull his brother off, but each time he rushed, the two rolled away, several times rolling right past his hands. A full 20-some minutes, and Sun Shenghu seemed tired from hitting and flopped down on the ground. The old man staggered up, covering his face, seemingly with blood all over it. I can't do it. I've been beaten by a young man. The old man seemed not to intend settling accounts with Sun Xinghu, covering his face as if beaten cowed, staggering to turn a corner ahead and leaving. Someone in the onlooking crowd looked at Sun Xinghu flopped on the ground and gave a cold sneer. Daring to play with old Jean, you'll die not even knowing how. These words jolted Sun Shenglong, and he hurriedly rushed forward to help his brother up. He saw Sun Xinghu's face covered in blood, his complexion pale. Xinghu, what's the matter with you? Haha, what's the matter? Looks like that's your brother, one onlooker sneered. Hurry, get your brother to the health clinic, or later I'm afraid you can't even save his life. Only then did Sun Shenglong realize he'd caused a great disaster, and heedless of much, he hoisted Sun Xinghu on his back and ran toward the health clinic. After examination, Sun Xinghu had 3 broken ribs and both arms completely dislocated. When the hospital people learned they'd clashed with someone called Old Jean, they all looked at the 2 brothers with sympathetic eyes. Kid, just count yourself unlucky. Hurry and treat your brother's illness well. Is Old Jean someone you brothers can provoke? Let me tell you, even if you report him, there's nowhere to report to. With so many people on the street watching your brother hit him, you can't even trace the blame back to his head. He showed mercy, or else giving your brother internal injuries we couldn't even treat, and in under half a year it'd cost your lives. After this speech, cold sweat streamed from Sun Shenglong. Your brother's illness needs hospitalization and surgery. Deposit 5 yuan. Treatment fee 5 yuan. Hurry, go pay. Combined with the 10 yuan Wang Lihua gave, it was just enough for this hospitalization. Can't live anymore. What sin has this Sun family committed? How are we this unlucky? Hearing Sun Shenglong's report after he rushed back, Wang Lihua instantly turned the sky over, sitting on the ground wailing, all but fainting dead away. 3 straight days, 2 sons hospitalized, 1 comatose, 1 with broken ribs. The blow to her was no less than the sky falling. But right now, not only did the youngest son's illness need treating, the second son's hospitalization at the county health clinic also had to be rushed to and cared for. She'd wanted to have the eldest daughter-in-law Wang Hongmei go, but the thought of leaving a lone man and lone woman together made her uneasy. Yet handing the whole household to Wang Hongmei's charge while she herself went to nurse, she felt unsettled too. Especially with the youngest son still at the forestry farm. In case anything came up needing support, she feared it'd be delayed. Thinking it over with no way out, in the end, she could only have Wang Hongmei go. Hongmei, you go with your husband to the county health clinic. These 2 days while Shenghu's hospitalized, you look after him a bit. I really can't spare myself. There's the 3rd son's matter here. I can't get away. Wang Hongmei displeasedly rolled her eyes at her. In the county, meals and such all cost money. Without money, I won't go. I'd meant to bring some wawatu over to Na. Wang Hongmei was rudely blunt, jacking up the price on the spot. Though Wang Lihua felt the pinch, and though she knew clearly it was extortion, she had no recourse and gritted her teeth. Fine, as you say. She fished the red cloth bundle from her waist, pulled out 2 5-yuan bills, 1 to Sun Shenglong, 1 to Wang Hongmei. Sun Shenglong took the money and put it in his pocket, knowing it was for buying the 3rd son's medicine. Wang Hongmei took the 5 and pinched it. Just 5? Is this 5 yuan for me to eat or for the 2nd son to eat? 5's not enough. You want to eat meat every day? You think county town things are cheap? Without 10 I won't go. Wang Hongmei threw the 5 back into Wang Lihua's bosom and sat on the Kong edge, hugging her thighs with both hands and swinging. Wang Lihua, helpless, took the 5 back into the paper bundle and pulled out a 10 to give her. 10 it is then, hurry and go. If anything happens to Xinghu. She'd meant to say, should the worst happen, but felt it unlucky, stopped, and changed her words. Should anything go amiss, I won't let you off. TCH, you think this is the old society? Being a mother-in-law you want to eat people. Wang Hongmei didn't buy it at all. Let's go. She dragged Sun Shenglong out the door. Why do you talk to mom like that? Sun Shenglong, out the door, muttered in a low voice. Wang Hongmei whooshed to a stop, brows raised, glaring at him. You think your mom is any good thing? I've been married in this long, and she still keeps me down, treats me like an outsider. If you don't want to go on, we can divorce. It's new society now, still using that old society way of the mother-in-law oppressing the daughter-in-law. Does your family have any new thinking at all? In the Sun family, Wang Hongmei's family background counted as town folk, and her education was the highest too, which always made Sun Shenglong feel a head shorter than her. So what she said sounded to him reasonable line by line. At least he couldn't get the better of his wife verbally. Forget it, forget I said it. Sun Shenglong mumbled and lowered his head to hurry along. Having arranged Sun Xinghu's hospitalization and settled Wang Hongmei at the bed, Sun Xinglong still had to hurry to buy Sun Xingbao's medicine. Earlier outside, he'd never learned where the drugstore was, and now in the ward he asked the roommate. Our Songlin County's drugstore is right in this compound. The roommate pointed through the window at the outside of the back courtyard. See it? That door with the red cross. Inside is the drugstore. So the drugstore was in the health clinic's back courtyard. No wonder he couldn't find it searching around outside earlier. Sun Xinglong secretly sighed. Had he found this drugstore earlier, Xinghu wouldn't have caused that trouble. Having identified the drugstore's door, Sun Xinglong felt a few more traces of anticipation, since the third son was still comatose after all. Pushing the door open and entering, a smell of herbal medicine. His foot slipped and he nearly fell, and looking down, the bricks on the ground were uneven, several sunk in forming little pits. No eyes. Don't watch the road coming in. A shrill female voice drifted from behind the counter. Sun Xinglong didn't dare make a sound. She was a drugstore sales clerk, hardly someone a village commune member like him could provoke. After Sun Xinghu's incident, he already had a psychological shadow toward county town people. "Comrade, I'm buying medicine." The female sales clerk behind the counter stopped the sweater she was knitting, rolled her eyes at him, and made no sound. "Comrade, I'm buying medicine." Sun Xinglong was even more cautious. "My ears aren't deaf." The female sales clerk lowered her head and knitted the sweater again. Sun Xinglong, entering a drugstore for the first time, really didn't know what rules there were inside. The clerk said she wasn't deaf, but why did she take up knitting again? He didn't dare make a sound and could only stand and wait. He waited a full 5 minutes before she raised her head. "Say the medicine name." Sun Xinglong felt as if granted amnesty and softly exhaled. "Ah, the medicine name is that, ah." Due to nervousness, he'd forgotten the medicine name completely and strained to think. "Don't have it." "Don't have what?" "The medicine you want to buy, we don't have." The female sales clerk was glib. "I haven't said it yet. How do you know you don't have it? Didn't you just say it? We don't have medicine called ah." Sun Xinglong stood dumbstruck a good while, unable to recover. No. He patiently tried to explain. "We don't have medicine called no either." The female sales clerk sat back down and leisurely took up the red sweater. Sun Xinglong stood there along while not daring to make a sound, thinking hard and hard. "I remember, it's Niu Huang." The female sales clerk impatiently tossed the sweater aside, walked to the counter with a sullen face, grabbed a small paper box from the cabinet, and slapped it down. "If you remembered, say so earlier. Niu Huang Jie Du Pian, 2 Mao a box." Looking at the small yellow box of Niu Huang Jie Du Pian, Sun Xinglong always felt something was off and strained to think again. "Comrade, it seems it's not Pian tablets, it's Wan pills." "Country bumpkin, Pian is even better than Wan." "No Wan, want Pian or not? If not, then forget it." The female sales clerk was clearly extremely impatient. Hearing Pian was better than Wan, Sun Xinglong couldn't be bothered to hesitate and hurriedly agreed, fishing out the 5 yuan his mom gave and handing it over. The clerk glanced at it without taking it. "Too big, can't make change." Having obtained the medicine, Sun Xinglong dashed all the way, running from the county town toward the forestry farm, and the moment he entered the compound he shouted wildly, "Dad, I bought the medicine, the third son's saved." This shout was heard not only by Sun Chang'an, but also by the Lin family who were caring for Hong Yin, and they all came running out. Sun Chang'an came out to meet him, his face full of the joy of victory. "Ha ha ha, heaven won't destroy our Sun family. Heaven has opened its eyes and let my son be saved." The arrogant voice echoed over the forestry farm compound. My dad and sister-in-law's faces were dim. Seeing the excited Sun father and son, I too secretly regretted. Truly, even the wisest make a mistake in 1,000 considerations. How had I not thought to search nearby first? Judging by the speed at which the Sun family got the medicine, it should have been close by, probably bought in Songlin County through sheer dumb luck. Even if not Songlin, it couldn't have been outside the drug stores of the several small counties nearby. Why hadn't I thought more? Too overconfident. Even if I couldn't get away myself, having Dad or Shengzi and them make a run through the several nearby counties wouldn't have taken much effort. Looking at my face, Dad felt a bit for me. "Forget it. Yong, this is their good luck too. Since they could buy it in Songlin, then our going to the provincial capital and Harbin should have even more hope. Didn't you calculate it? We'll make it in time." Dad's words calmed me down. Only I felt this miscalculation was truly too careless, or rather, too overconfident. Since Sun Xinglong had bought the medicine, I wanted to observe its effect too. After all, this was the famous miracle drug. Hearing the Sun family had bought in Gong Niu Huang Wan, Qin Fong was secretly startled too. By her estimate, this kind of medicine could only be chanced upon in a provincial capital like Harbin at least, and she hadn't expected tiny Song Lin to have this precious medicine in reserve, which truly surprised her. This time the two patients sent to the forestry farm both needed a miracle drug, and the news had already spread through the farm. Sun Xinglong's shouting had drawn everyone over again, and all wanted to see just how miraculous this miracle drug was. Qin Fong did things with considerable method and didn't rush to administer the medicine, but methodically arranged the patient first. Come, prepare warm boiled water, adjust the patient's posture, half reclining will do, prop the back up higher so the medicine will go down easily in a moment. The eaves of the courtyard house were already crowded with people. Sun Xingbao, his complexion ashen and eyes half closed, was arranged half reclining. Qin Fong adjusted the water for the medicine, testing the temperature with her hand on the outside of the cup. Bring the medicine. Everyone's eyes converged on Sun Xinglong. Seeing this scene, he grew nervous too, his hand trembling slightly. First, this was a miracle drug, and second, he was about to witness a miracle, so it was impossible not to be nervous. Trembling, he fished the small paper box from his bosom. The feel was right. This box had left too deep an impression on him. Hurry up, give me the medicine. Qin Fong urged slightly, reaching out to receive it. Sun Xinglong clenched his fist, the small paper box grasped in his palm. Qin Fong had a feeling something was off. She'd seen in Gong Niu Huang Wan, and by rights it shouldn't be this small. Held in one palm? Clack, Sun Xinglong let go, and the rectangular small paper box was placed into Qin Fong's palm. Looking at this yellow rectangular small box, a shape and feeling that couldn't be more familiar. Niu Huang, Jiedu Pian. Qin Fong looked at the thing Sun Xinglong had placed in her palm with incredulous eyes. This thing she prescribed a dozen-plus bottles of a month, especially just turning autumn, sore throats and fevers all needed it. It was the most commonly stocked regular medicine in her medical station. Could this be the miracle drug in Gong Niu Huang Wan's Sun Xinglong spoke of? Probably grabbed the wrong one. Qin Fong offhandedly set the Niu Huang Jie Du Pian aside and reached out again. Bring the Ngong Wan. What? Sun Xinglong didn't understand. I said give me the Ngong Wan. This time Qin Fong spoke very clearly. Sun Xinglong was a bit dazed. No, wrong. Oh right, Pian is better than Wan. He remembered. The sales clerk had told him, and even called him a country bumpkin over it. Probably this forestry farm doctor before him was a country bumpkin too, not knowing Pian was better than Wan. What Pian is better than Wan, I don't understand. Hurry and give me the Ngong Wan. No, doctor, there's no Wan, only Pian. Medicine Pian is better than medicine Wan. Sun Xinglong strained to explain. Qin Fong was puzzled. Didn't you buy Ngong Niu Huang Wan? Hurry and give it to me. What Wan? Gong Niu Huang Wan. Qin Fong enunciated each character crystal clear. Sun Xinglong's face went ashen gray. By now even Sun Cheng'an saw something was off. Xinglong, did you buy the wrong medicine? Sun Xinglong pointed at the Niu Huang Jiedu Pian. This is what I bought. Sun Cheng'an's spirit vanished all at once, and he toppled to the ground with a thud. Sun Xinglong already had experience dealing with fainted people, and offhandedly grabbed the cold water beside used for Sun Xingbao's cold compress, splashed a ladleful over him, and Sun Cheng'an slowly came to. He knew it now. A place like Songlin County couldn't possibly have the kind of miracle drug the doctor spoke of. Doctor, I beg you, can you tell me where I can buy that kind of miracle drug? Qin Fong said. This I can't say for sure either, but places like the provincial capital or Harbin might let you chance your luck, though no guarantee they have it. And time must be seized. If you can't get it within 3 days, then it'll be useless. As a conscientious and dutiful doctor, everything Qin Fong said was the truth, and I, of course, had even less reason to stop her from saying it. All right, eldest son, you and the second. One go to Shenyang and one to Harbin. Even if we sell the pots and pans, we have to buy this medicine. Sun Xinglong made a bitter face. Dad, Xinghu got into trouble. He's now hospitalized at the county hospital, 3 broken ribs. Sun Cheng'an's face went iron black, and he didn't ask why the second son had gotten into trouble. Understood. Then you go to Harbin alone. Watching this scene, I secretly admired Sun Cheng'an. In this kind of situation, he still hadn't lost his composure. This man's inner strength was truly formidable. Go back and tell your mom to have her give you all the money to take. Don't leave a single cent at home. If she doesn't agree, Tell her I'll divorce her when I get back. Sun Shenglong looked at his father's resolute eyes, knew the weight of these words, and nodded heavily. Dad, don't worry, I'll definitely do it. Just as he was about to go, Qin Fong came over and handed him a slip of paper. I glanced at it, on which was written, and Gong Niu Huang Wan.